Let's start an in on the dungeon island. 85 to 120. CH 85. Chapter 85. Full round offense and defense. MMMMHHHH. Minna's lithe form was arching backward. Her whole body shuddered fiercely in delight, before she finally fell forward and slumped on top of me. It seems she just had another big one. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a great deal of pleasurable sensations just washed over her. I'm not saying anything though, since it's already way past something I should comment on. The reason being, this is already the 9th time we're doing it. It was an amazing experience for me in the beginning, but after the 6th time it has become nothing but a penance. Ha, huff, with this, you're satisfied, right? Ha, ha, ha. Minna's only reply is the sound of her panting, trying to catch her breath. I'm begging you, please tell me that you're satisfied already. I'm already completely spent. Even lifting a finger takes too much effort for me at the moment. That being said, even while I'm asking her the question whether she's satisfied or not, my hand still manages to grope her. Where am I groping, you say? I think that's a question that doesn't need an answer. Ah, did you say something? I said, I'm completely satisfied. Even if I were to die right now, I wouldn't regret anything. Oh, I see. That's good to hear. The cool wind blowing feels pleasant on my skin, which is hot because of Minna's burning desires. We are currently inside the temporary hut that I made here on Western Island. Rouge is sleeping not far from us, but she's in deep slumber as if she's dead to the world. It's because I secretly slipped one of the sleeping pills into her sake during dinner. Yep, it's the same one that I tried to slip into Countess Vibble's wine, but this time it worked without a hitch. Look, I just didn't want her to see me doing it with Minna, alright? I don't mind being seen naked, but I certainly don't like to be watched while I'm in action. Besides, if Rouge were to see it, I'm sure she'd demand to have a piece of the action herself, too. I know I'm really into hidden big breast, but as I've told you before, I'm not the kind of man who would do it with just anyone, you know? 3. No, I'm being serious here. As for why I'm doing it with Minna, it's because I already made a promise with her. Kinda, I guess. Also, it's my way of thanking her for sticking with me through the horde of monsters inside the dungeon. Also, it was a desperate situation, which calls for desperate measures, and I didn't have the leeway to choose any other option. And, oh, who am I kidding? Alright, I'll be honest now. It was the first time in a really long time that I was able to enjoy sexual activity again. I've basically become like a nun and refrained from worldly desire and the temptation of the flesh. So doing it with her is like finally breaking the chains that have restrained me and opening the floodgates with great excitement. Anyway, this would be the first and the last time doing it with her, since after all, it has been our agreement from the beginning. That's why we've been doing it 9 times. Oh boy, it's truly terrifying that such magic that can instantly make a man have an erection exists. It's really a cheat. I also don't think I should keep such a relationship with Minna forever. So this is a one-night stand. At this point, I don't think I will be satisfied with just any man anymore. Surely you jest. I'm certain that one day, you will encounter a nice man, you two will fall in love, have a fulfilling sex life, and live happily together. Oh Kami-san, you seriously think any other man would just aggressively do me from behind, or do the thing that you did to that part of my body? That is. Alright, point taken. Anyway, with this, it's all over. Alright, I've kept my end of bargain, so we won't be doing it anymore. Okay, and don't tell anyone that we've done it. Not a single soul. I said I got it, alright. I promise I won't even tell Cecily-san or Rouge-san about it. By the way, when will Cecily-san's treatment be finished? Minna asked without moving her body away from me. Hold on. Stop rubbing me there. It's ticklish. Anyway, let's check the status window. ####. Remaining time until repair complete, 202 hours, 14 minutes, 28 seconds. ####. It's around 8 days left. I would really prefer to leave Western Island right away, but neither me, Rouge, or Minna know anything about the ocean, so I think it's better if we leave after Cecily's treatment is completed. She's a former pirate captain, so she's an expert at navigating the ocean. And since no one knows about Western Island, I don't think anyone will come here to pursue us. Not to mention that there's a good chance that they don't know that I've stole the staff of La Messine, so I don't think they will suddenly come after me as a criminal. Also, Supposedly no one knows that I can use the staff's power to summon the Eminence Rock, so I should be able to surprise them and escape if they somehow manage to reach here. And if push comes to shove, I can easily escape by using the secret treasure that we obtained when we defeated the floor boss, the captive angel, and use it to teleport away at a moment's notice. The problem is, I can only bring one companion with me, and I can only go to places that I've been to, which means the only places in this world that I can go to are either Monte Cristo Island, or the capital of the Kingdom of Regalta, where I was quickly put in prison. That's why I don't intend to use it at the moment. By the way, I've tried using it to see if I could go back to Japan, but that didn't work. 4. It would have been great if I could go back and forth. Let's stay here and wait for things to calm down. We'll think about where to go when Cecily's with us again. I understand. Minna looked down with an expression as if she wanted to say something. What is it? I'm sorry, but can we please do it one more time? I'm begging you. I promise, this will be the very last time. Minna said while she starts chanting magic to rouse my little Joe back to life. I guess it can't be helped. I took a recovery potion out of my bag and drank it down. Alright, this will really be the last time, okay? Yes, I promise. Well then, lie down on your back. Somehow, I feel like I want to show her my best technique this time. After all, when someone stares at you with eyes full of expectations, you tend to do your best. And I'm the type of person who really can't say no when asked for help. Now, how do you want me to do it this time? When I whispered that in her ear, Mina looked excited, and she whispered back a request that I couldn't put into words. So you've finally woken up. You two had me worried because both of you slept like the dead. When I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. It must be almost noon by now. Good morning, Rouge. Where's Mina? She went to the river. 5. I see. So Mina already woke up before me. Adventurers sure are amazing. Their stamina is entirely on a different level than mine. She still has that much energy even though she was moving really wild last night. You still look quite exhausted. Well, I think that's only natural since the two of you have miraculously managed to contain the stampede situation. No, that's not the reason. The real reason is because I was battling a full 12 rounds with Mina last night. That's right. In the end, we did it 3 more times, and for that one moment in the end, I was beyond having clarity and becoming a sage. I was wholly and completely burned out and turned into white ashes. I created water using my creation magic, and then slowly gulped it down. That languid posture of you, it looks so erotic. Don't casually say things like that. It's sexual harassment. Sexual harassment? I'm fine with it, but other guys who hear it might feel uncomfortable. So be careful. Alright. I thought that the way Rouge was making a gesture by sticking out her tongue while wearing a dress which leaves her chest area exposed can be considered much more erotic than me, but I didn't say it out loud. That's right. I'm a sensible person. That's why I won't say anything that could be considered as sexual harassment. We have been living a leisurely life on the Western Island, resting our body and spirit while waiting for Cecily's treatment to complete. Fruits and wildlife were scarce here, so we solely relied on seafood and food produced by my creation magic for our daily meals. Unlike the other Gillums, the Seamers has not suffered any damage during the stampede incident, and with 12 of them, there was no problem at all in catching seafood from the ocean. And aside from food, I also created a lot of medicine, which is only natural, considering the journey ahead. I prepared not only wound-healing medicines, but also antidiarrheals, painkillers, antipyretics, and antibiotics to prevent infections. I have repair as a last resort, but I can't use it on myself. I still don't have enough levels and MP to make a panacea, so I wanted to at least have the best that I could now. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed, and Cecily's treatment was complete. Chime. The repair of Cecily Nonbart is completed. Please specify the location to appear. While suppressing a feeling of impatience, I specified a place to make her appear, and particles of light begin to gather at that place and begin to emit light so brightly that it is difficult to keep my eyes open. When the blinding light eventually subsided, I found Cecily lying on a bunk in the temporary hut. Cecily. Shiru. Cecily looked around as if in a daze, unable to grasp the situation. Quick, show me your hand and your feet. Her left hand and right leg, which had been bitten off by the monster, had been regenerated perfectly. I was relieved to see that not a single scar remained. Thank God. I can't stop the tears from flowing. And I hugged Cecily just like that. Shiru, where is this? I'm sure I was. Cecily, we found you on the verge of dying inside the dungeon. For everyone's sake. You did your best. Your hand and your leg was gone. Without able to say anything more, I cried out loud. CH 86. Chapter 86. Moving out in earnest. Now that Cecily is finally back with us, we're discussing about what our next step will be. If it's just the matter of surviving and staying alive, then I could just live on Western Island without any problem. But I don't think such way of life would be fulfilling. Also, I want to broaden my knowledge regarding this world, traveling to many places and experiencing things myself. That being said, do you have any particular destination in mind? Cecily asked me, but I really have no idea. After all, I'm originally not from this world, you know. Let's see. I think it would be good if I can go somewhere peaceful, a place which is considerably developed. I've been on a remote island for so long that I'm starting to miss the city a little bit. If that's the case, wouldn't the imperial capital Lulu Sanjian be a perfect place? Mina supplied. The imperial capital. I'll be thrilled at the prospect of meeting Lot Graham again, but being inside the imperial capital itself might be too risky. I'm still worried that I might be accused of stealing the staff from Countess Vebles when they eventually find out about it. I know there won't be any proof on me, but in this world, evidence is not considered very important. If the person I'm dealing with is a noblewoman, she might decide to torture me into confessing to the crime if she suspects anything. Besides, there are too many people in the Empire who know about me, so I think I've drawn too much attention already. Like this time, I fled the island without telling anyone anything, so I might have caused a bit of a commotion. I've actually left a letter for them, but the letter in question was, well, I'm going on a journey of self-discovery. Please don't look for me. Shiru Sanada. P.S. Thank you for everything. 1. Anyway, I wonder how's the situation on the island right now. Who knows? Well, right now a lot of people must be sad that you're gone, I guess. Shiru-san, you've always been kind, to the point that many people think of you as saintly, but at the same time many of us consider you a sex symbol. Something like an object to fantasize about, I think. Rouge. Do you really have to say it so bluntly? Anyway, something saintly and yet an object of fetishism. I don't think we have something like sexy saints in my old world. Actually, hold on, I think such characters do exist back there. Heck, what's the whole point of considering me as saintly then? Rather than a saint, it'd be like a sex idol instead. 2. By the way, Shiru, why did you decide to leave Monte Cristo Island? Cecily, who hadn't heard about the situation regarding the conclusion of the stampede, asked me with an incredulous expression. Now that I think about it, only Mina knows about the Eminence Rock and the staff of Lamessine. Well, the truth is, I explained to Rouge and Cecily the whole matter from the beginning, where I got the staff. So, to sum it up, if they were to ask about how you managed to kill the 1,000 Ogres floor boss, you'll have to tell them about the Eminence Rock, which in turns will reveal that you have actually stolen the staff from the Countess. Is that it? Is that the reason why you decided to run away? It's as you both said. Which reminds me, what am I going to do with the staff now? I can't keep it on me forever. I only intended to fool around with it a bit before finally returning it to the original owner. Alright, I've decided. I'm going to go to Lulu Sanjian to return the staff. 3. The three of them stared at me in surprise, but that's just who I am. I mean, if I were to pick up even 100 yen at an intersection, I'll be sure to immediately report it to the police station. Also, I don't want to keep worrying about being found out for stealing the staff, so I'll just go and return it so I can enjoy living my life to the fullest in this other world with a clear conscience. But, how are you going to return it? It's not like you can just waltz into Countess Vebbel's residence and give it back to her, you know? Yeah, Cecily does raise a good point. But please, I'm not that stupid, you know? The Countess indeed tried to rape me, so I had no intention of giving the staff to her at the first place. That's right. Rouge interjected. How dare that wench pour wine onto Shiru's chest and happily lick it off. No need to have mercy on her. I'm so envious of her. Rouge, you. Of all the stupid remarks you can make, I'm sure there's no one else here who is as thoughtless of you. Truly unforgivable. Pa. I wish I could pour some wine on his chest and lick it off too. Alright, Mina, please stop running off your mouth already. But still, how best to settle the matter? I don't want to give the staff to her, and come to think of it, it's not hers to begin with. She's just someone sent to retrieve the treasure, which means that I could just return it directly to its owner. Got it. I'll return it directly to the Empress herself. 488. Huh? I mean, it supposedly belongs to the Empire, right? Which means it'd be faster if I return it to the Empress. After all, Christ once said return to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, right? I know the meaning is totally different, though. 5. Alright, still. Do you even have any idea how you're going to do it? Cecily looks worried, but I have a plan of my own. It's still the general outline draft of a rough idea, though. I'm going to sneak into the palace while equipping the Eminence Rock. Then, when I'm finally inside the Empress room, I'll unequip it, leave the staff behind along with an explanatory letter, and then use Captive Angel to instantly teleport back. I'd say it was a rather good plan, but Cecily's face still showed doubt. Do you think it'll work that smoothly? No matter how much the magic armor improves your physical capabilities, you're still just an amateur in combat. You have no experience in sneaking around. The guards might immediately discover you. Besides, I'm sure the Empress room is fully covered with an anti-magic shield. I'm not sure the Captive Angel could be activated in such a place. 6. Ah dang, I guess the plan was just full of holes. In the first place, why do you even bother returning the treasure at all? Why don't you just keep it? That's right, Okami-san, I think it's better if you just make full use out of it. The two of them have been saying that for a while, but I can't do that, since I'm just too honest of a person. Alright, I'll be frank, I'm a coward, so I'm not comfortable keeping stolen goods. I'll think of a way to return it later, but for now, I think I want to go to Lulu Sanjian. What about you girls? It's not fair to decide on our destination just on what I want, so if there's a place they want to visit, I'm going to take them there. I think I want to go to Lulu Sanjian too. That is, if you're fine with me tagging along with you, Shiru. Of course. In fact, I'll feel reassured if you're going with me, Cecily. I want to go with Okami-san too. Mina added. I want to go to the capital too, it's been a while since I've been there. Rouge concluded. If everyone is coming along with me, seems like it's going to be a fun journey. It's decided then. Alright everyone, let's get ready to leave right away. Yay! We then spent the whole afternoon fetching water and gathering food. Our next trip will be an elegant one, I'm sure of it. The small ship had been furnished even further by using my creation magic to make it more luxurious and comfortable. Now, it's even equipped with air conditioning equipment that utilizes ice magic to cool down the area. Not to mention that we have a large sum of money. The rough estimate of the contents of the treasure chest as a reward for defeating the floor boss, the 1,000 ogres, is said to be no less than 250 million lemons, so I decided to split these gold bars and magic stones equally among the four of us. Rouge and Cecily refused to accept their shares, even though I argued that all of us are a team. Even Mina, who dove into the dungeon with me, said she doesn't want it. In the end, I managed to make them accept by saying that I'm taking the Captive Angel artifact for myself, which is the treasure award for defeating the floor boss. Anyway, it is a great item. With it, I can teleport anywhere, which is a great blessing. I'm sure I'd be able to easily make a fortune by trading it, though I have a feeling that I'll be resented by my competitors if they realize that I can just instantly teleport anywhere. The ship sailed along pleasantly, splashing and breaking through the waves. It was towed by the seamers, so it didn't matter whether the wind was blowing or not. I was relaxing on my own chair in the deck, bathing in the sunlight. Alright, it's time to put my plan in motion. Cecily, I called, and Cecily came right over. What is it, Shiru? I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind. Just say the word. Cecily responds with a smile. Well, actually, I want you to put some sun lotion on my back. Cecily suddenly froze on the spot and made no movement whatsoever. Her reaction is just what I expected, and I can't help but find her cute. Oh man, I'm so glad I made this sun lotion back on Western Island. Is it no good? That's not a problem. Thanks. I took off my clothes right in front of her and laying face down on the deck chair. Shiru, and make sure to put some on my butt too. Why yeah. And if you don't mind me doing it, I'll also put some lotion on your body, later. Gulpy, please do. I closed my eyes as I felt the movement of Cecily's fingers, and I thought I could hear the sound of the waves more clearly. CH 87. Chapter 87. Measles. Our sailing trip went rather smoothly. For the sake of low maintenance need and energy efficiency, I ordered the steamers to maintain a cruising speed of about 25 kilometers per hour. 1. It's only about the speed of a bicycle going downhill, but it is still much faster than the speed of the sailing boats of this world. Sometimes there are fast boats that use wind magic to reach speeds of about 60 kilometers per hour, but normally they can't maintain such top speed for long. Probably because the wind magic user would run out of MP. We'd already encountered pirate ships and navy patrols several times, but after 40 minutes at high speed, they would give up chasing us and conduct their business elsewhere. For example, we just managed to outrun what looked like a navy ship. They finally gave up on us. Cecily, who had been constantly watching behind us while squinting, finally let out a sigh of relief. Do you think we're safe now? Those people must have realized that it's impossible to chase after us. However, I think it's time to rethink our plan. After all, the closer we are to a big port, the more patrol ships we'll encounter. The Imperial Navy is trying to suppress the pirates and smugglers. I don't mind our ship being searched for contraband, but there's over 250 million laymen on board, as well as other treasures that might lead to a complicated situation. According to Cecily, it's considered normal for military personnel to conduct a looting when they're doing searches, which is not unlike how pirates work. If I had known earlier, I would have just left most of the valuables back on Western Island. Even though I could use the captive angel to return there, I'm not sure I could return to this ship again afterward. That's because even though I can remember the ship, there's no way I can remember a location in the middle of the ocean. It feels like everywhere is the same. It's not the only treasure that I'm worried about. I'm quite certain that sooner or later, I would meet with some soldiers that would try to do an indecent act toward me. After all, if their military discipline is low, they might think they can do whatever they want to civilians. And so, to avoid such a bleak scenario, we have decided to just run away from every ship. If we see something that even looks remotely like a ship, we would steer clear away from it. Ideally, in order to reach the imperial capital of Lulusangian, we would enter a large port and take land transportation, but I heard that the inspection and immigration procedures are strict in such places. Fortunately, our ship was small and had a shallow draft, meaning we could dock at a small fishing port. We decided it would be better to find some small port we could safely moor in and then travel the rest of the way through the land route. Since we've brought 2 horse-shaped golems, such means of transportation won't be difficult. If we happen to come across an uncrowded pier, should we dock there? I also think it's better that way. If it's a quiet pier that you want, Okami-san, how about that one over there? Doesn't seem like many people or boats visited frequently. When I looked in the direction Minna pointed, I saw a small fishing village previously hidden by a cove. Oh, that would do, I think. Also, it looks rustic and quaint. In Japan, such places that are hidden away from the masses were often the home of the best guest houses. They usually have hidden hot springs that in the past belonged to feudal warlords that served delicious local cuisine. Until recently, I had been the one providing all the hospitality, so it would be nice to try food prepared by others for the first time in a while. Now that I think about it, even though I have spent quite some time here on another world, I've never had the opportunity to enjoy local cuisine. Let's stop there and relax for today. That's right. And we have lots of money, so let's have a feast tonight. Minna said excitedly. It's a small village, so we can't expect too much for the accommodation. But I'm sure there will at least be some locally brewed sake. Also, it would be great if there were some lonely widowers that need to be comforted. Rouge said with a similarly high spirit. However, when we reached the port, what awaits us that took us by surprise? It's because even though it was supposed to be a fishing village, but not a single boat was to be seen around the pier. Maybe all of them are still out fishing? But it's already past noon. That's weird. I don't see anyone. Shiru, stay close to me, Cecily said while keeping alert on her surroundings. There's the smell of smoke, so I'm sure that there are people living here, but we haven't met a single person yet. Walking past the harbor toward the residential area, we finally spotted a villager. However, that person's behavior was really strange. The person was sitting idly on the ground, leaning against the wall of a house, with a vacant, empty look. "Hello there." I tried to give a greeting cheerfully, but Cecily suddenly grabbed me by the shoulder before I could approach the person. "Wait. What's wrong, Cecily?" Cecily took a whiff of the air. This is Minna's and Rouge's complexion had changed as well. "What's wrong, Shiru? Don't you realize it? The smell of something burning. To be precise, it smells like they're burning corpses." "Eh? Could it be that they're having a cremation funeral right now?" "It can't be. The people around here bury the deceased." "That means there's a battle going on?" "I don't think that's the case either, since there's no sound of people fighting." As the four of us were talking, some old man appeared around the corner and came toward us with a surprised look on his face. "You people, how did you arrive here?" "We came from the sea," I answered very vaguely and tried to pass it off with a smile, but the old man shook his head with a somber look on his face. "You came at a terrible time. This village has been barricaded since there's a plague going on. That must be the reason there's not many people outside." "It's barricaded? Huh? You don't suppose there's a way for us to get out into the highways?" The old man's face looks even graver at Cecily's question. "The soldiers have encircled the village to ban anyone from leaving. They've even seized all the ships." "That explains why there isn't any ship in the dock." "Some people even tried to sneak out, but they were killed with arrows." "Even if it's for the sake of containing an outbreak, that's too cruel." "Oh Kami-san, it's dangerous being here now. Let's get back to the ship right away." "Why yeah." Rouge and Cecily immediately turned on their back as well. "What is it, Shiru?" "It'll be troublesome if the soldiers find us. Let's sail away right now." "Yes, I understand that too, Cecily. But, somehow, I feel like I shouldn't just turn my back here." "Father, it's Anne." Anne has suddenly collapsed. A middle-aged man ran up to the old man. He's holding a little girl close to his chest. "Anne also got a measles." "Oh Lord, please have mercy on us." The old man covered his face with his hands and began to cry. "Shiru, come on. If this isn't a measles plague, we need to get out fast. It's a dangerous disease." "I understand, Rouge. I know that plagues are terrible, and it made me tremble with fear. I've had a lot of scary things happen to me since I came to this world, but this is probably one that I fear the most. It made me want to get the hell out of here, and it would be so easy to escape, since we have ship. And yet, the time when I was almost raped by the soldiers, the time when Janice raped me, the time when we were against the White Maggot, and the time when I was fighting in the dungeon to save Cecily, in each and every one of them, I felt scared, I felt frustrated, and tormented, but in the end, I was always able to move on and live as happy as I could be. But this here, now, I feel that if I were ever to leave the girl in front of me and escape by myself, I feel that I would never be able to live with myself and be happy ever again." "Let me check her condition." I managed to take a step forward on shaky legs. "Shiru, I might be able to save her," I yelled out loud, as if to inspire myself. "Otherwise, my legs might give away and I could fall to the ground, and then Cecily would have carried me out of there, which would have made the situation more complicated." "And you are?" The father hurriedly took his little girl toward me with a gaze as if clinging to hope. "I'm just a simple traveler, but I know a thing or two about medicine." "Let me check on her." I then examined the girl lying on the ground with, repair ###. Repair target, human, Angavot, age 6. Description, infected with a measles virus, similar to the measles virus. Currently on the verge of developing encephalitis. 2. MP consumption, 1718. Repair time, 181 hours and 27 minutes. I see, so it's basically like measles. Back on Earth, I don't think there's a direct cure for measles. As I can't make a panacea yet, I have to make do with symptomatic treatment. "How is it, Shiru?" Cecily, who had been some distance away from me, came to my side and bent down with me. "I could manage the fever with antipyretics, but she's on the verge of developing encephalitis. That is not good, right?" "Right now, I'm trying to think of countermeasures." I use the creation magic search function to look up encephalitis as a keyword. "Got it." Item production: antiviral medicine. Category: medicine creation. MP consumption 873. Explanation: effective against encephalitis and meningitis that occur in patients with impaired immune function. Production time: 11 hours 42 minutes. I'll make the medicine right away. Anyway, Let's put her somewhere comfortable so she can rest. It was going to be a race against time. So I turned to the three of them. Everyone, you should go back to the ship, to avoid being infected. But Okami-san, how about you? I'll be fine. I once had measles when I was a child. Measles? Ah, I mean a measles. If measles and a measles are the same thing, then I should be immune to it. At least I hope so. Once you get it, you'll never contract it again, so don't worry. But we still can't leave you here alone. If something were to happen with you, then I'll stay with him as bodyguard, Rouge said while raising her hand. Rouge, there was an outbreak of a measles plague in my hometown long time ago. I also got sick at the time too, so you could say I've already gotten it once. My father died from it though. I'm sorry. My condolences. Well, anyway, if what you say is true, I should be immune from it too, right? If so, then let me help you. I'm really glad for her help. That's really reassuring. Thank you, Rouge. Please lend me a hand. Don't worry about me lending you a hand. I'll even lend you a breast if you want. I'll be fine with just having your hand, for now. As for your breasts, let me borrow it sometime in the future. And so Rouge, who has more strength than me, took the little girl in her arms and hurried to the old man's house. Ch 88. Chapter 88. We beg of you, Saint Sama. After I gave her an antipyretic, Anne's fever went down slightly. I'm neither a doctor or a nurse, so I don't know what's the best treatment for her symptoms, but I think it is important to keep her well hydrated and well nourished. I think I saw some lemons in the garden earlier. Can I use some of them? Kane-san, the old man that we met when we first come here, immediately got up and went into the garden to get some lemons for me. Also, I will need some sugar and salt. We have salt, but we have no sugar. The father, Bell-san, said apologetically. That's all right. Please just prepare some hot water. Rouge, get some salt and sugar from the ship's pantry. Oh, and also a teapot. The smallest one would do. Also, bring me 2 cokers to help me here. Got it. I'm about to make something like a sport drink. It's fairly easy to make by mixing water with sugar, salt, and if I add something sour like lemon, it will have a similar taste. 1. I should just put a bit of lemon though, since having too much of it won't be good for the inflammation of the throat. After getting the water boiled, I then put in some salt and sugar while checking the taste. I think it's supposed to be like this. Rouge, you try tasting it too. Sip. Ha. It's delicious. Just like the taste of first love. That's the old catchphrase of Kalpis, you know. 2. Then, can you cool it down with ice magic? My specialty is barrier magic. I'm not good with using ice magic. I don't need to cool it so much it becomes frozen. I only need to cool it down so it's easier to drink. Once the drink was sufficiently cooled down, I brought it to Anne, who was still lying down. The fever has subsided, but she seemed to be having trouble breathing. I could hear her making a wheezing sound while breathing, so I think it's related to phlegm. After I completed the medicine for encephalitis, I think it's better to start making expectorant. 3. That should only take a few minutes anyway. I transferred the cooled sports drink to the teapot and brought the spout to Anne's mouth. Here, drink this. It will make you feel better. Try to drink as much as you can. I slowly tilted the teapot and gave her the sports drink, and Anne eagerly drank it with gulping sound. She seemed quite thirsty. I want to get some ice to compress her head. Is there anyone here who can make it by using ice magic? Pell-san weakly shook his head. Most of the adult women have left the village because of conscription or labor, and all the people remaining here are only men, children, and the elderly. 4. My neighbor Lila-san used to be able to create ice, but now she's getting really old and can only cool things down a little. Wait, so magic is something you'll eventually lose as you get older? Could it be that one day I would lose my access to magic too? The village chief might still be able to create some ice, but her husband and child are also suffering from a measles, which means we don't have the means to provide ice for all of the people afflicted with the disease. Huh? Now this is a troubling situation. Cecily might excel at fire magic, but she's not good with ice magic, and so is Rouge. And Minna can only use physical reinforcement magic. If only Sierra was here with us right now. No, it's not good to think about Sierra every time I'm in a bit of a trouble. I need to pull myself together and push through. However, I'm currently in the process of making medicine, and I can't produce ice at the same time. It'll take some time, but I think I can make a small lump of ice. Rouge says she can make ice around the size of a tennis ball in about 30 minutes, but I don't think it'll be enough for all of them. And just when I wondered if there's a way I could somehow get some ice, I remembered that I have some ice at the cellar of my inn at Monte Cristo Island. It would probably take no more than a few minutes to make a round trip by using Captive Angel and take what I need from there. Besides, I was running away from there in a hurry, so I couldn't pack most of the stuff there, so it'd be nice if I could bring some of the booze and food that I've stored away there. It'd be nice to eat some shoulder bacon and cheese again after a while. Rouge, I'll be going back to the island for a bit, to get some ice. I have a freezing magical tool installed at the storage room, but I can't drag it just by myself. By island, you mean Monte Cristo Island? What if you run into someone there? We'll head straight into the storage room, so it'll be fine, and if it does happen that someone find us out, we can just quickly teleport away, right? You have a point there. Alright, let's get this done quick. When we told them that we're going away somewhere for a while, both Kane-san and Pell-san seemed worried and uneasy. Maybe they thought that Rouge and I are going to escape and leave Anne behind. Please don't worry. We're just going to get some ice for her. We'll be back soon. After I gently reassured them, I finally went back to the island using the Captive Angel. We teleported instantly into a pitch-dark space. We were holding hands when I first started teleporting, but all of a sudden Rouge hugged me while we're being disoriented in the darkness. What are you doing? I thought that you'd be terrified being in a dark place, so I wanted to console you. I might be timid and weak-willed, but even I'm not that cowardly, you know? I might be bad in dealing with violence or malice, but I don't mind being in the dark. Oh well, the sensation that I have in my arm is pleasant, so I'm not gonna complain about it. Oh, hers is so soft and fluffy. Turn on the lantern. Got it. As the magical lantern was activated, white light shined from it, illuminating our surroundings. Seems like we've properly teleported into the storage room. Doesn't seem like anyone has looted this place. That's because we've properly locked the entrance. Also, anyone who tries to mess up with the inn would receive swift and painful retribution from the other, since you have a lot of fans at the island, Shiru-san. The refrigerator was located at the far end of the storage room. It was a large one, 200 centimeters high and 110 centimeters wide. We checked it, and there's a lot of ice contained within the refrigerator. Rouge, are you sure you can carry this just by yourself? I've no problem carrying it for a short time. Please don't look down of my physical reinforcement magic, and if you need further proof of that, I can show you personally, preferably in bed. It's amazing how everything that comes out of her mouth can be considered as sexual harassment. Right, whatever. Anyway, I guess we've got all we need with us. I carried a lot of alcohol and some cotton cloth that could be used as a bandage in my hands, and we then returned back to Anne's house with a lot of stuff from the island. As we had disappeared and then reappeared just as suddenly, suffice to say that both Kane and Pell were quite surprised by us. However, not just them, but Minna and I were also surprised when we returned to the house, since in the meantime when we were on the island, many other villagers have gathered around in a small room. Ooh, the saint is here, he has returned. The saint? And all the villagers knelt down before me and Rouge. Saint Sama, I beg of you, please save this village. Please have mercy and give medicine to my husband too. Please help my child. My wife. She's on the verge of dying. I'm not a saint. I'm just a lewd guy who somehow ended up stranded in another world. I'm nothing but a normal person who's just getting carried away in a place where the gender morale is reversed. But, if there's anything I could do to help, I'll help as much as possible. How many sick people are there? At my question, the villagers just looked at each other and tilted their heads. I guess the first thing we must do is to gather information, since we need to make sure to have enough antipyretics. Oh, and also enough ice. Rouge, do you have paper and pen? Got some right here. Rouge always carries them around, since those items are indispensable for adventurers who constantly need to map dungeon. I want to go around the village and check the condition of the sick people. Can you come with me, Rouge? As you wish, my dear Saint Sama. Rouge said with a grin. At a glance, Rouge might look like a plainy girl with freckles, but hidden behind those eyes is a mischievous little devil. So you're calling me a saint too, huh? Even though you just sexually harassed me when we were alone in the storage room. But then again, even back on Earth, I've always loved priestess and saintess-themed erotic doujinshi too. 5. After all, a combination of gentleness and eroticism is a deadly combination, and such trope has garnered my full respect. I see, I understand you now, Rouge. I can agree with you. If that's the case, I'll try my best to live up to your expectations. I'll become an erotic and wonderful saintess. I mean, saint, for everyone's sake. Hold on, actually, it's a bit scary to play such a role. Could it be that, just like before, I'm getting influenced by the circumstances again? Oh well, I guess it's fine anyway. CH 89. Chapter 89, State of Oblivion. As we went around the village, we counted 46 sick people has been infected with the measles. I was told that the population of the village was 118, so about 40% of the residents were infected. I've prepared around 50 antipyretics, so it should be enough for now. If I remember correctly, measles was an airborne disease, so I think it should be the same with the measles. It might be late now, but I think we need to quarantine the sick. Is there a large place like a meeting hall in this village? If you need such place, there's the worship room in the temple. Linda, the village chief, took the initiative in showing us around. She might be a middle-aged woman in her early 50s, but her movements were brisk. Yeah, of course the village chief is a woman too. Just like how men held all the important position during feudal times on Earth, here it's being held by women. Come to think of it, the temple head, was a woman too. She's 28 years old, a beautiful woman, and seems to be a kind person. Also, she gives off an aura of a mature and collected woman. Anyway, when I asked her to use the temple as a treatment center to prevent the spread of infection, she kindly gave me permission. Are you truly a saint? Priestess Rikoa's big, clear brown eyes are directly focused on me. Her gaze held pure curiosity and she was staring at me so intensely that it made me feel embarrassed. I'm really sorry. I'm not a saint. I'm just a plain lecherous person. I'm nowhere as esteemed of personage like that. I'm but a mere traveler with a bit of knowledge for medicine. It was a stroke of fortune that the medicine was working well that Anne's fever went down immediately, and so Kane-san and Pell-san's story became exaggerated. As a matter of fact, if we're talking about saintly attributes, I think Rikoa is more saintly than I am. After all, she gave off so much aura of being pure and innocent. Is that so? Anyway, Temple Head Sama, if possible, I'd like you to spread information to the villagers. Please tell them to wash their hands regularly at home, even if they think they are healthy. Also, they need to frequently gargle with salt water. Those two things alone should significantly reduce the chance to contract the measles disease. Is that true? It is. Truth is, I don't have much confidence in the information, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Actually, I think it's better if they just took a bath and washed their whole body well. I'm afraid that's quite impossible for the villagers. The only bath that are available here are the one inside the temple and the one in the village chief's house. We've been traveling north for the time being, so the temperature here is much colder compared to Monte Cristo Island. Bathing during such cold season will be hard. I guess it can't be helped, then. Please instruct the villagers to wash their hands and gargle thoroughly. After I asked her to do so, I started making the sport drink again. I've made some makeshift stretchers and had the Iwos and Gokus help me to gently carry the patients to the temple. Thanks to Kane-san's initiative, the other villagers started to help me too and it was easier to nurse the sick people. By the way, everyone who helped me had been infected with the measles once, so it should be safe for them. And all I could do was to supply them with antipyretics, some sport drinks and nutrition, and to teach them how to make ice packs by using leather. Saint Sama, please leave it to us and take a rest. Kane-san offered when the sun was about to set. It seems like Rikoa-san was going to provide dinner too. Then, I will clean myself up and change my clothes before eating dinner. Rouge and I have been carrying patients to the temple, so I've been sweating a lot. If possible, I'd like to take a bath before having dinner. I guess I'll boil some water on the beach and then ask Iwao to pour it over me. Popo, deliver this message to Cecily. To Cecily, please boil water in the cauldron. It's for my bath time. Shiru. The villagers watched in wonder as Popo flew out of the window towards the ship with the note in its beak. I see, Saint Sama uses Gillam as messengers. That means those Gillams are his apostles, right? I don't intend to stay here for long anyway, so I've given up on trying to clear the misunderstanding. You can just think whatever you like about it. Well then, Please excuse me for now. I will be back in time for dinner." With a smiling face, I bowed politely and headed for the beach. Rikoa's puff, so dazzling. Rikoa muttered unintentionally, which made Kane-san to glance at her, and do a double take. Temple Head-sama? Perhaps realizing her blunder, Rikoa tried to smooth it up by giving instructions with a reddened face. "You remember what Shiro-san had said, right? Everyone should thoroughly wash their hands and gargle before going home." Yes, and let's take turns eating. The people from the upper area should go home and eat dinner first. In the meantime, have the people from the lower area to take care of the sick." Once Rikoa had said what she needed to say, she left in a hurry and told Ines, the temple helper, to prepare dinner. "Shiro-san will shortly return here. It'll be fine if we make dinner start at 6. I'm going to recite evening prayer, so I'll leave the rest to you." Rikoa then turned to leave, but was called out bluntly by Ines. "Temple Head-sama? What is it? Your face looks really red. Could it be that Temple Head-sama has fallen sick with the measles too?" That's not it. I only feel it's a little hot in here." "Is that so? I'm glad it's nothing serious." "That's right. There's nothing to worry about." The normally mild-mannered Rikoa said that with a little anger, and Ines shrugged her head. She thought that Rikoa only acted that way because she has been taking care of the sick people. That's why her body feels hot, and her face gets flushed. After deciding that it must be the case, Ines then began to prepare dinner. The main hall was full of sick people, so Rikoa performed the evening prayer in her room. She quietly recited from the prayer book, accompanied by small lamps and incense. After a series of rituals, she then starts to open the scriptures to study them. As is her daily routine, she would usually devote herself to studying the scriptures before dusk. But today, she found herself unable to concentrate on the content of the scripture, and instead, all she could think of is Shiro's face, hands, and the nape of his neck. "Just what have I been doing?" Realizing that she had been doing nothing but thinking about Shiro, she stood up in frustration, when suddenly the door opened. "Temple Head-sama?" It was the temple girl, Ines. Feeling as if someone had just witnessed the moment that she gave in to her ugly desires, Rikoa's words turned rude. "What do you want?" Rikoa's sharp gaze terrified Ines. Seeing Ines on the verge of tears, Rikoa was dismayed and came to her senses. Sorry, I couldn't help but thinking about the plague and couldn't calm down." She felt disgusted with herself for lying, but there was no way she could tell the truth. "Did something happen?" "I was only about to tell you that dinner is ready." "I understand." "And where is Shiro-san now?" "Saint-sama has not returned yet." "He must be still in his ship," Rikoa thought, and started to stand up. "In that case, I'll go and get him. I need a bit of a breather anyway." Saying it in a voice as gentle as possible, she then went outside. The cool evening air soaked into her skin as she stepped outside. The sun had not yet set and was still burning bright red in the western sky. Such scenery made Rikoa walk toward the beach with a cheerful mood. Eventually, though, she encountered a strange sight when she reached a row of trees serving as a windbreak. For some reason, there were villagers hiding behind the pine trees and energetically looking toward the beach. "Everyone, what are you doing here?" Temple Head-sama? "Wait, we can explain. This is not what you think." The villagers that were gathering there were all women, and when Rikoa set her eyes towards the direction of the beach where the gaze of the villagers was seeming to be focused to, And for that short, fleeting moment, Rikoa lost track of everything. Her words, her thoughts, and seemingly her whole being, was completely and utterly overwhelmed by the sight that appeared in front of her. Right before her, a man was exposing his naked body. Ahead of her line of sight was Shiro bathing in hot water on the beach, illuminated by the setting sun, creating an illusion that his almost translucent skin glows a pale orange in the afterglow of dusk. The water droplets that remained on his skin glittered like jewels. After entering a state of oblivion, Rikoa's heart was flooded with a variety of emotions: desire, confusion, frustration, remorse, and anger. What were you all doing here?" "I will not tolerate such a despicable act of peeking." At Rikoa's reprimand, the villagers all scurried away. However, it seems like her voice was too loud, since it attracts the attention of the man before her. Shiro, who was having the Gillam pour hot water on him, slowly turned toward Rikoa and gave her a surprised smile. "Oh my, Temple Head-sama, why are you here?" Time seemed to stop again for Rikoa, since Shiru didn't even bother to cover up his naked body. Could it be that it's already time for dinner? Please forgive me, I'll head the right away. Shiru quietly told her before started washing his body again. This man. Is he a real saint, or is he an evil spirit trying to tempt me? Rikoa was still staring at Shiru, unable to remove her gaze. It was less than a few seconds, but to Rikoa it felt like a long, breathtaking moment, bordering on eternity. And then, when her gaze turns downward, and seeing his genitals standing proud and tall, Rikoa finally turned tail and ran toward the temple in terror. That can't be real, can it? It must be an illusion. But how can a man who can't use magic create such illusion? Then, that thing must be just my hallucination created by my own lust. Shiru's puff. I looked off to the side as Rikoa-san ran back toward the village. Maybe I went a bit overboard by letting her see my exposed body, but then again, I feel like it would be an overreaction if I just suddenly decided to cover my body when she suddenly appeared. That's why I decided to play it cool. Not to mention that, I actually have an exhibitionist fetish. And when I realized that the temple head was ogling my naked body, I couldn't help it and get excited. That's why my little Joe got up to full attention. She might hate me for showing something weird. Yeah, shame on me. Chapter 90, Get thee behind me, evil spirit. I'd feel bad if I only received dinner, so I decided to take some cheese, bacon, and wine from the cellar as a present. Cecily and Minna would be at risk of getting the disease if they were to enter the village, so I told them to stay on the ship and hold the fort. Rouge, never let your guard down, okay? I'm entrusting you with the task of guarding Shiru. As usual, Cecily is being so earnest and worried too much about me. It'll be fine. There are only old people and children over there. Don't let their old age let your guard down, Shiru. No matter how old a woman is, they may still do terrible things to you. Well, come to think of it, the grannies were peeking at me bathing earlier. Back on Earth I've often saw a lecherous old fart doing perverted misconducts. I guess it's almost the same thing here. Don't forget to bring the invisibility ring and the staff of Lamacine. Also, might as well bring several ball of light and explosive balls too. Minna suggested. Guess I need to prepare my equipment and get ready for any eventuality. After that, to calm their worries, I hugged both of them and gave them a peck on their forehead. Viva la Sky World. I can do things like this to girls and it'll make them happy instead of them being angry. Don't worry, you two. I'll be fine, I promise. Why yeah. While Cecily stuttered, Minna only keeps silent. That's nice and all. But how about a kiss for me too? Rouge begrudgingly said. Why are you complaining? You got to eat dinner with me, right? Between a dinner with you and a kiss, I wonder which one is the better deal. I'm torn between the two choices. Alright, stop being silly and let's go there. We then headed to the temple with Rouge is still holding her head, contemplating deeply about it. We gave the present to Rikoa-san and Ines, but the temple helper seemed to be far more appreciative than the temple head. Oh dear, it has been so long since we had meat, since we only have fish around here for every day. Praise be the Lord, praise be the Lord. Ines-san was worshipping me and the piece of bacon alternately. Shiru-san, it's too precious of a gift, we can't possibly accept it. Rikoa-san said with a troubled face. Don't worry about it. We have too much stock on our ship, and we can't eat all of them by ourselves. It'd go bad otherwise. After that it was decided that we would offer a simple prayer before eating. It's my first experience to join a prayer since I came to this world, but the way they pray is like joining hands in Buddhism, and it was interesting. Then, it was time for dinner. The only thing served as dinner was fish soup and bread. The fish soup was simmered with onions and potatoes fried in olive oil, and it was a little salty but still delicious. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I ate food cooked by someone else. Is this soup made by Ines-san? Yes, it is. I hope you'll find the taste agreeable, since it's only a village cooking after all. It's really delicious. Actually, it's been a long time since I've tasted something like this. Reminds me of my mother's cooking. I think Ines-san is about the same age of her. I wonder if my mother is doing fine. Oh, dear. Saint Sama, does your mother usually cooks too? My mother was a cook, actually, and thanks to you, I'm able to experience the taste of home cooking again. Ines-san, thank you very much. The back of my nose and the tops of my eyes were tingling. but I managed to hold back the tears. Rikoa's pof. Rikoa and Ines saw Shiro and Rouge off at the entrance. Only after the light from Shiro's lantern was far enough did Ines open her mouth. Truly, what a kind and lovely saint he is. Even the words he said to a person like me is full of compassion. Yes, I heard from his companion, Rouge-san, that he's really good at cooking and sewing. If only my daughter Cindy could bring someone like him to be my son-in-law, I would have nothing to worry about. I agree. And he has that ideal body type. I heard that a man like that would be able to give many healthy offspring. Too. Yes, you're right. Ines? How dare you utter such words inside the temple? I'm truly sorry, Temple Head Sama. You see, Cindy has been single since forever, while I already want to see the face of my grandchild, and so I unconsciously said the thing that I didn't mean to say. I understand how you feel, but you must never allow yourself to have a lewd imagination. As the light from Shiro's lantern was finally no longer visible, Rikoa then returned to her room. She sat down in her chair and tried to calm herself down, but the words Ines had just said seemed to be stuck in her ears. He has that ideal body type. Would be able to give many offspring. It wasn't Ines who imagined lewd things about Shiro. It was me all along. Oh Lord, I beseech thee, please deliver me from such wicked thought. If this keeps going on I might. Rikoa felt an irrepressible burning sensation from within her, but not from the wine that Shiro had brought with him. Fearing that she would be unable to get anything done at this point, Rikoa decided to employ her last resort. She never thought that a time would come for her to have to use it, and while being terrified by her uncontrollable desire, she took a small box from the back of the cupboard. What was inside of it was a nine-tailed small whip called the Self-Discipline Whip. 3. Back to Shiro's Pof. After we returned from the temple, I made myself a cup of coffee. Apparently, it is not usual to drink coffee after having a meal in the temple. It's become something normal since we're living with Shiro, but actually to be able to drink coffee is something luxurious, you know. Is that so, Cecily? Coffee beans grow only in special climates, don't they? Most of them are transported by ocean-going vessels, so they are quite expensive. If that's true, that means I might be able to rake in a large fortune just by creating and selling coffee beans. 4. Okami-san, why do I have the feelings like you're experiencing an evil smile right now? Mina remarked while slightly shuddering. That's right. You're giving me the impression of a dark saint, Shiro. How intriguing. Rouge added. Did I really let out such an evil-like impression just now? But I was only thinking of making easy money. Well, currently I have enough money, so I don't think I need to earn more right now. Anyway, how was your dinner? Cecily kindly asked the question, but somehow it feels like she was forcing it. It was great. It was the first time in a long while that I ate a meal served by someone else. I knew it. Having someone to make food for you really feels good. I said so, expressing my honest opinion, but somehow Cecily looked deeply apologetic. My bad. I should have cooked something for you. 5. Not only Cecily, even Rouge and Mina looked apologetic too. Now, Cecily, you can cook? Well, if it's something simple, sure, I can cook too, Okami-san. I also have some skills in cooking. Is that true? I never once saw any of three of them cooking, though. So, what kind of food can you make? Salted grilled fish. By using my explosion magic, grilled and salted fish. Grilled fish with salt. So, basically, all three of them only know how to make salt grilled fish. Suddenly, there's a message pop up. Chime. Antiviral drugs time until finished 0 o'clock. Antiviral drugs production is completed. Please specify the location to appear. Oh, it seems that Anne's medicine has been completed while we were chatting. Since the medicine is finally finished, I'm going to go to the temple again. Alright, let me escort you again. Rouge put down her drinking cup and started to get up, but I refused her. That's alright, I'll bring the two wonders to guard me, so please slowly finish your coffee, Rouge. I also still have the invisibility ring on my finger, and staff of Lamessine on my bag. I'll be right back. Alright, see you in a bit. Holding a magic lantern on my hand, I quickly ran outside toward the temple. I breathed a sigh of relief as I finally gave Anne the medicine. The medicines that I had created until now were usually very effective, so I'm sure she would be getting better soon. I'm planning to stay in the village for a while to check on her progress, but it should be alright now. Not only Anne, I hope the other sick villagers would get well soon. I can see the villagers who were nursing them were sleeping on the corner of the temple room. Probably they're exhausted as well. I took the opportunity to check on the other patients, but none of them seemed to be suffering from high fever. I also gave some sports drink to those who said they were thirsty, and wiped the sweats from their faces and necks. After finishing my final round of checking them, I then decided to leave the temple. But I guess I should say a few words to the temple head before that. With that in mind, I headed for her office in the back of the building. It was just before I knocked on the door of her office when I heard a strange noise. MMPF. I heard a muffled voice of Riko-san's. Maybe she's currently talking to someone. Whip. Q. Evil spirit. Begone from this place. Whip. No way. The temple head is fighting an evil spirit. I need to go and help her. Alright. I've equipped Eminence Rock. I'm also activating the invisibility ring now. In order to surprise the demon, I gently opened the door so as not to make a sound. Whip. Q. Wicked and insolent delusion. I banished thee from here. Turns out it's not what I thought it was at all. What appeared in front of me was not an evil spirit, but magnificent pure white breasts. Riko-san was topless and was whipping herself, her whole body glistening under the pale light. Drenched in sweat, her eyes looked like they were a bit dyed with madness. Her bangs were sticking on her forehead and a lot of whip marks are visible on her shoulder, a far contrast to how her appearance is during the daylight. Whip. NNGH. Shiru-sama, I won't lose. What? Me? I quickly checked if she were able to see me even though I was still activating the invisibility ring, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Whip. Saint-sama. Please don't let me suffer any more than this. Hey, I didn't do anything though. Just by looking at you, I can feel a lewd, indecent desire welling up in my heart. It makes me wet. I gently close the door back. I love nudity, but I'm not a fan of S&M play. I'm bad when it comes to pain. No matter whether I got hurt or someone else got hurt, just the thought of it is enough to make me shiver in fear. And so I pretend that I didn't see anything and returned to the ship. Even after leaving the temple, I couldn't get the image of Riko-san out of my mind. It feels like it's etched into my memory. She looked like she was in pain and anguish. Oh, that's weird. Usually, I'm really bad at handling anything related to pain. But somehow, I feel excited. It's as if some kind of evil spirit has entered my body. This is a little scary. What's up with this feeling of excitement? Evil spirit, get thee behind me. And so I tried to erase the memory of Riko-san's anguished expression, but the harder I tried, the more vivid the memory has become. 6. Chapter 91, Robe of the Holy Saint. The next day, when we went to the temple again, Riko-san looked pale and even had small dark circles under her eyes. I had a lot to think about so I couldn't sleep last night. Riko-san said she said so, but I'm sure it was more whipping and less thinking that made her unable to sleep. I'm guessing that she whipped herself as a punishment for having indecent desires. To be honest, Riko-san's appearance last night really excited me, and for the first time in my life, I used S&M theme to power up my little Joe. And after I regained myself and calmed down, I had some mixed feelings about it. It feels like I need to distance myself from Riko-san for a while. Otherwise, I feel like I'm in danger of opening a new door that I would be unable to turn back from. Alright, let's stick as close as possible to the patients and steer clear from her. Anne's fever had completely gone away, and now she was annoying the adults around her by trying to slip out of bed whenever she had the chance. Anna-chan, I'm already completely healthy now. I want to go outside and play. Her body temperature was normal, and her appetite has returned, but it doesn't mean that we can let her go home just yet. Please bear with it for a little longer, okay? When all the bad germs inside of Anne's body are gone, you can go home. It's not only the measles that I'm worried about. Since her immune system is currently weakened, I'm afraid there might be some complications later. You are okay, I'll tell you what. If you're really that bored, how about if this Anna-chan here tells you a story? So, what kind of story do you like? I want a story about a strong knight's armor slaying a big, bad dragon. I see, since the gender roles between this world and the earth are reversed, Even the little girls here would be more interested in heroic tales instead. I guess it would be boring for her if I tell her the story of Snow White or Cinderella. I wonder if she would be happy if I put on the Eminence rock armor and put on a heroine show, instead of those pop-up hero show they usually held on a mall's square. Let's shake hands with me in Temple Square, or something like that. 1. There were quite a few people who got pneumonia due to complications, and I so spent my days making antibacterial medicine for them. And before I knew it, I had been in this village for 3 weeks. There were many people who got sick with the measles and we had to carry them to the temple, but thankfully we somehow managed to put the epidemic under control. Every day I made medicine by using their medicine production skill, and I spent the time between to make clothes of my own. The weather was getting colder by the day, and thick clothes, which were unnecessary on Monte Chris Island, has become a necessity here. Lulu Sanjian is still way further north, so I guess we will be needing winter clothes soon. After being hailed as a saint, I got carried away and made myself a saint-like costume. I made the design by using an illustration from a novel that I once read long ago as a reference, and modified it as something usually worn by men, so it would be appropriate for a saint. It's a gorgeous outfit with a white base and gold trim. 2. In accordance with my nature as an exhibitionist, I wanted to charm everyone by wearing hot pants and tank top, but I would be just a fool if I wore only that in this cold weather. And so, I decided to choose the other option, which is to keep the exposed parts as few as possible, so when I finally undress, they would say, "Oh my god, that's amazing." So, what do you think? And so, I showed the 3 of them my newly made clothes. Shiru, you really are a saint. What? No. Why did you come to that conclusion anyway? Cecily, you've been with me the longest, and so after all this time, you should have realized that I'm just a lecherous person. 3. There's no way I could be a saint. Though I may reach enlightenment once I'm done doing it. I might get divine punishment. No, Mina, you won't get divine punishment by sleeping with me. Otherwise, Chris would have lost the war by now, Ram would have been demoted, and Sierra would. Alright, let's stop such train of thought here. And so, what's under those clothes? Rouge asked, her eyes show full earnest. Do you want to see it? Rouge and Minna nodded their heads furiously, while Cecily was still staring without moving an inch. Alright, let's play a bit coy here. Yufufu. I undo the buttons on the parts I couldn't see and slowly took it off through the sleeves. And then, ta-da, hhhhh. The top long robe fell to the floor, and what appeared now was a pure white tube top. Of course, I let my belly button bare for all to see, and for the bottom, I'm wearing tight white shorts. 4. Girls in this world really do like white separate swimsuits, don't they? Just like how Japanese boys like white bikinis. It seems that the impossible fantasy of having a sense of purity mixed with eroticism is a common preference shared across different worlds. Alright, then, let me hear your impressions. You're the best. Thank you, Lord, for giving me jacking off material enough for a lifetime. And while Minna and Rouge had given their opinions, Cecily seems like she's still struggling with her emotion. Cecily, say something too. It looks really good on you. And while I was having my stupid fashion show, I heard a voice calling me from outside the ship. Saint Sama, is all the preparation ready? Ah, that's right. I had the village chief and the temple head waiting for me. The village is currently under a blockade by the army, and now that the measles is under control, I need to go talk with them to have the blockade lifted. So both the village chief and the temple head had asked me to go with them to explain the situation. Yes, I'm coming right over now. I put on my clothes and fixed my hair in panic. My hair had grown long enough to hang over my shoulders now. It had become a bother, so I've been tying it up with a string, but I'd like to get it cut somewhere. If I go to a more urban area, there might be a barbershop, so I'll have to be patient until then. Saint Sama, how truly divine. When the village chief and the temple head saw my new saint outfit, they froze on the spot. Whoa, that's a really good reaction. I feel like I've started being drawn into cosplay now. Maybe I should try preparing more varieties of outfits. I wanted to see their reaction if I started undressing the long robe, though. But yeah, let's keep my desire in check for now. I don't want the temple head to get new whip marks on her back. That'd be really pitiful. Let's hold back, and leave her alone. But I really wanted to see the look of anguish in her eyes again, even if just one more time. That peachy skin, the swaying breasts, and the red, painful marks on her backs. No, I can't lose to my desire, I won't. It was never my intention to make other people suffer. And I must not, will not, take away her peace of mind just for the sake of my own feeble desire. That's why, I will hide this ugly desire by using these saintly clothes. Shall we proceed, then? I tried using the saintliest voice I could imagine and started to walk away. A short distance from the village gate, the guards were making a ruckus. I could hear the sound of many whistles. They must have seen us approaching and gave signal to be on the lookout. Stop right there, one of the soldiers told us. As instructed, we stopped just outside the gate. The 3 girls were standing guards before me, and Rouge was already prepared her barrier magic, ready to cast it at once. An officer-like person with several of her subordinates then came toward us. What do you want? I don't care what happened, but we can't let you through. I'm the village chief, Lindeberg, and we came here to tell you that the threat of a measles plague has left the village. Is that true? None of the villagers, not a single one, has a rash on their body anymore. Just like measles, a measles gave a red rash, and after hearing the report that no one has red rash anymore, the faces of the soldiers listening to the report were flooded with relief. I see. I'll send some soldiers to check up on the village. How many people died? 12 people. That's way lower than I thought. That's because the Holy Saint has descended upon our village and graced us with his appearance. The way you say descended is like I came from the sky, but I actually came from the southern sea, you know. A saint, you say? Cecily's larger body frame was in front of me, blocking the soldier's view, and when Cecily moved to the sides, the officer quickly noticed me in her immediate field of vision. May I inquire who you are? Wow, first impression really is important. If I were still using my usual outfit, I might only be met with skepticism, but right now, I could feel the awe in the eyes of the soldiers. The effect of the saint cosplay is indeed amazing. I'm not a saint, not even comparable to such esteemed existence. I'm merely a traveler. I happen to have some knowledge about medicine, so I've been prescribing it to the people of this village. I am of the opinion that the measles disease in this village have been brought under control. Please confirm it with your own eyes. After saying that, I then calmly closed my eyes, trying to radiate wisdom and calmness. So, what do you think? Instead of a saintess, I'm perfectly acting like a saint now, right? I never realized it, but doing cosplay is really great. Chapter 92, Rocking Carriage. The time to say goodbye was approaching soon. It was finally time to leave this village and head for the imperial capital, Lulusanjian, since the purpose of this trip was to return the staff of Lamessine to the Empress. The village chief kindly agreed to keep my ship at the port of the village. I was really grateful for that, since I knew that from here on it would be an overlandry journey, and if it weren't for the offer, I would then have to sell the ship somewhere, or in the worst case scenario, sink it. Since the Iwos are slow moving, and the steamers can't travel on land, I'm going to leave them here with the ship. After doing maintenance on each of them, I then put them to sleep mode, until the time they will be awoken for their next assignment again. Okami-san, we've finished attaching the carriage. Minu informed us that she has completed tying the carriage we've purchased to Silver's. It's a large 4-wheeled farm wagon, so there's plenty of room for the 4 of us and our stuff. It also has a cover, so it seems we would be able to withstand slightly bad weather. Silver has several times more horsepower than an ordinary horse, and he is powered by magic, so he never gets tired. With 2 Silvers pulling the carriage, we should have no problem of traveling long distance. Please forgive us for only able to provide you with such meager carriage. Please raise your head, Pelsan. Such carriage is wonderful enough for us. But, it's such a shabby carriage unbefitting for the Holy Saint to ride in. It's actually alright, you know. Since I'm already planning to do a magical makeover using my creation magic once I left the village. There are many things to consider: air conditioning and heating, high air tightness and robustness, and the ultimate suspension for quietness and stability. Also, we'll need to replace the wheels with rubber tires, and I'll want a comfortable bed, too. Also, having a little space for cooking would be useful too, and I'd want to install a shower room since it's cold outside. And then a tarp could be attached to the side of the carriage so that it can be put up at any time. Wait a minute, isn't this becoming a camper van? I guess it would be, but I think that's the kind of improvement that I want to have. Suddenly, it looks like fun. I'm looking forward to doing the makeover. On the day of departure, All of the villagers were there to see us off. Saint Sama, please come again. Anne, who had recovered completely, was waving her little hand with all her might. Please eat a lot and grow healthy, okay? Saint Sama, please be careful out there. Rikoa-san, the temple head, also called out to me. Please don't call me that, Temple Head Sama. I'm not a saint. Please just call me Shira like you used to. I don't know why, but before I know it, even Rikoa-san started calling me a Saint Sama. Don't tell me, this is also the effect of the cosplay? Number. I have witnessed myself many miracles from you. I know for sure that any doctor's medicine would be incomparable to the effectiveness of yours. In this world, the development of medicine seems to be very slow because of healing magic. There are doctors, but they seem to provide only unreliable treatments. The problem is, there were so few people who could actually use his healing magic. I leave the medicine in the first aid kit to be managed by you, Temple Head Sama. Please make sure to observe the dosage and administration. I left the first aid kit with Rikoa-san, which looks just like a Japanese medicine cabinet. Inside of it were the medicines and bandages that I had been diligently making over the past 3 weeks. I'm sure the diligently working temple head would not use them for personal gain, only for the benefit for the villagers. The villagers then followed us seemingly forever, until we finally stopped at the bridge that serves as the boundary of the land. It was the first time anyone had accompanied me for 8 kilometers just for seeing me off, and I was really moved by it. If only my butt wasn't in pain because of all the rocking and bouncing of the carriage. The carriage was not equipped with springs, and the road was not well maintained, so the rocking hits my buttocks directly. I forced myself to composedly sit down and maintain my smile because I couldn't afford to look bad while they were seeing me off. Really, I didn't want to ruin everyone's image of me as a saint, you know. Cecily, please tell me, is the villagers still looking at us now? Yes they are. Why? I can't take it anymore. It's my butt. Why your butt? I already used a thick material as a cushion, but it still hurts. I have no idea how the girls are still able to sit calmly with all the rocking and bumping. I guess the buttocks of modern Japanese people are just too fragile. Shiro-san, it's all right now. The villagers are already out of sight. The moment Rouge, who was sitting in the last row, told me, I dived onto the mat that had been laid out. It really hurts. Nobody look this way, okay? I took off my lower body clothes and checked my buttocks in the mirror that Goku passed to me. My skin was already pale, but my buttocks, which usually did not get much sun, were even whiter and looked redder because of it. Yawa. This looks just like the buttocks of a monkey. It sure is. It looks painful. It is. Wait a minute, Rouge. Why are you blatantly look this way? I was on all fours, which means she was able to sum my important parts. Wasn't she? Ah, that's not fair. I won't allow you to jump out of turn, Rouge-san. Unforgivable. Section Pilcrow. Yawa. Cecily you idiot. Don't use explosion magic inside of the carriage. Just like that, the moment the villagers weren't with us we started doing idiotic things. Well, we were all nervous since we constantly behaved ourselves and tried to do our utmost best to act refined, so it would be befitting as the saint and his followers. Now that the girls are finally able to leave the village and no longer have to keep up the facade, such commotion is just their way of letting off some anxiousness and stress. There's no other choice. Cecily, please help. I handed Cecily one of the wound medicines that I've created. What is it? I'm sorry, but could you put this on my butt? I'm sorry for asking something weird. When I half-assed asked Cecily so, she froze up again. And Rouge used that moment of hesitation to snatch up the wound medicine from her hand. If you're not doing it, big sis, then let me do it. Alrighty then, Shiro-san. Please lay on your back. Hey now, it's my buttock that I want you to apply the medicine with. Ergo, I should be lying on my stomach instead. You know? That's not fair. I want to apply the lotion too, Rouge-san. It's not a lotion, Mina, it's a wound medicine. I don't know why but I think Mina somehow knows about kinky plays. Oh wait, I think I'm the reason why she knows such things. 1. Don't make a fuss in the carriage anymore. The carriage is rocking too much. Stop fighting and just apply it in turns. I'm aware that what I'm saying is stupid, but I had no choice since this is for the sake of ending a pointless conflict. What's that? I should just let Goku do it, you say? Nay, I'd rather have a pretty woman do it for me. After that, there was a bit of a dispute over who gets to apply to which part on my body, but in the end the noisy treatment was finally over. Anyway, my butt keeps getting hurt easily. I don't think we could travel properly, so I'm already started working on the underside of the carriage. Right now, it only has wooden wheels wrapped with thin iron plates. I think I could reduce a lot of shaking just by changing it into rubber tires. I don't think I could travel more for the day, so can we just camp here? I want to make slight change to the carriage. In the meantime, we'll follow what you want, Shiru. Everyone had agreed, so I used my creation magic to change the carriage that was originally made for transporting goods into something which has suspension and rubber tires. It will take 22 hours to make, so it will be completed tomorrow morning, but it's something that needs to be done. From now on, let's use the day for traveling and the night for remodeling the carriage. It was still early in the afternoon, but we decided to make a leisurely camp next to the road today. We sat around the campfire and talked over coffee and roasted marshmallows. Oh, that reminds me, Cecily, could you teach me how to use a sword? What's the matter, all of a sudden? I get you, Shiru. You must have wanted some self-defense technique to repel women who would approach you in a disgusting manner, right? Rouge, I don't think you're in the position to say that, since you're the one who always made remarks which easily fall into sexual harassment. It's nothing like that. I just thought that it might turn useful in an emergency. When I equip Eminence Rock, I become able to unleash a weapon called Light Blade. Since Eminence Rock multiply my ability by several folds, I'm sure that any improvement in my base ability would be significantly boosted when I'm wearing the armor. Until now, it was fine because I've been living on an isolated island far away in the ocean, but from now on I'll be going into a big capital city full of people, so even if it's just a little, I want to be more prepared. And also, time to time, the image of Cecily's broken form with limbs torn off keeps springing on my mind, and I don't want it to happen ever again. Alright, I'll teach you a thing or two about swords. First, let's start with how to hold it. Now that I think about it, I never had a clue about how to handle a weapon. And so after lunch, I started the sword training session with Cecily-sensei. I think Mina and Shiru were having plenty or play scenarios during that one night stand on the Western Island. Chapter 93. New Winter Collection. I've started training with the wooden sword Cecily made me. For my light blade skill, the length of the blade may come out varying, with 200 centimeters as maximum length, but the wooden sword that I was using for training now is about 120 centimeters long. Shiru, you're using this as a one-handed sword, right? Yes. I'm planning to keep my left hand open so I could use the beam attack. Now that I think about it, you don't actually need to train with a sword, do you? It's be better if you practice using the beam attack, to improve the accuracy and become more proficient in using it. It would be more effective in battle. Don't you think? No, Cecily, you don't get it. To fight with a sword in his right hand and a gun in his left is every boy's dream, you know? Even if I'm somewhat half-assed, I'm still a man after all. I want to stick to my ideal fighting style, no matter what. That's not. Usually, a man would hate any kind fighting, you know? That may be so, but I'm different than them. Now, come on, let's start training. Gotcha. Alright, let's start with how you hold a sword. Try to get a feeling for grasping the hilt with your ring and pinky finger. Following her instruction, I held the wooden sword with great enthusiasm. 30 minutes later. Ha, huff. Hi, Shiru, you okay? I was too out of breath to reply. The surface of my palm was scraped so much that blood seeped out. Oh Kami-san, use this wound medicine. Mina offered help. I felt really pathetic. I feel like I'm just moving my body a little and yet I've already become this exhausted. Too, I think it really shows how weak my cardiovascular system is. Now that I think about it, I've never been good at marathon running. I think we should stop here for today. Not yet. Huff. Ha. I can still do it. I managed to answer while applying some wound medicine. I don't think you need to push yourself so hard during your first day of training, is what I'd like to say, but I'm not sure how to break this to you. Ha. It's fine. Just tell it straight to me. Alright. Shiru, you're hopelessly inept at combat. I guess I'm just that terrible. After spending some time to calm myself down, I finally got my breath back. I see. So in the end, the only thing I'm good at is cooking. Don't worry, Shiru-san, that's not the only thing you're good at. Don't forget that your eroticism is also your good point. Really, Rouge, that's not really comforting, you know. It's not like I'm particularly aiming to be exceptionally good at combat. But to be told that I'm terrible at something really sucks. Hey, Shiru? Cecily softly spoke to me. Shiru, do you really want to be a strong warrior? No, not really. I don't like fighting anyway. Then, there's no need to push yourself so hard. If you just continue it little by little, and keep doing it day by day, you will surely become stronger. I'm sure your swing will become faster, and your movements more agile. Really? You mean it? Of course. Have I ever lied to you before? That's right. Cecily is honest to a fault. There's no way she would ever lie to me. Got it. I think I was a bit too impatient. That's alright. What's important is to keep going and never give up training, and don't worry too much about it. I will be there for you, Cecily declared with a blush on her cheeks. I'll help you too, Okami-san. I also can teach you a thing or two, either for fighting or for some more private occasion. Foo-fa-foo. Wow, 3 beautiful ladies are offering to help me with training. I think this is the best, most powerful motivation a man can have. If it's like this, even a weakling like me would surely be able to overcome anything. Alright, I'm all fired up now. I'll do my best for tomorrow's training, but let's limit it for 30 minutes duration only. After having modified the carriage with suspension and rubber tires, our journey has become much more comfortable. Now, my butt no longer hurts like before. Rouge and Minna seemed disappointed that they couldn't apply the medicine, but I don't care. If it's only an hour or two I can still endure it. But since we usually spend more than 10 hours on the road, my butt really did take a beating. For today, I'm planning to install a spring-loaded seat. And speaking about seating arrangement, it's best to just make a bench seat, right? Look, traveling is more fun when everyone is sitting together, you know. We traveled by the carriage until evening and decided to camp in the open before dark. It seemed that we would not always be able to conveniently reach a village with an inn. We slept on mats laid out in the carriage, so it was not that inconvenient. Rouge had placed a thin barrier magic around the carriage, so the wind wouldn't blow in. It was winter and there were no insects, so it was a comfortable place to spend the night. Before having dinner, we did our training exercises again. First Cecily would check and correct my posture, and then I would try to attack her by using the wooden sword. She said mock battles are important, because I wouldn't be able to grasp the concept of distance just by swinging the sword. 3. Hey Cecily, don't you think I need to train on receiving attack too? I'm planning to do so, but a regular weapon won't be able to withstand your blade, right? Certainly. The moment an enemy weapon clashes against my light blade, it would get sliced apart, and if I recklessly tried to block a sword that came my way, who knows where the debris might go flying and it might cause injury. For now, just focus on improving the speed of your swing. After all, the cutting power of the light blade is indeed incredible. We've tried experimenting on it, and it can even easily cut through Rouge's barrier magic. And she's still sulking about it. Right now, I'm wearing a t-shirt I've made by magic, but I feel like I need to wear something easier to move in. No way I could practice in my saint clothes though. We're constantly on the road, so there's no way to properly do laundry. Combat clothes, huh? If it comes down to a real fight, I'll have to equip Eminence Rock anyway. But since I'm getting into cosplay, I'd like to have a costume that looks the part. What should I do? Let's see what the options that I have. A military-like combat uniform. This has the advantage of being easy to wear. A regular adventurer's leather armor. That way it wouldn't stand out wherever we go. Oh wait, I guess being a man wearing adventurer's armor would already draw a lot attention. Bikini armor. I've come to answer everyone's expectation. Nah, I can't really say that, though. Well, the question is whether to just put on the lower part, or do I need to wear the top part also? As a Japanese boy, I feel like I'm more embarrassed to cover up my chest than to let them get exposed, though, since it would feel like I'm wearing a bra. I guess the right thing to do here would be to pursue functionality, but Rouge's words were still ringing in my ears. Don't worry, Shiru-san's eroticism is also your good point. I was angry the first time when I heard it, but I also felt it contained some truth. I felt there was a hint of the costume I should aim for hidden here. I'm feeling really conflicted here. That night, I stayed awake until midnight working on my new costume. Shiru, we're all set here. Let's start the training. Cecily called me from outside of the carriage. Today, We're camping in an empty space near the stream. Got it. I'm coming right over. I called out to her while changing into my newly made outfit. I've been thinking over it really hard, but I've finally decided that my new winter work collection will be fusion of combat versatility and eroticism. And hence, the answer to my new combat outfit was obvious. 4. Sorry to keep you waiting, Cecily! When the three of them saw my new costume, they were completely still, as if time had stopped for them. What the hell is even that? Rouge asked while coming over trying to touch it. Hey, no touching, okay? Keep your hands to yourself. This is my new battle outfit. I've made a cat suit out of black faux leather. It's sometimes called a rubber suit. The material was black latex, shiny and glossy, and the whole thing was a skin-tight, top-to-bottom garment. Of course, it had a zipper from the neck to the crotch, which was now open to the navel. 5. So, do you think I can make the enemy let down their guard with this? Everyone continued to stare at my outfit. See, certainly. If it were me, I would try my best to restrain you unharmed so I could. Cough. Rouge, I think you're overboard with your fantasy. Well then, SSSS, should we start training? You are. Cecily seemed to be quite shaken. I think since this world doesn't have a lot of erotically revealing clothing, the costume that I'm wearing is giving them some overwhelming stimulation. Foo. Today, I'm going to distract her with this outfit and land a hit during the mock battle. 10 minutes later. Shiru, are you alright? Cecily worriedly asked. Right now, I'm sweating like a waterfall from my head. Turns out that latex is not breathable at all and hard to move in. Shit, it feels like I'm trapped in this suit. I was sweating so much that I couldn't get the suit off by myself. Seeing that I'm having the trouble with it, both Rouge and Mina happily helped me by ripping off the catsuit off of me. Oh no, you beasts. 6. Chapter 94, Placebo. On the third day of the journey by carriage, we finally got out of the forest we had been traveling in, and fields began to spread out on both sides of the road. A small village could be seen in the distance. We had been doing the journey easily and take it slow. I had done training, remodeled the wagon, and enjoyed camping in the forest, and it had been a while since we had been in a place where people lived. If possible, I would like to restock on things, but I wonder if there will be any stores there. After continuing for a while, we saw people doing farm work. The first villager that we met was a strong-looking female farmer. Hello, Mina, who was sitting on the driver's box, greeted her cheerfully. I also poked my head out from between the hoods of the carriage and said hello. Could it be that you are the group of the saint and his entourage? Surprisingly, the villager seemed to know who we were. Yes, but how do you know that? Mina quickly answers without denying her. No, I'm not a saint, you know. We heard the soldiers talking about a saint who healed the measles plague and seems to be heading this way. It must have been the soldiers who surrounded the port village who spread the news. If you really are the saint, then I can't just be loitering here. I need to inform this to the village chief immediately. The woman then quickly ran toward the village. I wonder what that was all about. Probably, they are going to ask you to heal the injured and sickly people. Shiru. Is that so? Shiru, if you don't want to, we can just ignore them and take a detour, Cecily said while carefully watching my expression. That's alright, it's not like I don't want to. If someone is in trouble, I want to help them. Cecily laughed when I said that. Yeah, I knew Shiru would say so. We have some various medicines, so we should be able to manage. Before I know it, Rouge had taken out the saint costume from the wardrobe. If that's what you've decided, then you have to change quickly. After all, first impression is important. Yeah, there may be a placebo effect in the saint cosplay. If the villagers are in awe of the costume, the medicine will work even better, right? I guess so. I'm going to change, so turn around. Got it. Rouge, I said I'm going to change now. Don't look. And she completely ignores me and keeps staring. Cecily tried to make her stop looking, but she even used barrier magic to resist. It's rather embarrassing to see someone go that far. However, what I have is not just a tendency for being an exhibitionist. It's rather an obsession. I know that if I regularly show myself changing clothes, eventually the excitement would wear off and finally will be gone. If I had to give an example, it would be like a middle-aged couple who had been doing it every day until eventually they would reach a point of boredom. That's enough. Just give me a break already. I finally draped a thin sheet as a cover and lit the magic lantern inside with the maximum amount of light. At first, Rouge and Cecily were jittery, but when I continued changing they fell silent. I'm sure that those two must be really enjoying the silhouette of me changing clothes. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. I stretched my legs out coyly and slowly pulling down my undies while shaking my butt. Now that I think about it, I was being really stupid. When we arrived at the village, we were greeted by the village chief and many other villagers who lined up to greet us. Esteemed saint, we bid you welcome to the Ropley village. I'm neither a saint nor someone of great stature. I am just a traveler with knowledge of medicine. For now, let's refuse to acknowledge anything about being a saint, since it would be troublesome if they asked for help for various unreasonable problems. I could still help if it's about treatment of sickness and injuries. That's why I claim myself as someone who is good with medicine. Oh, Saint Sama, please save the villagers with your blessed ability. Look. Didn't I just tell you that I'm not a saint? But then again, maybe people are inclined to ignore facts that they don't want to believe. For me, it's a nuisance though. We were then led to the village chief's house, and we immediately set about treating the sick. Since Rouge had been assisting me during the treatment of measles, she has become an excellent nurse. Should I make a nurse uniform for Rouge? Perhaps. Maybe. Frankly speaking, it's more for my sake than hers. But then again, Rouge looks plain with freckles on her face, so I think she would look good in the farmer's outfit that was worn by the auntie from earlier. A naughty farmer lady. Oh, this is bad. I think I can just imagine a perfect tantalizing play scenario. She grabbed me in the potato field and took me into the barn, and I'm unable to resist her. And just like that I was then pushed straight down into a pile of straw, and I could only vaguely look at the pitchfork while I was immersed in my idiotic fantasy, patients kept coming in. The medical treatment service started with someone with an arm injury and oozing out a lot of pus. I saw people with skin diseases and an old lady with back pain. I gave the old lady a life potion and a poultice, but I also gave her a massage as a service. I am so glad to be alive at my age, to have such a wonderful saint to massage my back. You don't have to cry, you know. On top of that, she has a slightly sultry sigh. To make matters worse, all the women in the village who are watching the massage suddenly demand the same treatment too. Do they all want a massage that badly? I checked with the repair magic, and only a few of them really had back pain. No faking sickness. The people who really had back pain are only you, the lady over there, and that one standing near the door. The rest of you may not request back massage. When I identified the people who really had back pain, I felt that the respect of the villagers became even stronger. After a while, a young woman was brought in. She was the granddaughter of the village deputy, assistant to the village chief, which is number 2 in the village, and was 24 years old. The granddaughter's name was Clarice. She has been unable to walk for the past 6 years and has been sleeping and sitting all the time. She showed me her legs, which were very thin because her muscles had atrophied due to lack of use. I immediately used repair for doing the medical examination, but the result came out that there was nothing wrong with her. This is a problem. Could the reason why she couldn't walk is because of a psychological problem? If it is an injury or illness, I can give her medicine accordingly, but if it is mentally related, there is nothing I can do. I can make antidepressants or something similar, but it doesn't seem to be the cause. I'm going to massage your feet a little. I gently stroked and rubbed her feet. Clarice is a lovely person, and I would normally be pleased to do this, but since I was dealing with a sick person, I didn't feel the slightest bit excited. I might be lecherous, but I'm a sensible person too, you know. Does it hurt? No, actually, it feels good. Again, the other people around me are looking with such envious eyes. Look, ladies, could you please not mope around here? Anyway, her legs, which felt a little cold, began to warm up gradually as I massaged them. While I'm doing the massage, please put this medicine in your mouth. Don't chew or swallow it, but just let it to slowly dissolve in your mouth. I understand. But, what is this anyway? It's a special medicine. Actually, it's not a medicine, but just a lemon candy filled with vitamins. It's not a disease, so there's nothing I can do about it. I can't believe I really end up relying on a placebo. Saint Sama, will my granddaughter's disease be cured? The deputy's face was full of worried expressions. Yes, as a matter of fact, her leg is already healed. Really? Well, to begin with, there wasn't anything wrong with her leg. you see. So the real question now is just whether she would believe her leg is fine or not. However, since her legs hasn't been used for many years, I think she would need some leg training therapy to walk properly. It might be a good idea to make her a device for walking training like parallel bars. Now, I think that's about it for the massage. When I let go of my hand, Clarice looked really disappointed. Maybe she was hoping I would continue more. It's fine, your leg is perfectly healed already. All that remains is for you to trust me and yourself. Now, shall we practice standing up together? I took Clarice's hand with both of mine. But don't worry, I will properly support you. I pulled her hand towards me, and Clarice was shaking and trying to move her body. I'm sure she'll be fine as long as she puts her effort into doing it. That's good. Keep it up. I put my hands around her waist and helped her to stand up. She was swaying, but she was holding on to me before finally standing on her own 2 feet. That's really great. Well then, would you like to walk a little? 3 steps, just 3 steps is good enough. While holding on to me, Clarice nodded vigorously and began to waddle away. It's a miracle. A miracle from the saint's armor. Tears streamed down the deputy's wrinkled cheeks. Chapter 95, The 36 Stratagems. If all else fails, retreat. The title is based on Sun Tzu's The 36 Stratagem. Interestingly, it seemed that the number 36 is only a figure of speech, and is meant to denote numerous stratagems. Wikipedia. When one side is losing, 3 choices remain: surrender, compromise, or escape. Surrender is complete defeat. Compromise is half defeat, but escape is not defeat. As long as one is not defeated, there is still a chance. This is the most famous of the stratagems and is immortalized in the form of a Chinese idiom. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best, Sanchuli Uji Zuwai Shanji. After we finished examining all the sick people, we were invited to the village deputy's house for dinner. On the table there was a sumptuous array of dishes, including chicken roasted over charcoal, root vegetable soup, pudding, and numerous loaves of bread. There was also a wide selection of wine and other alcoholic drinks, which made me very happy. Maybe because the wine had a rather strong flavor, it was delicious even though it tasted sour. Shiru, don't drink too much, Cecily whispered in my ear. Don't worry, I promise I won't get drunk and start undressing today. The problem is, while I know I have a low tolerance, I love the taste of alcohol. That's why Cecily usually acts as a brake, while Rouge is going full throttle to get me to drink more. Here you go, Saint Sama, have more wine. Rouge poured more wine into my cup. Rouge, what are you going to do if Shiru gets drunk? Now that you mention it, to be able to do many things to a defenseless saint who passed out drunk. Wouldn't that be the height of immorality? Rouge's depravedness keeps hitting new lows, and at this point it has become something interesting to see how low she would go. Now, Saint Sama, please don't be reserved and drink as much as you like. Not only Rouge, but the village deputy also keeps encouraging me to drink more and more wine. By the time the party was almost over, I was quite drunk. My body felt hot, and I was in such a jovial mood that I wanted to start singing. Also, my clothes feels suffocating, and I want to take them off right away. Even so, I managed to keep calm and rational, and I understood that I was in a dangerous state of mind. Saint Sama, how would you like a bottle of brandy for after the meal? The village deputy seemed to enjoy seeing me drunk. It reminds me of the shady uncles back on Earth who kept egging girls to drink. I get in this world, it's the shady aunts who do it to young boys. Ish fine, I think I've had enough. Any more of it, and I'll be drunk for sure. Cecily, I think it's time for you to leave. Please don't say that. We have prepared rooms for all of you, so please stay at our home for tonight. It seems they had kindly prepared guest rooms for us. I might have modified the carriage with magic to make it more comfortable to sleep in, but sometimes I still want to be able to sleep alone and relax. If you're asking why, it's because sleeping together with 3 girls makes me accumulated stress, as even though we're huddling together, I shouldn't lay my hands on them. Come to think of it, maybe it's similar situation with the girls. I was a little dizzy, but I was finally able to reach my room on my own. Okami-san, are you alright? You're swaying too much, Mina worriedly asked. You ended up drinking too much again. Alright, hold your arms up so I can take off your outer garment. I'm so lucky. I get to touch Shiru-san's butt again. The girls helped me change my clothes. It seems like someone is touching my butt. but at this point I no longer care. Knock yourself out. Somehow, I feel like a king. I can really do that? Then I won't hold myself back. Here goes. Rouge's eyes flashed and she quickly pulled my waistband. Tilde. And I've quickly fallen from being a king to being a town girl caught by an evil overlord. But they diligently only changed my saint costume, and it was completed without any weird incident like stripping me down into underwear. I wanted to thank them all with a thank you kiss, but I restrained myself from doing so. Every day, I've been reflecting on all the mistakes I've done while living my everyday life, and I feel like little by little, I'm becoming a more mature person. I woke up in the middle of the night. Maybe it was because I drank too much, but my throat felt dry and tingly. I made a container filled with water and drank it down, and now I felt the need to go to the bathroom. There was a pot under the bed, and I was told to use it if I needed to use the toilet at night. But I'm reluctant. After all, it would be embarrassing to be seen after doing my business. Also, when the servant told me about the pot, it felt like she was having a lecherous expression. I'm pretty sure she was imagining me using the pot. Really, what a pervert she was. I slung my bag over my shoulder and went out into the hallway. The area was pitch black and eerily quiet. Thanks to the magic lantern, I could perfectly see my surroundings. But where was the toilet? I'm certain that it was supposed to be in the courtyard, but I don't remember how to get there. I was thinking that I needed to hurry there before I hit my limit, when I suddenly ran into someone in the hallway. Clarice-san? It was Clarice, whom I had treated, or rather, given candy to during the day. Oh, it's Saint Sama himself. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Well, actually, I was going to use the toilet. Oh, Clarice looked away embarrassed. I'm sorry. Did I ruin your fantasy? Even saints have to go to the toilet, you know. And that moment, somehow I could imagine that Rouge would be calling it the holy water. I guess I've been infected by her depravedness. Anyway, can you tell me where the toilet is? At the end of the hallway, turn left, and at the middle there's a door that leads to the courtyard. I see, thank you. By the way, what are you doing here, Clarice? I was so thrilled that I got to walk again that I couldn't sleep, so I've been practicing my walking. Clarice, who said that while being embarrassed, looks very cute to me. There are not many women like her in this world, since they're usually more buff and muscular. If I had to describe it, she gave off the impression of the more feminine women back on Earth. If you'd like to, you can hold my hand. That way you can practice walking while guiding me toward the courtyard. I held out my hand and Clarice hesitantly grabbed it. In the end, Clarice escorted me all the way to the toilet. Look. It's hard to take a pee while holding a lantern, you know? Not to mention it was pitch black inside the toilet, so I was afraid of going in alone. I know that there shouldn't be any monster inside a toilet, but being in an unfamiliar place made me restless. PSSSHHHHHH. Zip. Phew. Really glad I made it to the toilet before reaching my limit. I'm sorry for troubling you. I'm really bad at being in a dark place. No. Don't worry. It's common for men being afraid in the dark anyway. Actually, I also don't like being in a dark place. That's why I usually get mocked by people around me. Either in this world or back on Earth, people have their own expectations after all. Men are expected to act like men, and women are expected to behave like women, even if the idea of femininity and masculinity is swapped. I was about to wash my hands with water from the bucket when Clarice poured water on me with a ladle. Thank you very much. No prob. Maybe because she had been standing for quite some time, Clarice lost her balance and was about to fall down. This person had just learned to walk for the first time in several years, so I think she still has trouble with moving her muscles. I'm sorry. This is because I made you to accompany me to the toilet. No, this is because I'm really pathetic. Clarice burst into tears. Actually, 6 years ago, my fiancé left me for someone else. Clarice then told me her story. Her fiancé was renowned as a gorgeous man. He was good-natured, and the village deputy was happy that she had found a good son-in-law. One evening, however, Clarice witnessed something outrageous. In a barn illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, she saw her fiancé, with an expression of delight on his face, surrendering himself over to a peddler woman. He enjoyed having an affair before we even got married. I think he was never attracted to wimpy women like me in the first place. In this world's society, what's considered to be an ideal woman is someone strong, lively, and active, and someone introverted like Clarice didn't fit that image. And me, even when I saw the peddler woman was having an intimate skin-to-skin contact with my fiancé, I didn't do anything. I couldn't even say anything. I didn't even have the guts to yell them to stop. It must have been a shock to see firsthand the betrayal of someone you loved. Naturally, the engagement was then called off, and her ex-fiancé ran off with the peddler to escape the situation on the village. Meanwhile Clarice, unable to bear the stares and whispers of those around her, became withdrawn and depressed to the point of not being able to walk. I'm truly a pathetic woman. I don't think so. After all, Clarice-san, you managed to walk again all by yourself, don't you? No, I managed to walk because of your treatment, Saint Sama. No, all I did was encourage you to be able to walk again. You know, Clarice-san, when I saw you practicing walking while holding onto the wall, it really left a deep impression on me. Surely it can't be true. Clarice's face turned bright red and averted her face. I think Saint Sama only says those words out of compassion. If we were in an H-manga, I think this is the part where she grabs my hand and says, "Please hold me tight, and help me regain my confidence," but such thing would be too convenient to happen here. Moreover, if we were to do it, and rumor about it got out, people are likely to come rushing in one after another in hope of doing it with me too. I may not be a saint, but if I'm going to be treated as such, I'd like to maintain the facade of being someone pure for a while. I mean, it's too early to give in to my lewdness, right? Maybe I should just fantasize about a sexual scenario in my head for now. A trembling Clarice stands timidly in front of me. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Ana-san here will teach you everything. It feels too good. I'm about to. Ah, did it feel good? Now, it's your turn to make me feel good too. And after that, it was amazing. Hey, don't you feel like you're getting more confidence now? Probably something along those. After all, the scenario of an older girl leading on a younger boy is a mainstream template. Oh, but in this world, it becomes the older boy that leads the younger girl. Excuse me, Saint Sama? Is something the matter? That's no good. I was too immersed in the world of fantasy. Clarice is really depressed, and so I want to do something about it. There's no way I can change her personality, though. Suppose that you find it really unbearable to stay here, because of all the whispers and gazes. I think it's fine if you just run away from here. Run away? That's right. You can leave this village and go to the city, or maybe you can start a new life somewhere else. If you consult with your grandmother, perhaps she could give you some money to do that. That was the first time anyone ever suggested that I could just run and leave the village behind. Poor girl. It seems like she's the type that holds it all inside when being cornered. After that, I sat down on a stone in the garden and talked with Clarice for a while. By the time the moon set over the mountains in the west, I think her stress had diminished considerably. We then returned to the main house, hand in hand. CH 96. Chapter 96, Bandit Encounter. July 29, 2023. We continued our journey toward the imperial capital. Word had spread around the region about the saint, and so we were welcomed with open arms in every village we went to. We were in no particular hurry, so we went wherever we were asked, even if it meant we needed to take a detour or go through a difficult road. There was no need to quickly return the staff anyway, and I was also enjoying being pampered by the three girls. I was also improving my level of creation magic because I was creating a mountain of medicines, and because of this, the quality of the life potions I can create had also improved dramatically. Also, I'm now able to expand the variety of treatment. Creation magic LV.48, all category creation time reduced by 52%. Improved quality of finished product. MP 7291 7291, MP recovery rate up, 86 MP/minute, 1. If I had to say, the significant reduction in production time and faster MP recovery speed really had made creating new things a breeze. Furthermore, since I acquired Multitask, when I reached LV45, I can now make two things at the same time. I can now make crepes for snack while also making antibiotics to prevent infection. However, our journey was not all fun and games. There were also emergency times when we were attacked by monsters and bandits. The girls would always be able to fight them off, but as usual, I'm still bad with fighting. I always prepared myself to equip Eminence Rock and join the fight, but thanks to Cecily and the others, there hasn't been any urgent situation that required me to join any battles yet. Maybe it's because the girls are having the mindset that it's outrageous to make a man fight. Cecily always takes the lead in kicking the enemy away, and her strength and capabilities always impress me. But you know, it was hard to see people die, even if they were bad guys. However, I also realized that the enemies are seriously after our lives, so I fully understand that it's impossible to go easy on them. But like I said before, I'm bad with fighting too. It's well known that the Saint is not taking any monetary compensation, so money is not the reason white bandits have been attacking us. Rather, what they want is my body. I don't know when or where it started, but baseless rumors about the Saint have been spreading around. Something like, having sex with the Saint will make you immune to any and all sickness, or having sex with the Saint will grant you your wish, and so on. It's really annoying. Look, I'm not some kind of lucky charm, alright? I don't bring good fortune to others. 3. If only all the women who are trying to sleep with me were of good character, beautiful, and had good sense of style, then I wouldn't mind such rumors. Unfortunately, the world is not that conveniently made. Most of the time, the people who attacked us were either pirates or corrupted soldiers, all of whom were trying to rape me. I was already fed up with it, so I was thinking maybe it was time to stop doing the Saint cosplay and make a new costume instead. Whoa, stop. Just when I thought I heard Rouge's voice, the carriage stopped. Is it time for a break already? As I moved forward towards the driver's box, I saw that the road ahead was blocked by a large tree. It would be impossible for the carriage to pass through. Shiru-san, stay inside, Rouge warned me in an unusually stern voice. By now, I was getting used to traveling and knew what was going on. The large tree blocking the road had been cut down by human hands, which means bandits would soon appear. Cecily's hand was on the sword at her waist, and Minna was pulling out her arrow of absolute precision, from the quiver on her back. As I returned to the inside of the carriage, I heard the bandit's voice, which was to be expected at this point. You all have been surrounded. Cease your futile resistance. As long as you leave your valuables behind, we'll let you go with clothes and some food. What to say? That is rather a kind request for a bunch of bandits. Usually, they would just start attacking out of nowhere. It's you who should turn back now, for your own sake. This carriage belongs to the Saint, and anyone. Captain Parker? Captain Parker, it's really you. This is Emmy. Do you remember? Emmy Claude. It seems that Cecily ran into an acquaintance. From what I could see from inside the carriage, it wasn't just Emmy, but many other people aside from her. I never thought I'd meet with Captain Parker in a place like this. Actually, Countess Elmo is with us too. 5. Countess Elmo. And that's not all. Princess Evangeline herself is also together with us. It can't be. So, she's still alive. Cecily's eyes glistened with tears. I'm sure she's an important person to her. I'll guide you to them right away. I'm sure both the princess and the countess will be delighted to see you again, Captain. Understood. Please quickly. Oh. Cecily looked back at the carriage with a troubled face and her eyes met mine. Please don't worry about me. They are a very important person to Cecily, aren't they? Sorry for troubling you, Shiru. It seemed that this group of bandits were remnants of Cecily's home country, the Kingdom of Luwai. The person named Emmy earlier was a subordinate of Cecily's during their time in Luwai's navy. Countess Elmo was her superior officer, and Princess Evangeline was the first princess of the Kingdom of Luwai. I never thought that a part of the royal family still survived. I thought they had all been executed by the Empire. Cecily smiled with a relieved expression on her face. The bandits led the way through the highway, eventually entering a side path that was cleverly hidden by fallen trees and debris. It was so well disguised that at first glance it was impossible to tell that there was a path there, but after a short distance through a forest of pine trees, a fairly solid trail emerged. It must have been very difficult to build such a path. I know this because I myself have been using the Iwos to build roads, so I could guess that the remnants of the Luwai kingdom must have a fairly significant number of people. Anyway, I never thought that we'd meet the famed saint ourselves. We've heard many rumors about him, and I certainly never expected that Captain Parker would be the one escorting him. He's truly as gorgeous as they say. I'm actually not that good looking though. You were only deceived by my costume and the amount of skin I'm exposing. Since in the end, My face only scores 78 anyway. 6. What kind of rumors did you hear? We've been troubled by some of the rumors, you see. That's, well, various things. Emmy glanced sideways at me. I'll just say this in advance. Anyone tries messing with Shiru will be in for a world of hurt. Got it? Cecily drew the line with her statement, and Emmy only shrugged in response. She seems like a normal person, but I could feel her staring at me with lustful eyes. I've been in this world long enough that I'm already used to women staring at me, but don't they realize that they're being too obvious about it? But then again, maybe that was the same case for me too back on Earth, when I thought that I was ogling women discreetly. After all, as the saying goes, a simple glance for a man is an obvious stare for a woman. 7. I reflected on that for a moment. We'll soon reach a clearing. We've almost arrived at our hideout. We passed through a pine forest and came to a wide hillside. At the top of the hill stood what looked like an old, grumbling fort. That must be the hideout for the refugees. Cecily was overjoyed by her reunion with the princess and the countess again. I was introduced to them, too, and both were pleasant people. The princess, in particular, was a very beautiful girl who seemed a bit strong-willed, which reminded me of Chris. She was only 16 years old, but I got the impression that she understood her position well and was thinking hard about the future of this group. I thought they might have some things to talk about, so Mina, Rouge, and I waited in the carriage. We were told that they would prepare a room for us in the fort, but to be honest, it seemed more comfortable for us to stay in the carriage. I wonder what Big Sis Cecily would do. Her character is upright and virtuous, so she must still be loyal towards the princess. I didn't need Rouge to tell me that, since I already thought so too. Yeah, probably so. Cecily is too straight-laced after all. That's her charming point, though. Is Cecily-san going to leave us? She probably will. It makes me feel sad, but it's a reality that I have to accept. In that case, what will Rouge and Mina do? For me, I will follow Okami-san. And you, Rouge? Rouge, who was unusually quiet with her eyes closed, stared at me with a serious face. I'm going to follow Big Sis. Yeah, they get along really well after all. Surprisingly so, since they have rather different personalities. I see. And you, Shiru-san, what are you going to do if that's really the case? What to do? I really don't want to part with Cecily, but I have no intention of getting involved in a country's revival. I'll decide it after I hear all of the details. I leaned back on the sofa, and vaguely looked up at the ceiling of the carriage. Ch 97. Chapter 97, Our Last Supper, Our Last Night Together. August 5, 2023. It was afternoon, and I was preparing tea inside the carriage. As I feared, it wouldn't do to make this grand of an appearance and not inviting the most distinguished person of the fort for a tea. Goku, help me prepare for the afternoon tea. These two Gokus have become really skilled, their movements are as sophisticated as experienced chefs. Even the arrangement of the fruit for the snack is artistic. After they've finished making sandwiches, they will bake the scones, and with that our preparations should be complete. Mina and Rouge, please set up the table and awning outside. Alright? The weather is clear today, so it would be nice to have tea outside. I also prepared a magic stove so it wouldn't be too cold. While I was waiting for the tea to be ready, Cecily returned. Something smells really delicious here. We're baking some scones for the afternoon tea. Do you think it would be rude to invite the Countess and the Princess? It's fine. Rather, I think they'd be delighted. Look, Shiru, Cecily called out to me as I was arranging the sandwiches. But I don't want to hear what she has to say right now. I already know what she's going to talk about. Shiru, I have something to tell you. She called again, stronger this time. What is it? I tried to sound casual, but my voice trembled. Shiru, I've decided to go with Princess Evangeline. Is that so? I listened to her without stopping doing the preparation. Shiru, would you like to join with us too? Is it because you need my creation magic ability? That's not it. I only want you to be by my side. The face of the gentle and at times awkward former pirate had taken on the expression of a stern soldier. Cecily, you know how much I love you, but I can't go down this road with you. No matter what? That's right. No matter what? I think I've made a clear enough statement. No matter how much I love her, I don't want to go somewhere that will become a major battlefield. Yeah, I've had the feeling that you would say so. And to tell you the truth, I feel like it's better that way." Cecily shook her head with a faint smile. And that brought tears to my eyes. Cecily. I wanted to hug her, but Minna and Rouge, who had finished their preparations, called out to me. "Oh Kami-san. We've finished setting up the table." "Then, could you bring the dishes there?" "Roger that." Meanwhile, the kettle on the stove had begun to whistle. "Cecily, could you invite the princess and the countess?" "Got it." With nothing left to say, Cecily began to walk away from the carriage. The afternoon tea party with Princess Evangeline and Countess Elmo proceeded without a hitch. We are heading toward Bawanda Fortress, where the warrior princess of Regalta is making her stand, and we will gather more people on the way there. We may be treated as aristocrats and not as royalty there, but ultimately we are planning to take back our lands and restore our kingdom. Princess Evangeline enthusiastically explained their plan for the future. There are people in many places that have been forced out of their lands because of the war, and it seems they're planning to gather those vagrants and head east. According to her, there are more than 300 soldiers in this fort alone, with many more units out there working separately. How about it? Won't you come with me? Having a noble personage like you by my side would really encourage me. It was a bit funny to be propositioned by a 16-year-old girl, but I politely turned down the offer. In the first place, I have refused Cecily's invitation, so there was no way I could agree to the princess offer like that. Also, I think not going together with them is the best possible option for me. You could say I'm just being conceited or too full of myself, but there's a good chance there will be conflict over me if I go. There'll be a fight between the princess and Cecily, not to mention Chris is the two in Bawanda Fortress. And for a moment, I was having this idiotic thought of having a foursome, but it quickly passed and I found myself disgusted by having such idea. After the tea party was over, I gathered the girls and officially announced the dissolution of our Saints group. Don't say that. I'm going with you wherever you'll go, Okami-san. Minna clung to me with tears in her eyes. However, I can't let her do that. I'm happy that you think of me that way. I'm really grateful for all the things you've done for me until now, Minna. However, I think it'd be best for us to part ways. You should find someone you can be happy with. I kinda feel sorry for her, but I have no intention of becoming a couple with Minna. This is the end of our journey together. Rouge, Cecily, I've been in your care until now, and I don't think I could ever thank you enough for it. No, it's me who should be thanking you, Shirou. After all, you risked your life in order to save me back in the dungeon. I really wanted to stay by your side for the rest of my life. I know, but I also understand that you have an obligation to fulfill. I pray that one day, you will be able to restore your kingdom. And then I turned to face Rouge, and I saw that she was in tears, even though she usually only jokes around. Shirou-san. Rouge suddenly hugged me, and I returned the hug trying to convey my gratitude. Rouge, we've really been through a lot together, haven't we? Shirou-san. I want to do it at least one round with you. Look, you've really ruined the mood, you know. And stop stroking my crotch. Sorry, I won't do farewell sex. Sobs Shirou-san. You meanie. No means no, alright? I wanted to give proper closure to our farewell, but unfortunately Princess Evangeline is due to depart tomorrow morning. They also have their own preparations to make, so they can't afford to delay their schedule. And so, the four of us decided to eat our last supper together, and I began the meal preparation. I made a lot of food and we all went to the clearing a short distance away from the fort to eat together. Everyone was smiling and trying to liven up the dinner table. But as the food slowly disappeared from the plates, and the wine slowly drained from our glasses, our conversation has also become less and less. I think it's time for us to go to sleep, Cecily muttered as she got up from her seat. I'll have Goku take care of cleaning up, so all of you just go ahead and rest. Tomorrow, the girls would begin their long journey toward Bawanda Fortress. It won't be a carefree journey like the one we've made until now. Instead, it would be a harsh experience where they lived each day under threat of imperial assault. Good night. I kissed Minna's cheek while bidding her good night. And then, I kissed Rouge's. Both of them were surprised by what I did, but I couldn't think of anything else that would please them. Since you were doing it too suddenly, I didn't get to make your kiss land on my mouth. I guess Rouge will always be Rouge. Sorry, but I'm not kissing you again. Truly regrettable. This is a goodbye kiss. It's too embarrassing to do it tomorrow in front of the princess and the countess. That's why I'm doing it tonight. And finally, I turned to Cecily. Shirou, She was trying to say something, but I quickly enveloped her mouth with mine. I then hugged her tightly. "Thank you very much for everything, Cecily. I will never forget your feelings for me." And I then whispered in her ear, "Tonight, after everyone has asleep, come to the carriage." I felt my voice tremble. This might be the first time since I came to this world that I have directly invited someone out myself. But if I didn't do this, then the two straight-laced Cecily would never lay a finger on me until the very end, even though there's a possibility that we would never meet each other again. It's 11 p.m. already, and Cecily hasn't shown up yet. There's the possibility that she will not come tonight. Maybe she's too straight-laced that she really won't lay a finger on someone she has sworn not to, even though I've told her it's alright. "Well, what do you know? I guess I've been stood up." I said so to Goku, but he only tilted his head curiously. The inside of the carriage was a bit stuffy, perhaps because the heating was turned up too high. And so I opened the door of the carriage, thinking that I would be welcomed by the night wind blowing in. However, what awaits me was something shocking. It was the sight of Cecily standing just before the carriage, in the middle of the night, with a pale face because of the cold wind. "Cecily?" Now that I took a closer look, her lips had turned blue as well. "And I think she's trembling." "Just how long have you been standing there?" "I'm not sure." I touched her hand, and it was cold as ice. "Oh God, Cecily, you idiot. Come inside, quick." I quickly pulled her into the carriage, sat her down in front of the magic stove and then prepared her a drink. "Here, drink some brandy to warm up your body." Cecily remained still as she stared into the glass that I just handed to her. "Why didn't you come inside the carriage?" "I was afraid that, if I see you tonight, then I would lose my resolve to follow Princess Evangeline." "Cecily, you're well and truly a straight-laced woman. You shouldn't have worried about it. You're just that strong-willed. You'll never lose your resolve." I pulled Cecily close and hugged her. I can feel her body is also cold as ice. "We may never meet each other again, Cecily. I want you to embrace me for our last time together." "Shiru." Still, Cecily hesitated to make a move. "All right, I'm getting impatient now." I took the glass of brandy from her hand and made her to drink some with my mouth through kissing. 2 mmHg, Puha. I could feel that Cecily's body temperature is rising, not because of the brandy though. "Cecily, listen, if you don't want to do it, then I will stop right now. But if you don't mind with it, then I want you to embrace me until the end." "Gee, got it." "If you're fine with it, can you please pamper me for a while? It'll be our last time together, so I'm really looking forward to get pampered by your colossal breasts." Got it." I also have a request to make." "What is it?" Cecily took a bottle of brandy that was nearby, poured it to a glass, and took one big gulp. What? Why is she hesitating? Cecily took another big gulp of the brandy. "I want to." "Go on." "I want to be the one at the bottom. I like to be at the receiving end." Why does she have to say something that would make it harder for us to separate in the end? Alright, let's just take turns, okay? First, I get to be pampered. After that, I'll keep on the offensive, until you throw in the towel. Yeah. Cecily's face, which had been pale, now turned beet red. Her breathing becomes hotter, and her eyes were a mixture of anticipation and melancholy. I unbuttoned Cecily's shirt with a bold gesture that surprises even me, and there it was, the biggest pair of breasts that I've had the fortune to see, trembling before me. Then, "Shiru, come here." Cecily, in all her naked glory, sat on the edge of the bed and patted her knee. "What are you going to do? Didn't you say you want to get pampered?" "I was thinking of a lap pillow, for starter." "It's here." "It's finally here." With my heart feels like it's gonna explode with anticipation, I hurriedly walked over to Cecily's side. Ch 98. Chapter 98, A Journey of 1,000 Miles begins with a single step. August 5, 2023. Just before dawn, Cecily saw me off without anyone else accompanying her. I was totally exhausted after doing my best all night, but luckily, I had the Gillums to take care of the carriage. It seems that Cecily had submissive tendencies in the sheets, and her reactions when we were doing it were really cute. To think she likes being done from behind. I really thought that such dreamlike developments only happened in this world's raunchy novel. I was really close to changing my mind and joining them, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I managed to arrive in Bawanda Fortress then there would be total chaos. Since I have neither the intention or inclination to disguise myself as a damsel in distress, I guess it would be better to say goodbye like this. And so we did one long, final kiss, before I finally departed. When I woke up, It was about 10 o'clock. Silver and Goku had parked the carriage in an inconspicuous clearing as I had told them, away from any other people. It was surrounded by forest and seemed to be far from any inhabited settlements. This way, no one would see us, and I could freely use my creation magic without worried about anyone seeing. Popo, Wanda, Harry, and Nura, patrol the surrounding and be vigilant about it. Goku, prepare the tent. We'll be staying here for a while. Cecily, Rouge, and Mina are no longer with me, and I'll be traveling alone again from today on. If we were to be attacked by bandits, then I need to be able to handle it by myself. I'm not too worried though, since I still had the Gillums, the many tools from before, and even the staff of La Messine with me. And if push comes to shove, I can simply use the captive angel to escape. Still, fighting is not in my nature. After all, I'm always afraid of killing my enemies, and once they find out that I'm hesitant to kill, I'll become widely known. And if it were known that the peerless knight in suspicious armor turns out to be the saint himself, it would lead to all different kinds of troubles, wouldn't it? That's why I'm currently thinking of countermeasures. For now, I've decided to stop traveling around while being a saint. If I see a sick or injured person in front of me, I will probably help them, but I will not wear a saint costume as I have done so far. It would be too conspicuous to keep doing so. And while we're on the topic of being conspicuous, my carriage is also standing out too much right now. I've modified it over and over again, and now it has become even more comfortable than a camper van. The problem is, its appearance has also become quite distinctive, and it has become well known as the special carriage used by the saint. I guess an extreme makeover will be necessary here. 1. I'm sitting cross-legged on the withered grass, deep in silent contemplation. It was a clear blue sky, with thin clouds slowly drifting by. I think I heard the sound of a skylark somewhere in a distance, and before I knew it, I feel like I had become one with nature and achieved omniscience through a state of Zen. 2. Finally, a moment of enlightenment arrived. I should do cross-dressing. Since it is very rare for a man to travel alone in this world, I would stand out too much wherever I go, which means the most obvious way to keep myself from unwanted attention is by disguising myself as a woman. 3. Hence, I started making a bra. As the old saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. 4. The story goes that when King Zhao of Yan Kingdom was contemplating on how he can attract more wise people to work under him, Kukulkai answered, "First, you need to start by heavily relying on ordinary person like me. That way, you would be able to attract competent people. In other words, it means to start with something closest to you." 5. Something closest to me. In this case, I guess it would be bra. Since it's something that's attached closest to the body. I put silicone padding in the shape of bowl inside the bra to simulate a bee cup. I'm confident that even if someone were to grab it, no one would think that it's fake. The elastic texture feels so good that I even rubbed it several times like an idiot. It was so enjoyable that I wanted to sing Yahoo Yahoo. As for the appearance of the bra, I decided to make it a chic adult design with a violet base color and a combination of floral patterns, complete with lace. I actually wanted to try a girly design with a checkered pattern, but I finally decided to go with a more mature look here. As for the bottom parts, well, it's well known that a maiden would love to have a matching pattern between the top and bottom parts of the underwear. Oh, and also, if before this I already feel like I'm getting my mindset turned feminine, I could say that after I started making the bras, I've quickly went several levels more towards it. No, actually, I could say it had gone out of control. I've been getting really particular about the underwear design, and I must say that I've made something that is both elegant and sexy. You could even say that this is a masterpiece made by using creation magic at its finest. 6. Once the underwear was completed, the next step was to make clothes, but these were to be modest clothes only. Since I'll be going on a journey alone, I need to disguise myself as someone with inconspicuous job. I think disguising myself as a peddler would be safe enough, so I made an outfit befitting the profession. I also made a wig and a voice-changing pendant to perfectly create the impression of a woman. So, what do you think, Goku? Do I look pretty? And the Golem made nothing but a dull response. It seems that his intelligence is still not yet developed enough to appreciate the beauty of my disguise. Still, I'm still amazed at my reflection in a mirror. I might not be a match for Cecily or Sierra, but I still look quite attractive. If I were to use the disguise on the beach back on Earth, I'm sure I would be approached several times. And since I now have the breasts and the voice of a woman, nobody would realize that I'm a man anymore. It was the morning of the next day. Since I had spent a whole day and night perfecting my disguise, the next step is to remodel the carriage. I felt bad having to leave my comfortable life behind, but for my own safety, I had no choice. I kept the suspension and other less noticeable structures, and returned the carriage to a being normal covered wagon in appearance. I did, however, install an active defense system. It works by automatically deflecting incoming attack magic and arrows by intercepting them with magic waves. It will allow me to avoid surprise attacks, which should give me some time to activate the Eminence Rock. In addition, I also installed an anti-personnel shotgun right next to the driver's box. By the way, these items were part of magic tools production, instead of weapon production category, probably because all of them are non-lethal, which is good things since my weapon production was still low. I couldn't make them otherwise, which means I'll probably need to improve the level of my weapon production soon. The shotgun looks like a machine gun attached to a tank, but nobody in this world would know what it is for. When I showed Goku how to use it, he quickly learned how to handle it and shot down a flying duck. Nice. I think I'll be having camo nanban for tonight's dinner. 7. All in all, it took me 4 days to complete the remodeling. For the final step, I need to make disguises for the golems. They might be made from different materials such as steel, wood, or stone, but all of them are equally eye-catching. In a sense, they are the most conspicuous part of things that I bring along in my journey, which is why I need to make them look like normal animals by adding artificial hair, feathers, or skin. Hence, I'll disguise Goku as monkeys, Wonder as a very large dog, Silver a horse, and Popo a pigeon. I can't really do anything with Harry, Nura, or Mogaton, so they will stay hiding at the back of the carriage. After a week of doing such work, I was finally ready for starting a new life on the 8th day. Alright everyone, let's go. I placed liquor and other exotic food that I've brought from the inn at noticeable places on the carriage, to reinforce the image that I'm a peddler. I then set out with great enthusiasm. After a few hours on the road, I finally reached a town. The farmer women working in the fields were looking at me, but they did not seem particularly alerted. They also held no curious eyes compared to the times when I was still traveling in saint costume. Naturally, I didn't sense any lewd glances toward me. From a distance, they seemed to see me as a normal traveling woman, but I don't know if my disguise will hold when I come to close contact with them. After getting closer to the gate, I found out that it seems to be a relatively large town, and near the entrance I found a sign that read Masterway's Roadhouse. It looks like a place that serves drinks and food. Should we have a go at it, then? Wonder, keep watch from the back of the carriage. With such a big dog guarding it, I don't think any thief would bother to try to steal from my carriage. I then nervously pushed open a heavy wooden door. Chapter 99, Masterway's Roadhouse. The inside of the building was dimly lit, and even though it was noon, there was no customer in sight. Hiya, Waddy. I want? A woman resting her chin on the other side of the counter called out to me. Hold on, aren't you supposed to say, welcome instead? I want to eat lunch. Are you serving right now? No way, you're a customer? The woman stood up in surprise and gave an awkward smile. She looks much more beautiful when she's being amiable like this. I guess she's in her 20s. She's skinny and looks tired, but still has an air of attractiveness. Welcome. You a traveler? I'm a peddler. Welcome to Whelm Town, then. It's 500 lemons for a meal, 600 with wine. I'll take just the meal please, without wine. In this world, there is no menu unless you go to a very expensive restaurant. Most of the time, there is only a lunch menu, which changes daily. This woman seemed to be the only waitress at the store, and after I placed my order, she started cooking behind the counter. I thought the cook was supposed to be a man because the sign said it was Masterway Roadhouse, but that did not seem to be the case. So, what are you selling? I mainly sell liquors and food stuff. Apparently, she thinks that I'm a woman, which means the disguise is perfect so far. I then repositioned my bra, which had shifted downwards to remain inconspicuous. Isn't the highway full of bandits? How'd you manage to travel alone anyway? I'm not really alone. I brought 2 very large dogs as escorts. Also, I've been lucky that I haven't been stopped by bandits so far. You have a slender body, so you must be some kind of offensive magic user. I can only use creation magic though. Anyway, what I'm going to say next is for your own good. You better stay in the city tonight. Is there a reason why? If you continue traveling the main road, it will take 30 kilometers before you reach the nearest city, Lempuna. Even if you leave the city now, you will still end up spending the night in the forest. I'm already used to sleeping outdoors, but it'd be nice to be able to sleep in a bed once in a while. Besides, I'm not really in a hurry right now. Our store also has lodging. How does 4,000 lemons for a night with 2 meals sound? It depends. Do you have a barn to park a carriage? There's one in the back, and it can be locked. It might be a good idea to spend the rest of the day resting and relaxing here. Well then, I'll take a room, please. When I told her that I'll be taking a room for the night, she looks very happy. I'm Madame Elena Wei. Pleased to meet you. Please call me Sanada. By the way, the sign outside says Master Wei's Roadhouse. What's with that? 1. This store was originally run by my late husband. Now it's only run by me and my daughter. I see, so her husband already passed away. 2. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been really hard for you. Yeah, it was. But after 3 years we've finally gotten used to it. I've even gotten pretty good at cooking. We were chatting while she prepared the food, and after some time, my meals finally arrived. It consisted of salted meat and vegetable soup, reheated bread, and boiled potatoes with butter on top. Go ahead and dig in while it's hot. Thanks. It was cold outside, so the soup really looked alluring since it was steaming hot. I quickly scooped up a spoonful and popped it in my mouth. And I was quickly disappointed with the taste. The meat was not evenly seasoned, and it uses too much salt. The vegetables weren't properly simmered, since it used too little water for the soup. Even the bread tasted stale and seems to have been left on the rack for too long. The only thing that tasted decent was the potato, but it's just a simple dish to make. It was probably a mistake to stay here. Seeing that there are no other guests beside me, the food is probably one of the reasons why. I don't think I can expect something tasty for dinner either. There's still more of the soup, so don't hesitate if you want refills. Okay? Well, the food was terrible, but she seems to be hospitable enough. And the Okami here has a little shadow on the edge of her smile, but I find it feels strangely sensual. 3. However, in this world, it must be hard running a business in a hospitality industry while not having male staff as the mascot boy, instead of a mascot girl here, or the owner itself. It must be tough for a single woman like her to do it on her own. After I finished my meal, I then decided to move my carriage into the barn. Cindy, I need you to guide the customer. Elena shouted to the back, and a girl around 7 years old came out. She has adorable big round eyes, and she seemed to be a mature child for her age. Welcome to our store. Let me show you around. Cindy then helped me put the carriage inside the barn. There's something strange with the horses, Cindy said when we were moving the carriage. Certainly, I might have disguised wonder as normal horses, but it would still be obvious from up close that there's something different with them compared to normal horses, since they're not even breathing to begin with. An astute observation. These animals are actually golems, you know. Really? They're golems? I've read about them in stories. It said they guard legendary lost treasures. Cindy excitedly told me about some of the adventure stories she knows. You're right. That's true. They are just like the golems in the story. You see, these guys are very valuable, and I don't want them to get stolen. So can you please not tell anyone about them? Don't worry, I won't. Hey big sis, can I try touching them? Of course you can. Do you want to try feeding them magic stone too? Yes please. She's such a sweet, honest girl. Cindy was not afraid of the golems and really enjoyed feeding them magic stones. She even played on Wonder's back for a while. She seemed to be quite a skillful girl despite her appearance. After I've done parking the carriage, I gave Cindy some candies as a thank you for helping. The guest room that I was shown to was much nicer than I had expected. The air in the room was clean and the sheets were spotless. Elena might not be a good cook, but she's a great housekeeper. Please make yourself comfortable. Elena then closed the door and left, and I then breathed a sigh of relief as I sat down on the bed. I had been nervous that she would find out that I was only dressed as a woman, but it seemed that my fears were unfounded. I had nothing to do, so I might as well take a nap for a while. My wig feels stuffy and my shoulders are stiff from how tight my bra is, so I decided to change into loungewear and relax. Looking at the underwear mark around my chest, I come into realization that it must be hard being a woman, huh? And as I become conscious of the mark, it turned really itchy, and so I raised my hand and start scratching it all the way to my back, which is the moment when the door suddenly opened and Mrs. Wei entered. Sanada-san, I forgot to ask, but what time do you want your dinner to be served? Ah, what a coincidence that she suddenly barged in. Elena-san is now frozen still, while looking at me. Congratulations, Elena-san. It seems like you're in luck today. You've managed to see me half naked, which I don't mind at all actually. Rather, I don't mind if she were to see more of it. By this world standards, my best feature is my buttocks, according to Chris, Sierra, and Rouge. I think she's currently having a hard time talking to me, so I covered my chest with one hand while I answer her. I'll leave the time for dinner to you. I don't even mind if you set the time according to your convenience. Yes, Elena replied, but she still didn't leave the room. Her eyes bored into me instead. Don't tell me, she's thinking of pushing me down now? It's been a long time since I last did it, so I don't mind being pushed down by her. Instead, I'll just accept it earnestly. 4. Is there anything else? Now, tell me that you want it. Tell me that you want the D. No, you're Sanada-san. Right? That's right. I'm Shiru Sanada, the one that have just become your customer from earlier today. Why, you're actually a man? Yeah, since it's more convenient for me to wear a woman's clothing during travel. Elena was still not moving. I hope she'll start to make a move on me soon. If there's anything else you'd like to talk about, you can just sit here and say it. I gave her a smile and allowed her some room to make a move, but instead she just turned red and quickly showed her back and ran out of the room. Please excuse me. The door was closed with a loud bang and I heard her running down the stairs. And here I am putting my effort to invite her in, and it ends up in disappointing result. It's my fault of making the suggestion only half-assedly though. Oh well, I guess it's okay anyway, since I was able to satisfy my propensity for showing off a little. Well then, I'm going to sleep now until it's time for dinner. Chapter 100, Mr. Helper. When I woke up, the sun was still shining through the window of the inn. The light was too strong for being close to sunset, but not strong enough for noon times, so I guess it must be around 3 o'clock. I was feeling a bit peckish, so I guess it would be the perfect time for an afternoon snack. Who knows? Maybe I could get something to drink as well if I go down to the dining room, and so I slung my bag over my shoulder and went downstairs in search of Elena. When I went down the hall, I found Cindy instead, carrying a large basket of potatoes. Hiya, what are you doing? Sanada-san? Whoops. I was supposed to dress up as a woman, didn't I? Well, I just woke up, and so I was still feeling groggy, which is why I forgot that I was walking around in my male appearance. Were you surprised to find out that I'm a man? Yeah, I've actually heard about it from Mother, but I never thought you're really a man. That's because, you see, for a man to be seen traveling alone would raise a lot of problems, right? That's why I wear woman's clothing, to keep me safe. Anyway, what are you doing? I'm preparing dinner. I get in this world, it's normal for a 7-year-old girl to do chores like this. And your mother? She's at work. She then told me that her mother, Elena, works part-time at a nearby construction site. It seems that neither the restaurant or the lodging business was making enough money, so I guess she has been earning enough for them to live by having part-time job. So, are you going to wash all those potatoes? I could see that there are a lot of potatoes inside the basket. The dining room will be busy during the night, since a lot of people usually come to drink. I guess their main income comes from the restaurant business during the night instead of during the day. Alright then, I'll help you out. But it's bad if a customer is doing my job. Cindy began to squirm. Don't worry, I'm bored anyway. If the two of us are doing it, I'm sure it'll be done in no time. You know what, let's eat some ginger candy when we finished washing the potatoes. 1. When she hears my suggestion, Cindy perked up and her cheek flushed with anticipation. Cindy has been a friendly girl from the beginning, but the more time we spent working together, the more she opened up to me. Somehow, she reminds me of the little children who were eager for their mother's affection, and seeing her like this, somehow, I think I'm starting to develop some kind of maternal instinct. Or is it called paternal instinct here? I'm not sure. I like children, and now I feel like I adore them even more. Your hands look chafed. Here, let me apply some hand cream. Hand cream? It's a medicine that helps with the rashness of your hands. Hey Hilda. I then sit her beside me, and I applied the cream to her hands. Such small hands, and yet they look so rough and painful already. Shiru-san. What is it? Somehow, you remind me of Papa. Ah, this is bad. The moment she said those words, it feels like my heart got taken. What a strange feeling. I feel like I have to cherish and protect this girl. If I remember correctly, I think Elena's husband died 3 years ago, which means that Cindy lost her father when she was just about 4 years old. Poor girl, she should be at the age where she's supposed to receive affections from her parents the most. That being said, there's no way I could act as her surrogate father either. Look, I'm just a traveler, so this is the only time I can spoil you, alright? I'm sorry, Cindy, it's the only thing I could do for you. As if trying to envelop her cold hands in mine, I continued applying the hand cream on Cindy's hand. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and a single woman entered the store. Cindy. It seems like the woman is someone familiar to Cindy, but her face was pale and in dismay. Aunt Lim, what's wrong? Your mother Elena. She collapsed at the work site. Following the woman named Lim, was 4 women carrying Elena by using a doorboard as an emergency stretcher. Mother. Elena's face looked really pale, and she was unconscious. Alright, let's gently lower the doorboard. With a sense of trepidation, I used repair on Elena, who was being lowered into the floor. Luckily, it was nothing serious or life-threatening. She was only fainted because of fatigue and anemia. Shiru-san, what should we do? Mother is. I smiled at Cindy, who was in tears, and patted her head. Don't worry. I have some good medicine. Your mother will be fine. I took out a bottle of life potion from my satchel, which I always kept close to me at all times. Hey, Elena, please drink this. As I called out to her, I put the tip of the bottle close to her mouth. Unfortunately, she's still unconscious, and so there's no way for her to drink the potion by herself. Oh shoot. I guess I have no choice then. I decided to put the potion in my own mouth, administer it directly to her mouth. 2. The women around me yelped in surprise, but I didn't have time to worry about that. NNH, MMHH. Gulp. I somehow managed to make her swallow a bit of the medicine. I hope it would be enough. Although its effect is not dramatic, but for fatigue and anemia it should give results immediately. As I continued to watch her condition, her pale face began to show a faint tinge of red. Where am I? Mother. The tension that had been building is now lifted. Large tears overflowed from Cindy's eyes as she jumped at her mother in relief. Mister, who are you really? The older lady called out while staring at me. Me? Don't tell me. Are you the saint we've heard so much about lately? No. No. You completely got it wrong. I'm just a traveling peddler. I put full effort in denying it, since I don't want to raise attention. A peddler? I mainly sell medicine and groceries. I just happen to be staying here for today. Even though I'd spent a lot of time designing my disguise as a woman, it's completely useless now. Well, that's alright, I guess. Sanada-san, I'm sorry to have troubled you, even though you're supposed to be the customer. Elena tried to get up, but I quickly made her to lie down on the doorboard again. You're still in no condition to getting up. Everyone, could you please help her get to bed? But I still have to prepare for dinner. Now you listen to me, Mom. Sick people should stay in bed. And ladies, could you please carry Elena-san here to her bed already? Got it. Yeah. Choruses of affirmation could be heard from the surrounding women. And Elena then was carried toward her room by them. Is Mother going to be alright? Don't worry, I'm sure she'll get better soon. Let's feed your mother something energizing, shall we? Do you mind if I borrow the kitchen? The cause of her collapse is anemia and fatigue, so she needs to eat a lot of nutritious food. I've heard that oysters and shellfish are good for such case, but unfortunately, we're far from the sea. Liver and spinach should have similar benefit, though, and if my life potion is working properly, she should have a good appetite. Alright, let's make them. Cindy, are you fine with eating liver steak? I like it actually. Good. Let's buy some chickens. I guess tonight we'll be cooking a lot of birds. Luckily, Cindy knows someone who can provide us with chickens. We've got a whole lot of them, so we can use them as many as we want for food. I'm thinking of making soup and grilled chicken as well as liver steak. Come to think of it, Chicken was also really popular on Monte Cristo Island, in the form of carriage. It'll be the first time in a while for me to make some carriage. I'm finally back in the kitchen and cooking again. After a long while, it feels really nostalgic. I guess I really like cooking after all. I then put on my apron and stand in front of the cooking table. It looks really delicious. Cindy stared at the freshly fried carriage without even flinching. The look of her serious expression was so adorable. It made me laugh. Let's try having a bite. Be careful though, it's hot. Cindy then blew the carriage a few times to cool it, and when it looks like it's safe enough to chew, she gulped in anticipation, before finally taking a bite. And then, I could totally tell what her impression of the food was, based on the joyful expression she made. Just like Elena, Cindy was also really skinny, so I hope that she would eat a lot of food tonight. And just as we were finished cooking dinner, the door to the store suddenly opened. Welcome. Whoops. I unconsciously greeted the people coming in due to the old habit that I've had during the time when I was still the proprietor of the inn. The two people who just entered look around in bewilderment. Wait, isn't this supposed to be Way's Roadhouse? It is. This is Madam Way's Roadhouse. I'm just a temporary helper. Is that so? Luckily, Cindy then addressed the two still confused customers. Welcome to our store. What would you like to order for tonight? Seeing a familiar face, the customers finally relaxed. We'll have some beers. Coming right up. Hey Cindy, who's that guy? That's Shiru-san. He's kind, amazing, and a great cook. Hearing her praises makes me feel embarrassed. For tonight, we're serving chicken carriage. Whoa. What a dull response. Carriage. Maybe they don't like carriage? If you don't want it, should I make something different instead? Wait, no, we'll have it. Please give them to us. Yes, we got ourselves some order for dinner meals. Finally, I'll have the opportunity to polish my cooking skill again. Got it. Carriage coming right up. Chapter 101, Nursing. The sun was almost set, and there were 6 guests sitting inside the restaurant. It seems that all of them are regular customers of Master Way's Roadhouse. Most of them were single women in their 20s or early 30s who came here after work to have a drink while eating dinner. Shiru-san, if you were to become the master of this place, then I would surely come here every day. Me too. I'd visit this place every day too. As I serve some beers to the rowdy older sisters, I told Cindy, bring some of the food to your mother to eat. After that, you should get some rest yourself. But it's alright, just leave it to me. Even if things get too busy, I still have Gillums to help me. Even if it's not a shady store, I still feel reluctant letting a child help out at night. Besides, I think it's good if I can let the parent and the child have relaxing evening once in a while. Also, you might want to bring some carrot cake with you for the dessert. After I managed to persuade Cindy, who happily went back to the room with a tray of carrot cake in her hand, I then went back to work at the dining room. Most of the customers had robust and large bodies, so I tried to make the portions of their food big enough. After all, I want people to be able to eat a lot at a reasonable price. This is Elena-san's Roadhouse, so I can't really change much about it, but I'm going to make today's service have as many portions as should be reasonably allowed. Goku, add more firewood to the fireplace. It'll be nice to have a warm room during such cold nights. Even if the room turns up a bit hot, it would still be fine anyway, since it will get the atmosphere livelier and make the customers thirstier, so they would drink more. So far, the people keep ordering beers, and everyone was talking happily, which as I had expected. Also, new customers keep coming in, as if lured by the lively atmosphere inside the roadhouse. And as I was serving the food to the customers, I was being bombarded with questions. Shiru-san, are you Elena-san's new husband? I'm not. I'm just a traveling peddler, but today I ended up helping here, because of some circumstances. So, how long will you be here? How long? I haven't thought about it actually. I'm thinking of helping here at least until Elena had regained her health, though. I'll be staying here for about 4 or 5 days, I guess. Why so soon? You should stay here longer. Actually, why don't you just move to this town instead? That's right, and if you need a place to stay, then you can come to my house. I still have extra rooms available. Don't listen to her, Shiru-san. This girl is a pervert. I'm sure she'll do something like peeking through a hole to see you change. I continued the casual chit-chat with the customers, and we had a pleasant time that night. When morning came, I went to check on Elena and found that her complexion was much better compared to yesterday. Her face was still pale, but today it had a slight reddish tinge to it, and her appetite seemed to have returned. As I have explained before, my life potion works by reacting to a person's magic power. Therefore, it works well for people with high magic power, and it is less effective for people with low magic power, and even less so for men who do not have magic power. Elena seems to be one of those people who possess little magic power, so the effect has not been dramatic, but I believe that if we continue the treatment for another 3 or 4 days, she will completely recover. How are you feeling today? It feels much better now, thank you. The medicine you gave me really helped, Shiru-san. I'm glad to hear that. I think I can start working again today. Her statement was so shocking to me that I couldn't reply immediately. Start working again? With your condition like that? Do you have a death wish or something? Don't be ridiculous. You need to take a good rest, and take good care of your body. Otherwise you'll collapse again. But no ifs, ands, or buts. And no need to act gung-ho either. What? Oops. I accidentally used a foreign word here. 1. Don't mind about that last part. Anyway, you're going to take a break for today. But the store can be kept running by me. All you need to do now is focus on resting. However, she's still resisting. Huh? Look, even moving your hand must still be difficult, right? Here, I'll feed you. I've made some bread porridge, so please eat a lot. 2. I raised up her upper body to a more sitting position, and then scooped some of the porridge mixed with the life potion with the spoon. Alright, say, what? Will you open your mouth already? It's not like I put poison or anything inside it anyway. I gently slipped the spoon into her half-opened mouth. You don't need to force yourself too much, but try to chew it well when you're eating. Yes, Elena mumbled and began to chew as if she had finally relented. It's alright if you rely on me while you're sick. I won't do anything reckless. I promise. Got it. Finally, she's being honest with herself. There's certainly a different kind of joy in being finally able to take care of a usually serious person, isn't it? Well now, what should I do next? Elena managed to finish half of the porridge. Is there anything else you need help with? Don't worry and say it. Actually, could you? I wonder if there's something wrong. What is it? I was wondering if it would be fine for you to help me change my clothes. It's drenched with sweat and I don't like the feel of it sticking to my skin. So sudden? Her request was so unexpected that it made me flustered. But contrary to what I thought, she didn't feel embarrassed about requesting help to get undressed. Instead, she only showed apologetic expression for asking me to do it. I'm sorry for asking you to help me change my drenched clothes, but I don't think I could do it alone. Oh, don't you worry about it. Rather, I think it's better if I just do your laundry as well. Where do you put your change clothes? It's in the drawer over there. Elena pointed toward a small chest. I quickly went through it and found shirts and pants. Come to think of it, it might be better to change her underwear too, because, you know, it must be uncomfortable for her to be in an underwear drenched with sweat, right? Yeah, I'm going to make a cool, rational decision here, not unlike what a veteran nurse would do in a similar situation like this. After all, this is only part of the job of being in a volunteer works. There's no hidden intention here, I swear. And so, with that kind of determination, I grabbed a pair of simple cotton panties. Chapter 102, again, toward another journey. It has been 3 days since I've started taking care of her, and Elena's health has been getting much better. I still can't allow her to do her part-time job at the construction site yet, but it's no longer a problem if she starts working around the house little by little. With that in mind, I am currently teaching Elena some of my cooking recipes. I know I will have to leave on a journey eventually, but I want Master Way's Roadhouse to be a thriving place to eat. Also, teaching them how to cook would be beneficial for Cindy's growth too. We'll cut the chicken around this size, and then we'll put some garlic and spices on it. Like this? Elena clumsily tried to knead the chicken with the spices. She might not be the best when it comes to cooking. That's not how you do it, Mother. You do it like this. If I had to say, I think Cindy has much better sense of cooking. What to do? I think it's better if I just teach Cindy instead of you, Elena-san. Oh, come on. Am I that terrible?" Elena responded. We then happily laughed together in the kitchen. We had only spent a few days together, but I was thinking that such a small happiness was not so bad. I can already imagine myself running the roadhouse with Elena and Cindy together in such a small city. Of course, that's only if Elena and Cindy accept me, but I think we look like a small family already here. A clumsy mum, an earnest kid, and then me. Thinking about it, I felt a slight pang in my heart. Still, I have to return the staff of La Messine back to the imperial capital. To be honest, I actually don't care that much about returning the staff itself. It may originally belong to the Empire, but I have no obligation to go to any great lengths to return it. However, I also have a strong desire to travel around the world a little more to see and hear many things. I will eventually settle down somewhere, but it's still a long way off, and for now, I want to see the center of this world, the imperial capital Lulusanjian. Alright. Now after we finish covering them in breadcrumbs, we'll fry them in oil. Chicken cutlets with cheese inside the meat is popular among the people of this world, and it was one of the top 10 most popular dishes back at Shiruzen. And what makes it better, is that it does not require much skill to make. Once you got the hang of frying it, anyone should be able to consistently produce the same flavor. Keep an eye on the color of the batter. When it becomes golden like this, take the cutlet out of the pan. Both Elena and Cindy were now looking at the chicken cutlets with similar expression of anticipation. Alright, it's finally time for taste testing. Yue. Both of them cheered. Cindy and Elena then started taking out the plates. As I watched them, the thought of staying here just a little bit longer came to my mind again. And then, suddenly, the door to the restaurant opened with a loud bang. A woman with peculiar dress entered into the restaurant. She was wearing a long fur coat and a flashy yellow-colored outfit. For some reason, her outfit emphasized her breasts, and it made me draw my eyes toward her cleavage. "I'm sorry, but our place is not open yet." The woman just continued to enter the restaurant while ignoring what I just said, and following behind her were 5 soldiers with weapons in their hands. The uniforms of the soldiers are different from those of the Imperials, though, and I've never seen them before. At the very least, they're not regular Imperial soldiers. The woman just looked around the place before finally fixed her gaze on me. She had a somber expression on her face, and her eyes seemed disinterested. And yet, there's hints of sex appeal from the way her eyes glinted, arousing a raw and decadent instinct from within me. She gave off the impression of lethargic and ethereal. And her honey-colored hair, tied up in an updo, was really striking. "You there, are you Shiru Sanada?" "Yes, Mom." Suddenly she confirmed my name. Somehow it gives me bad feeling. "I see, so you're the saint we've heard so much, aren't you?" "I'm sorry, but you got the wrong person." "Yeah, let's deny it as usual. Let's claim that I have no idea whatsoever about the so-called saint." "You're not?" "But I heard the saint's name is Shiru Sanada too." "Don't tell me there are actually 2 men with the same unusual name happens to be around the area." "Oh shit, I shouldn't have said my real name." Stupid, stupid. Stupid, I'm being such an idiot again. Why haven't I thought about using alias instead? There's a rumor circulating around the town, you know, that in Master Way's Roadhouse, a saint is acting like a proprietor of the place. I did notice that some of the customers were saying such rumor though. I had always thought that I would leave soon so I just disregard it, but I really was being too careless this time. "Well, you can deny it all you want, and you might not really be the saint, but we're still going to have you come with us anyway." She's really being forceful. What's up with her anyway? "Please wait a moment, Lusama." "Don't you think you're being too unreasonable?" Elena just called her Lusama, which means she's already familiar with who this person is. "I'm sorry, Elena-san, this lady here is?" "She's Lady Lu Renbel, the second daughter of Lady Lakmeth Renbel, the ruler of the region." Elena explained. "So she's the daughter of a noblewoman. Huh. That certainly explains the luxurious clothes and pompous attitude. It's just that, I feel that this person is giving off an eccentric vibe." "Well then, Lady Renbel, is there anything I could do for you?" "There is, but it's not something to be said in here. I need you to come to the estate with me." And Lu just arbitrarily ordered me to come with her. I don't mind too much about it, but I could feel Cindy's hand grasping tightly on my sleeve. I'm sure she feels terrified right now. I could just simply escape from here by using Captive Angel, but I'm certain it would give problem to both of them later. And so I patted her gently on the head and chose my next words carefully. I understand, I will go with you. But I want to change my clothes first, so could you give me a moment? Alright, you may. Lou flatly replied. I went back to my room and pulled out my saint costume for the first time in a while. They already know that I'm the saint anyway, so there's not much sense to try and hide it now, in which case, it's probably better if I'm wearing the costume, since I could count on a placebo effect if I need to heal someone. With such thought in mind, I quickly changed my clothes. When I returned to the dining room dressed as a saint, I found Elena and Cindy stared at me wide-eyed. Shiru-san, you really are the saint. Elena-san, I'm sorry for lying to you. I only meant to be able to travel in peace. Elena only shook her head silently. Shiru-san, are you leaving? Cindy was in tears. Since there are people who need my help, will you be coming back again? I'm sorry, Cindy. I'm so sorry, let alone of being a surrogate father to you. I couldn't even say that I'll be coming back here again. I couldn't make any promises, so the least I could do was to hug her tightly. Are you done yet? Lou interrupted us as we were saying our goodbye. Yes, I'll be going with my own carriage. That's troubling. We need to have you join our carriage, Saint Dono. I'll have my people to bring yours and follow behind us. My carriage is being pulled by Gillam horses, and they only listen to me. Also, there are a lot of important medicine inside the carriage. After all, there's no way I could just leave Silver behind. I see. Alright, but I'll be riding together in your carriage. You have no problem, right? Somehow, Lou gave off an unusual vibe which made me nervous. But it seems I don't have the option of refusing here. I understand. Please ride in my carriage then. Lou only nodded as I said so. Her eyes look unfocused and dull. Shiru-san. I heard Cindy's voice echoed through the street as I left the town with my carriage. As I looked behind, I saw her figure waving her hand frantically. Goodbye, Cindy. Goodbye, Elena. Forgive me for being on another journey. I need to see more and know more of this world, before I can settle down in one place. Masterway's Roadhouse was located right at the entrance of the town, but as soon as we were past the gate, I already couldn't see the figure of Cindy and her mother. Chapter 103, on the carriage toward the estate. The carriages were moving along the wintry road. The Renbells family carriage was in front of me, with Lou and I following behind. I was half expecting to see some soldiers riding in my carriage too, but Lou was the only one with me. She was sitting next to me on the driver box, looking at the scenery with dull gaze. For some reason, I really don't like her, but at the same time I feel like I'm being drawn to her. You know that feeling you get when you don't really like a song, but you find it keep playing in your head because you keep hearing it over and over again? It is similar to that kind of feeling. This carriage, it's really warm. Well, that's because this is a specially modified carriage. I've installed a magic heater under the driver box. You might argue that it's a waste of magic stone, but it's really a nifty feature. That's because I've installed a special magic tool. Not only our conversation leads to nowhere, it only served to increase my anxiety. By the way, isn't it about time you told me why you're taking me with you? Lou warily glanced around our surroundings. Let's just say that we need you to take care of a sick person, but I can't tell you the details. Well, that's certainly informative. I now know exactly the same as I had before asking, but maybe aristocrats have their own circumstance so they can't tell me anything yet. As it seems futile to ask further, I decided to drop the subject. Silence fell again, and the only sound that I could hear was the rattling of the carriage wheels under the cold blue sky. Suddenly, I noticed that Lou was staring at me. I wonder what she's staring at anyway. Her intensity made me feel nervous. Hey, what is it? You're actually really perverted, aren't you? Her sudden words made me freeze. Well, she's not wrong, since I also realized that I'm actually lecherous. But for someone who was meeting me for the first time to get it correctly? What are you saying all of a sudden? I would appreciate it if you don't make such false accusation. It really bothers me. You say so, but why are you glancing at my breasts since some time now? That's because you have such prominent mounds there. God damn it, even though your eyes look like they're lifeless, you're actually really perceptive, aren't you? Or maybe I was being too obvious in looking at them. That's not true. I was mumbling those words in denial when Lou suddenly took my hand. It was so sudden that I didn't have time to react and pull my hand back. And then, Lou further grabs my hand and place it on her bosom. What do you think you're doing? Me? I'm just giving you what you want. She's not actually wrong, per se, and yet the whole situation feels completely wrong. I tried pulling my hand back but Lou just wouldn't let me. Let go of my hand. No need to worry, no one is looking at us now. The carriage in front of us has its windows closed, and there's no sign of anyone watching us. Even the road where we're going now looked empty. This person's chest, it's more on the side of a flatland. Anyway, my hand should be at the top of her mound, but why can't I feel the tip? Could it be that she has a sunken nipple? No good. I shouldn't get carried away by my vortex of desire. Lou is an aristocrat, so of course it would be normal for them to sexually harass a commoner. I shouldn't get carried away by her whims. After all, not all aristocrats are as well behaved as Lot Graham was. Why are you doing such a thing? I could see it in your eyes. Your lust is greedily seeking me out. Even now, you desire to see what I look like under these clothes, don't you? This girl, is she some kind of esper? Don't tell me she has some kind of ability to read people's mind. Certainly, I really want to know the whereabout of her nipple, but I still have my logical reasoning to not do it. You know, it really does feel hot now. Here, you can take a look. Lou opened the front of her clothes while still grabbing my hand. It's my loss. It's my complete defeat. Yeah, currently I'm staring intently at her naked breasts, and it was amazing, you know. The sight of plump pink areolas spread across her large white breasts. Her assets is not too small, rather it's quite sizable, with the sunken nipples. The contours are spindle-shaped, with delicate and tasteful curves, as if they were made by a master potter. Gods dang it, why must her breasts shaped so arousingly? Foo-foo. As I looked at her chest in trance, I heard Lou's triumphant laugh, which made me regain my pride and self-respect. After all, I've come from a democratic world. I won't submit to an aristocrat's whimsical arrogance. Don't you think it's enough already? Please let go of my hand now. Not yet. Lou is now forcing my hand to directly touch her breast. This is bad. If she does that, I'll get excited regardless of whether I want to or not. Yeah, just as I had thought. You're really perverted. Her hollow-looking eyes were now looking down at my crotch. No, don't get hard now, my little Joe. Stand down. Boy, stand down. But my wish was in vain, and against my intention, it was standing tall and proud. I wonder why my little Joe is so unusually excited now. Usually, he's not this uncontrollable, and come to think of it, I'm feeling a little dizzy now. Shit, it made me really angry now. Why am I being looked down upon now? No way, I'm just gonna silently let it slide like this. Alright, you wanna make fool of me? Well, I'm gonna to make a fool out of you instead. And so I moved my fingers to caress her breast. MMHH. A wistful voice escaped Lou's mouth. Surprisingly, she made a cute voice, but more than anything it fueled my irritation instead. Don't expect me to show some mercy now. As I was toying with her in a more aggressive mood than ever before, Lou's fingertips entered between my thighs. I took a glance at her and I saw her face started to blush and take on a more lively complexion. Even her breathing feels hot now. Are you some kind of monster that gets vitality by sucking other people's life force? And just when I was thinking so, Lou's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. You're really cute. Why did she suddenly compliment me? You're probably the best among all the male I've met so far. What's this? Why did you praise me even though your expression was hollow until now? It's unfair, you know. So you do have a cute side when you're smiling. And why did I become so nervous now? I feel like a crone character in a light novel. I don't like this. I don't even like her. And even though I dislike her, I end up flustered just by a single praise. And so, ignoring what she just said, I continued fondling her breasts without knowing anything better to do. Every time the carriage rocked, the distance between us grew closer, and before I knew it, we were sitting perfectly together side by side. We were both pulling off parts of each other's clothes and wiggling our hands, each eagerly trying to get something out of the other. The right breast that I was playing with was now hard and puffy at the tip, and Lou's eyes were half closed with melancholic expression on her face. She looks quite cute with her eyes being droopy like that. Now I want to put my lips on her chest and no, not good. Not good. If I do that, it would be admitting that I'm perverted, and it would make her haughtier and more prideful. But then again, it's a fact that I am actually perverted, right? Besides, I really want to suck on her right breast to try her sunken nipple. Yeah, it would be like building a cairn on top of a mountain, too. Such thoughts were swirling inside my head like a storm, and I couldn't get them out of my head. And so, I made a decision. Yeah, at the end, let's throw my pride to the wind. With that thought, I started to move my lips to the top of that mountain. But suddenly, Lou stopped moving. Eh? I looked at Lou in surprise, and she was straightening her clothes so it would be proper again, back to her hollow expression as if nothing had happened after all. We'll stop it here. The estate is now in sight. I looked ahead, and through the trees I could see a large mansion perched on a hillside. That's probably the estate of Renbel, who rule the area. So it was time's up, huh? But what should I do with this frustrating state? While getting a little irritated, I also fix my clothes. It's hard to close my trousers because now it feels so tight. I forcibly buttoned it while desperately tried to calm down my little Joe, who complained with throbbing dissatisfaction. You look quite dissatisfied, even though you're supposed to be a prim and proper saint. I don't recall of ever having used my magic to make you all excited, though, Lou said while licking her lips, acting as if she could see through me. Yeah, I really can't stand this person. I know it's been a while since I've done that, but why did I end up doing such thing together with her anyway? No, it's not my fault. Please believe me. It's this person's fault for having such erotic tits. I'm not falling for her. It's just that I sensed some peculiar attraction with her. I know in my head that I should stay away from her, but I can't help but be curious about Lou. Despite my misgivings, the carriage passed through the large gate and finally into the courtyard. Chapter 104, Lepel's Disease. The carriage passed through the courtyard and stopped in front of the main entrance. In front of the large wooden door stands a woman wearing a butler uniform with her head bowed deeply. Let's see. There's a few young men here and they're bowing as well, but they were wearing knee-length skirt and maid uniforms. Once again, I'm being reminded that this world has inverted value between man and woman. Yeah. There's nothing mo about this, none at all. 1. We bid you welcome, Saint Sama. I am Laurel, a butler in the service of Renbel family. Hello. From the outside, I thought the building was somewhat gloomy and unsettling. It gave off the impression that a vampire or werewolf was lurking somewhere. This Laurel person too, she's a fair-skinned beauty, but it feels like she's concealing her own darkness. I wouldn't mind if they turned out to be vampire like Sierra though. 2. Please follow me. My mistress, Lady Lackmeth, has been expecting you. I then followed her toward the inside of the building, but the moment I passed through the door a faint strange smell hit my nostrils. This is the smell of medicinal herb. Certainly. The inside of the building reminds me of a medicinal herb store. It seems like it's not just the smell of a specific plant, but a mixture of various type of herbs. Saint Sama, this way, if you please. I was trying to pinpoint the source of the smell, but the butler, Laurel, urged me to continue ahead. Lackmeth Renbel, the ruler of the area, was a middle-aged lady with a tall stature. I bid you welcome to our estate. It's rather cold over there, so why don't you please come near the fireplace instead and make yourself comfortable. Her high-pitched voice rings through the hall. She looks to be in her 40s. I guess. She's a beautiful woman, but she seems restless and was constantly fidgeting. Don't tell me she's nervous of meeting me. Laurel, prepare some tea for the saint. Saint Ono, are you feeling a bit famished because of the long journey? Would you like some cake, perhaps? How about other treats? Thank you, but I just had some meals before I traveled here, so it won't be necessary. I can see you're quite a reserved person. Ah. Lady Lackmeth let out a high-pitched laugh, and I wondered if there's anything funny about the situation. Frankly speaking, her shrill voice prickled my ears and made me feel a bit nervous. And as of her, it seems that she's not fidgety because she's being nervous, rather, it's because of how she normally behaves. She comes off as daunting, but I guess it's just the effect of the dark atmosphere of the estate. Yeah, let's think of it like that. Anyway, thank you very much for coming here. I trust that Lou didn't do anything untoward when she came to escort you here. She's quite eccentric, so I was a bit worried when I assigned her to do it. I almost blushed as I recalled what had happened on the carriage. Nothing to be worried about. I tried deflecting the issue, since there's no way I could just say it out that I did such thing to her when we just met each other for the first time, and come to think of it, I still don't know why I did it anyway. Also, I'm not sure why, but I feel a lot calmer now, unlike before. It's as if the whole excitement that I felt back on the carriage was nothing but an illusion. Come to think of it, where did that Lou woman get off to anyway? I think she disappeared just as we entered the building. Oh well, who cares anyway? Before, I was feeling very drawn to her. But now I felt nothing, just mostly indifference. Lady Wrenbell, please forgive me for being straightforward, but may I ask why have you summoned me here? I tried asking her, but she seemed wary instead. There is no need to be in such hurry, Saint Dono. You may take your time to enjoy your tea first. I don't want tea, all I want is to quickly finish my business here and be on my way. I'm afraid it won't do. If there's a sick person involved, then I would feel restless and worry about them. No other choice then. Let's have you check on the person first. Lady Lackmeth sat there, mumbling, as if she was not satisfied with how things proceeded. I got the impression that she's hesitant to show me the condition of the patient. But I'm being called here as a saint, so it's only normal for me to be taken to the patient as soon as possible. I'll be frank with you, Saint Dono. The sick person in question is my own eldest daughter. Lady Lackmeth's tone of voice dropped a little as she began explaining. It would be bad for our reputation if it were known that the daughter who would become the next family head has fallen ill from sickness, so we have tried to keep it a secret. I see. Also, since our family, the Wrenbell, gained our fortune from selling medicine, people might accuse our products as ineffective if words got out that someone from our family had fallen ill from an incurable disease. For this reason, I would like you to treat my daughter in strictest confidentiality. So the Wrenbell family, who ruled over the area, amassed their fortune from selling medicine. I guess that's the reason why I smelled medicinal herbs when I entered the building. And the issue of the next head of a medicine merchant family falling deathly ill was the reason why you had been hesitant to explain it to me. I fully understand the situation. I will not say a word about anything I hear or see in here. I don't know whether I could cure patient or not, but please let me see them. For a moment, I thought that Lady Lackmeth would still hesitate even though I've pressed her to let me see the patient, but she actually relented and started standing up. She then led the way toward a long corridor. We climbed the stairs to the top floor of the estate and came to the far end. Beyond here, is the room of my eldest daughter, Lursa. In front of the room, a single knight was standing guard. Open the door, Lady Lackmeth ordered, and the guard knight took out a key and opened the door of the room. That's rather tight security. I guess they really wanted to keep the illness a secret. I felt it was a bit exaggerated, but I entered the room without thinking too much about it. The room I was ushered into was spacious and luxurious. There was a smell of medicinal herbs in the air. On the right side of the room, there was a large bed with a canopy. I guess that must be where the patient is. Lursa, how are you feeling? I thought I heard a faint moan escape from the bed as Lady Lackmeth called out to her. I'll let you see her now. Lady Lackmeth took a deep breath, then opened the curtains with a determined look on her face. I desperately held back my urge to scream, since the appearance of the patient really shocked me. Lursa-san was lying on the bed and looking at us with a vacant expression. Her blue eyes were devoid of strength, as if her life could be extinguished at any moment. However, the most shocking part was the condition of her skin. This condition, the only exposed parts of her body were her face and hands, but from what I could see her skin was scaly and hardened. Meanwhile, the sheets were littered with brown skin that had flaked off like dandruff. Please do the medical examination. I will see what I can do. Hello, Lursa-sama. My name is Shiru Sanada. I will start examining you now. I greeted her, but Lursa gave no reply. It seems like even speaking is hard for her. Without needing to examine her in detail, I can already see that she is quite gravely ill. I wish I could make a cure with medicine production, but I have a feeling it will take quite some time. Alright, let's use repair first to check her condition. Repair target, human, Lursa Wrenbell, age 24. Description: suffering from Lepel's disease. The bacteria transmitted by magical monsters has caused an abnormality in the circulation of magical power. The outburst of magical power causes necrosis of skin cells, which accumulate and become like fish scales. The runaway magic makes it difficult for healing magic to work. MP consumption, 1928. Repair time, 203 hours and 27 minutes. How is it? What's the result of your examination? She's suffering from Lepel's disease. We thought so too. It's a severe disease that's considered incurable. We have tried all kinds of remedies, including those from renowned healers and our family's own secret remedies, but they have failed to cure disease. Her magical power is running amok because of the bacteria in her body. That's probably the reason why the remedies failed. Bacteria? I see. The concept of bacteria is not common to people in this world. In other words, the culprit for the disease is a small living being inside of her. They're so small that we're unable to see them, and they're still multiplying inside of her body. How long has it been since Lursa-sama fell sick? Around 3 months ago. Do you have any idea what caused it? Lady Lakmet suddenly grew silent. Could it be that the cause of the disease is an infection of bacteria which usually exists in magical monsters? So the most probable cause is that she has been in close contact with a magical monster somewhere. I really don't know the cause. Lursa herself never told us anything about it. I see. Lady Lakmeth turned to me with a worried expression. Saint Ono, do you think it would be possible for you to cure my daughter? Please give me some time to work on it. I will need to check on a lot of things first. I was then given a quiet private room to examine the materials needed to make the medicine. Chapter 105. Starting the treatment. I was given a room on the same floor as Lursa's, a quiet space tucked a bit away from other people. I think it's a guest room that's rarely being used, so it was still cold as I entered it. Well, the servants have lit up the fireplace since then, so I'm sure it'll get warm in no time. I've also brought Goku and Wonder inside the room with the excuse of having them help me with creating the medicine. The real reason though, is because it's damn creepy around here, so I'd feel a lot safer with my golems around. Now that I've got all my stuff prepared and I feel settled here, let's try making some medicine. Item production: medicine for Lepel's disease. Category: medicine creation. LV7. MP consumption 1078. Explanation: it has the effect of killing the causative bacteria and suppressing the magical power runaway. Drug usage should be divided into multiple doses. Production time: 61 days plus 8 hours. It would take more than 61 days if I want to create it from nothing. But conversely, if I had all the ingredients, then the fabrication time would be considerably quicker. And while they may not have all of it, I'm sure the Renbel family could supply me with some of the ingredients. I then made a list of all the necessary ingredients and decided to consult the matter with Lady Lakmeth. I walked down the dark stairs towards the great hall where I was taken to when I first arrived here. The building was deathly still, and so I walked while trying to not make any sound, even though there was no need to do so. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I suddenly thought I heard people talking, so I quickly stopped to listen. Apparently, someone was having a conversation around the bend at the end of the stairs. Don't worry too much about it. I was only thinking that it's better to lay the foundation from the beginning. This voice, I think it's Lou's. You fool. Couldn't you have waited until the treatment is over? This one, I think it's Lady Lakmeth's. You know what they say, right? That fortune favors the bold. Lou's voice sounds condescending now. Utterly unbelievable. So? What did you use? Oh, just a bit of bewildering incense. Bewildering? Why did you use such precious elixir? Do you even realize how much it costs to make it? Now, don't worry too much about it. I guarantee it will be well worth it. Seems like they're in the middle of talking about something complicated. Maybe they're talking about their medicine business? I think it'll be a waste of time to wait until their conversation is over, so I'll just head out now and be done with my request for the medicine. Oh, here you are, Lady Lakmeth. I was just on my way to meet you. Both Lady Lakmeth and Lou were a little startled when they saw me entering the hall, but they didn't seem to mind it too much. Oh? Was there something you need, Saint Dono? Frankly, I want to discuss with you about the treatment. I would like to make a special medicine for Lepel's disease, but there are some ingredients that I currently don't have on me. Hence, I would like to ask if it would be possible for the Renbel family to provide some of the ingredients that they have. But of course. So, what kind of materials would you need? I handed her the note I've prepared, containing the list of ingredients that I need. Renmai grass, dried great white bat wings, mugwort. Lady Lakmeth was checking the list together with Lou. Do we have enough great white bat wings in stock? We do. We also have plenty of renmai grass and mugwort. From their conversation, It seems that Lou is involved in the management of medicinal herbs and seems to be quite competent. Eventually, Lady Lackmeth finished checking the inventory and looked up from the note. We can prepare most of the ingredients without problems. However, some items are not yet available. And those items are Shtopobion's liver, Urel mushrooms, and mole sea slugs. Oh my! I tried looking it up by using my creation magic search function, and they are indeed valuable and rare ingredients. The problem is, without those three, the production time will be prolonged significantly. Would it be impossible to obtain? I wouldn't say impossible, but it would certainly require some time. It seems that it would be the case. After all, one of the ingredients could only be obtained from hunting a Shtopobion, a monkey-like monster with wings. There might happen to live around the region, but there's no guarantee that it would be easy to hunt them. Even if a request were to be made right away to the Adventurers Guild, there's no telling how long it would take to obtain the liver. But this ingredient is the most vital component of the medicine. That's because Shtopobion's liver has a substance that is able to render the Lepel's bacteria harmless. They are carriers of the bacteria after all, so they won't be able to survive otherwise. Hold on. Their habitat is around this region, so could it be that Lursa had been in close contact with them? Well, there are other monsters which are carriers of the disease too, so it may not be the case. Lady Lackmeth let out a heavy sigh. We might be able to procure liver, but for the Urel mushrooms and mole sea slugs, they are so rare that we would need to go to the capital to procure them. Actually, there's no guarantee that we could procure them even in the capital. Wait, it's that difficult to obtain? After a quick check, I found out that Urel mushrooms usually grow on a rocky surface near the top of Mount Aomagi, 5,723 meters above sea level. Meanwhile, mole sea slug are a rare species that inhabits the southern islands. I guess it would really be a tall order to procure them. But hang on. That mole sea slug, I think I've seen them before on the coast of Monte Cristo Island. I then checked with the search function again and confirmed it with the image I had in my memory, and I think that I got it right. After all, there's no mistaking that mottled pattern of purple and orange. I wonder, maybe it's better if I just gather the difficult ingredients myself. Anyway, I'll make the arrangements. The problem is, I don't know if Lursa's condition won't become worse while she waits for the medicine. As for that, I think we can make do by using the life potions that I have in stock. Actually, I don't think the life potion would prove effective in this case since her magic is out of control, but it is important to relieve the symptoms as much as possible. Would it be alright for me to use the life potion that was made by myself for Lursa-sama? It's fine. I'll leave it to you, Saint Dono. Now that Lady Lackmeth had given her permission, I then headed toward Lursa's bedroom. I was inside Lursa's room again, and this time together with Lady Lackmeth and Lou, and I've had Gokka carrying a crate full of life potions. There are two possible methods of administering the medication, orally and direct application to the skin. In normal cases, it is supposed to be potent enough that it could quickly heal ordinary cuts and scrapes, but I am not sure how effective it would be on scaly skin. And even if it were administered orally, it's the kind of drug that works by reacting to a patient's inherent magical power, so it won't show a miraculous effect with the disease. But still, I believe it would buy us enough time until I could make the proper medicine. Lursa-sama, I'm going to apply some medicine now. It shouldn't be painful, so please do not worry. I spoke softly to her, so she wouldn't be anxious. Due to the hardening of her skin, her face looks like it's being covered by an amber-colored mask. I'm certain that it must be hard for her to move her facial muscles. I took out a cotton ball that I had prepared, soaked it with some of the life potion, and then gently applied it to her skin. How do you feel? I hope this will make you feel a little better. There was no reply from Lursa. It's hard for her to talk, so it's only natural. There will be some medicine to drink too, so please take it later. I'm going to make the proper medicine that would fully cure you from now on, but this medicine is also important for building up your stamina. I've made it sweeter than usual so it should be a little easier to take. I hope it suits your palate. It actually tastes like an uncarbonated energy drink. Sweet, but not overly so, and so I think it would be easier to drink compared to a bitter medicine. After I finished applying the medicine from her face down to her neck, Lursa-san's hand moved, and her fingertips touched my arm. Somehow, I think she's trying to say thank you. How is it? Are you feeling better now? Lursa's head moved slightly. Good, the life potion seems to be working, even if just a little. I would like to apply it to your body as well, May I remove your clothes? I asked her so, and Lursa's eyes fluttered twice. That's a sign of approval. Lady Lackmeth told me from the side. 2 moves means yes, and 3 moves means number. I then stripped off her pajamas and noticed that the area from her chest to her stomach had also been severely hardened, and the skin that had peeled off was piling up like dandruff. You. I thought I saw a pleading look in Lursa's eyes, which had been empty until then. Don't worry, I will do everything that I could to cure you. You are this person, she hasn't given up yet, and still strongly wishes to keep on living, which made me want to help her, from the bottom of my heart. Yes, all I have to do is to go and get the ingredients. It shouldn't be impossible for me, since I have both the captive angel and eminence rock. I then continued to carefully apply the life potion to the rest of her body. The treatment is over for now. Her skin was slightly moistened, but it was far from cured. Even so, she seemed to feel much better and quickly fell asleep. Alright, it's time for me to plan my next step. Chapter 106, Incensing Evening. It was beginning to get late in the evening, but I felt like going for a walk to clear up my mind. I used the search function and found some wild grasses that could be used as medicine grow on the nearby forest. I guess it would be fine if I gather some herbs once in a while, too. And so, I brought Goku and Wonder with me toward the front door, and incidentally met the butler, Laurel, there. Laurel-san, good evening. I want to take a little stroll around here. Please wait. We will arrange some of the knights to escort you while you're outside. If there are other people beside me then I won't be able to pee in peace. Also, I don't need to be escorted by the knights. If it's for my protection, then my golems will be more than enough. I'm sorry, but we can't allow that. We have strict orders to ensure your safety by all means. If you won't take the knights with you as your bodyguards, that means we can't allow you to go out. Laurel politely bowed her head while saying so. Hold on, isn't this similar to a house arrest? It feels like they won't let me go anywhere freely until I've completed Lursa's treatment. I was getting irritated by their pushy approach, but it's a good thing that I could just easily escape from here by using Captive Angel anytime I need. Boy, it sure is a relief to have a trump card up my sleeve. However, now that I've seen what state Lursa is in at the moment, I don't want to bail out just yet. I've decided to give her a proper medical treatment. I understand. If that's the case, then I'm fine with not going outside. Is there anything else I can do for you? I even felt angry at the polite butler, but I realized that no good would come by starting a fight here. There's no other choice but to return to my room, but as I started turning back, I suddenly had a good idea. Actually, do you have a map of the region around here? A map, Saint Dono? We do have it, but we can only show it to you with the permission of Lady Lackmeth. Then, could you please inform her of my request? I want to know the location of Mount Ermagi. I want to know the location of the mountain, because I'm planning to sneak out of here tonight and go looking for the Urel mushrooms myself. Affirmative. I will inform Lady Lackmeth immediately. I then returned to the room after making request of the map. Maps seem to be very valuable in this world. After dinner is finished, I was finally shown the map with the location of Mount Ermagi. It was a large map, and it was carefully kept inside a magnificent wooden box. I think the size of the map reached 2 meters wide. As per my request, I was shown the location of Mount Ermagi, where I supposedly able to collect the Urel mushrooms. I'll probably sneak out and go there before midnight. From the estate, the shortest straight line distance is less than 300 kilometers, so if I put on the Eminence Rock, I think I can get there before dawn. The return trip shouldn't be a problem, since I could just teleport back by using Captive Angel. I think I will sneak out around 2300 hours. So I put some MP potions and seasonings in my usual bag when I return to my room. Why seasonings, you ask? Well, that's because I'm thinking of hunting some monsters if I got hungry, and turn them into some snacks. I think I should bring a small bottle with salt and another one with all-purpose sauce. This is all because I couldn't just casually ask the butler to provide me with some midnight snack. Knock knock. As I was getting ready to leave, there was a quiet knock at the door. At this hour, almost all of the lights were already turned off, and I'm sure everyone was already fast asleep. So, who in the world would be coming here now? Since the door to my room was already locked and Wonders are waiting on standby with me inside the room, I approached the door without any fear. Who is it? I asked toward whoever at the other side of the door, without unlocking it. I might be an airhead, but even I understand the importance of being cautious. After all, in this world, having 3 masked women suddenly barging into my room and tying my arms and legs to the sides of the bed is a common trope in the novels. It's me, Lou. I tensed up for a moment. My heart beats a little faster as I remember the carriage ride during the day. What business do you have during such late hours? I've brought some of the herbs you need. Can you open the door? It sounds like just an excuse. After all, why does she need to bring it this late at night anyway? I was about to rest for the day. Can't it wait until tomorrow? I want to get it done by today. She's showing the same forcefulness as she did earlier in the day and refused to back down. I was excited by her attitude back then, but now all I'm feeling is anger. What the hell is wrong with her anyway? Well, I had Wanda and Goku with me, and I also got Harry hiding under the bed. If she tries anything funny, I'll just rough her up a little. With that in mind, I unlocked the door and opened it slightly. Clack. The cold air from the corridor came rushing into the room through the 3 centimeters gap. It even made the flames of the fireplace flutter. The swaying of the light from the fireplace made the shadow of Lou standing in front of the door shimmered accordingly. Just like back then at the carriage, her figure seems glamorous and stirred my desire. Why does this woman have to be so damn captivating? Where's the herb? I'll bring them later. Lou was empty-handed. I hurriedly tried to close the door, but Lou was quicker to put her boots forward to prevent me from doing so. No need to be nervous like that. I just want to chat a bit. Can't you let me in? Basically, from the bottom of my heart, I hate this Lou woman. And yet, I really want to do it with her. I want to have sex with her. To put it simply, I think I'm having some kind of bizarre lust for someone I loathe. What is this feeling I'm going through right now anyway? I wanted to scream out of frustration of my self-contradiction, but instead, my body just moved away from the door. Just come in if you like. I've got nothing to say to you though. I tried to put on a dismissive attitude, but I could feel a glimmer of my own desire in what I said. I hate how I'm acting like this. I hate it, and yet I can't stop it. Lou walked into the room without hesitation and locked the door with a click. What's the meaning of this? Like I've told you earlier, I only want to fulfill your desire. After all, Saint Ono, you're the one who wants to be embraced by me, right? While saying that, Lou casually took off her coat, and her breasts that I had seen during the day spilled out of its constraints. That's right. That breasts. That I wanted to suck. Finally, I will. Wait. No, this is not right. I feel like there's a vortex of desire try to rush out and push my reason away the moment I let my guard down. Why aren't you being honest with yourself already? It's almost unbearable, right? I don't know when she approached me, but now she's whispering such words, and started to stroke the member between my legs. At that moment, it feels like an electric current suddenly run through the center of my body and a numbing sensation of pleasure envelops me. It's not magic. And yet my little Joe is now erect so much, that it started to hurt. I don't care anymore. I just want to release my pent-up desire. But, I hate being at her mercy, and such thought probably was my last sliver of logic. No, don't. I was a half-hearted refusal. Deep down, I really wanted to just surrender myself to her whim. However, the golems reacted to my refusal. Wanda lowered himself into a fighting stance, and which made Lou step back. Meanwhile I staggered back before finally catching myself on the windowsill. Even just like that, it made my breathing feels easier and my head clearer. Please stop with your jest, Lou-sama. It feels a bit hot in here. I opened the window a little to cool down my flushed body. As the cold air outside flowed into the room, I could feel my lust calming. I must insist on taking a rest for the night. Please don't forget your coat behind. I gathered all my willpower and tried to get her out of the room. I see. Lou put on her coat to cover her naked top, gave me and the golems a quick glare, and finally left the room. As she left, I felt mild self-loathing. Lou is definitely erotic. Her body, her eyes, her languid expression. However, I don't think that's really the case. It's as if I just feel that way because I need somewhere to vent my pent-up lust. What to do? It feels like ever since I've come to this world, my sex drive has kept getting higher and higher. I don't think I've ever felt this aroused when I was still a company employee back on Earth. I was planning to go to Mount Ermagi, but I can't go in this condition. I think I'll go after I let out some steam. All golems, face the other way. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes, imagining Chris smiling gently at me. Of course, I was completely naked. Next, I imagined Lot. She was usually so reserved and quiet, but on the sheet she becomes so clingy, which I found endearing. Oh, Cecily is making a wistful face while her is bottom facing me. And Sierra, how I missed you so. I was about to go into motion when I noticed that the window was still left open. I'm gonna catch a cold at this rate. Goku, close the window and the curtain. Quickly soon after, I had forgotten about Lou and my head was filled with erotic fantasies. Chapter 107, Mount Ermagi. It was around 11 p.m. now. I'm sure no one would be awake at this time. Activate, Eminence Rock! Exclamation mark. I took out the staff of Lamessine, struck a pose and transformed while yelling. I could still do it without the pose and the yell, but you know, it's important to put your spirit into it, right? Anyway, equipping Eminence Rock made me feel like a tokusatsu hero. So I want to equip it while making my signature pose and yelling whenever possible. The armor looks more like a demon's armor though, so maybe I'm more like a dark hero instead. With one foot on the open window frame, I asked Goku to take care of the room while I'm away. Properly lock the window after I leave. It's fine if it's locked, since I can teleport back by using Captive Angel. I've also put a sign on the door saying, I was making medicine until very late at night, so please don't wake me up. This way, it should be fine until much later tomorrow. Well then, I'm off now, I said to my Gillums, and then quickly dashed into the darkness. I'm sure that the Ren Bell would never suspect a frail man to jump out from the third floor. I made a three-point landing and ran straight into the forest. The Eminence Rock has a night vision function. Thanks to that, I could clearly see everything around me. Even when I was inside a pitch-dark dungeon, I could still see my surroundings, and compared to that, running under the moonlight was no problem at all. I ran above the road, jumping from branch to branch on tall trees, and over large hills. I think my speed must be around 90 kilometers per hour, too, now, since I feel like I was moving faster than when I was driving a car on the highway. I was heading toward the northeast. Mount Ermagi is a freestanding mountain with its peak at 4,700 meters above sea level, so I figured I would be able to see it within an hour's drive. Even Mount Fuji, the highest mountain in Japan, was only 3,776 meters above sea level, so this one must stand out even more since it's around 1,000 meters taller. There were hardly any signs on the road, and it was my first time here in the area, so I had no choice but to rely on the mountain to enter my field of vision. As expected, within an hour after I started my journey, a huge mountain could be seen in the distance. I'm sure it must be Mount Ermagi itself. I finally felt at ease since I'm now certain of the direction that I am going. After all, traveling blindly is bad for one's mental health. Just knowing where we're going made us feel more confident and relaxed. I found a nice rock to sit on and decided to take a break. Equipping Eminence Rock costs 1 MP per second, and now that I have max MP of 7,839, I could easily keep going on for 2 hours straight. However, since I don't know if I will get into battles, I drank some MP potion to keep it topped up. Thanks to the Eminence Rock, I don't feel fatigued at all. But once again, I felt like the armor isn't energy efficient when it's in use. Performance-wise it's excellent, but consuming 1 MP per second is a bit too much, I think. Wait a minute. Maybe I could improve the magic armor by using creation magic? Something like lower MP consumption, or even adding new functions. Now why didn't I think of it before? I could even try to add external energy intake so it would consume magic stones instead of MP, or install flight capability. Yeah, let's try to tinker with creation magic after I return back to the estate and take a break. Huh? You're asking why I didn't try to modify it right now? Well, that's because in order to do so, I would have to unequip my Eminence Rock first, which would remove both the night vision and physical enhancement, and unequipping it in dark surroundings like this is scary, you know. I might feel invincible when I'm wearing the armor, but I'm still a weakling on the inside. Although I guess training with Cecily had made me a little stronger. I arrived at the foot of the mountain around 3 AM. All I had to do now was to climb toward the top, since the Urel mushrooms that I'm looking for grow on a rock ledge near the summit. From down here, it looks like the summit is covered with snow. Anyway, Best to just go there and see what I can find. I also heard that monsters are inhabiting the mountain, so let's be careful on the way up. I drank an MP potion again and started climbing the mountain. I ran up through the coniferous forest, and when I crossed through, I found myself in a place full of craggy rocks. The slope was steep, and the cold wind was blowing hard, but I had no problem continuing thanks the Eminence rock armor. Seriously, this armor is really convenient. But maybe I could still improve it further. Looking far up above at the summit, it seemed like I still had a long way to go until I reached the top. The more I went up, the heavier the snowfall became. Beep. Eminence Rock's sensor has detected a monster. I quickly readied my gauntlet and fired off a converging beam. It's the first time I used it again after I had dived into the dungeon to save Cecily. The beam struck true to its target, and the magical monster fell down. Laying before me was something that looked like a giant armadillo. I then examined the monster by using repair. Repair target, Armadian. Description: a monster covered with a very hard outer shell. Its meat is edible and prized among maize. MP consumption, 3106. Repair time, 202 hours 28 minutes. Seems like the meat is edible, which is a good thing, since I'm hungry after running all the way here. After draining the blood appropriately, I activated the light blade and cut off the parts that looked tasty. The light blade functions by letting out high temperatures, so the meat ended up looking like overcooked roast beef. The meat is nice and convenient to carry now, since it no longer drips blood. Let's use a normal knife to cut it into smaller pieces and cook it when I want to eat it. I wanted to eat immediately, but it was too windy here, so I decided to wait until I found a more suitable place to take cover. After drinking another MP potion, I continued climbing the steep cliff. Even with all the strength provided by the armor, I still needed to exert myself to barrel through the snowy slope before I could finally reach the summit. Mountaineering is not my hobby, so I'm not particularly excited by getting to the top of the mountain. The only top of the mountain I'm interested in is on a female's body. Anyway, I needed to look for Urel mushrooms to complete Lursa's medicine. I looked around the area, but everything was blanketed with snow, so I couldn't see any color other than white. I tried searching around for small mushrooms growing on a rock surface, but I couldn't find anything that looked like it. And while I looked around, I saw something like a cave made from huge rocks stacked on each other. There should be no snow or wind inside of it, right? Also, there's the possibility of the mushrooms growing there. With that in mind, I moved toward between the rock ledges. The lack of wind made it much easier to move here. Thanks to Eminence Rock, I didn't suffer from cold, but if I had to guess, I think the temperature outside must be minus 24 degrees. Also, I heard that for every 1 meter per second increase of wind speed, the perceived temperature would drop by 1 degree. For normal people, being outside right now would make them freeze to death. 3. Beep. My sensor reacted again. However, this was not a monster. It's a human. I saw, toward the back of the cave, a human figure. Hold on. Why is there a person here? Don't tell me that someone actually lives here. As I warily approached the figure in the dark, I could hear a rattling sound. I wondered what that sound was, but it turned out it came from the person in front of me. The sound was made by the chattering of their teeth, as the person shivered against the cold. Wait, isn't this an early sign of hypothermia? Hey, are you alright? I rushed over to the person lying there wrapped in a blanket. The person was also wearing a winter coat made of fur, but I'm sure it must still be cold because there was no fire burning here. Probably climbed up all the way up here by using physical reinforcement magic, but then ran out of magical power. What the heck are you? A monster. This person couldn't even form a coherent sentence because of all the shivering. Unless we do something about it, the condition would worsen into hallucinations and then loss of consciousness. I wanted to unequip Eminence Rock so I could give proper treatment, but it would freeze both of us, so let's warm up the room first. I lowered the energy output of the convergence beam and fired it continuously toward a stone to heat it up. After a while, the stone turned bright red, and the inside of the cave gradually became warmer. Now I will no longer be freezing even if I unequip the armor. Are you alright? I'll give you some MP potion to drink right away. I tried asking the person again, but this time without my face covered by the armor. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any life potion with me at the moment, since I thought I would need the space for bringing a large amount of MP potions. Anyway, as long as there's enough magic power, this person should be able to use physical reinforcement magic again to deal with the hypothermia. You, a man? Why is there a man at this place? A woman looked up at me vaguely while being in a dazzled state, and I gasped when I saw how beautiful this woman is. Golden hair framed her graceful almost to the point of handsome face, with brilliant emerald eyes. Everything will be alright. Please drink this. Holding her trembling body in my arms, I managed to get her to drink the MP potion. Chapter 108. I fucking did it in Mount Ermagi. The woman fell back to sleep after drinking the MP potion, but her body temperature was still very low. Her complexion was still pale, and she was still shivering, although not as bad as before. Also, she still seemed to be in a hazy state of mind. I've made the place warmer, but cold wind was still blowing from the outside. I found a thick sheet of cloth from the woman's luggage, so I used it to block the entrance of the cave. When I turned toward the back of the cave, I found many small black objects dotting the wall of the cave. Hold on. Don't tell me this is. I then used repair to check it, and it was indeed the Urel mushrooms that I've been looking for. And so, I excitedly stuffed it into the bag that I have prepared. This is amazing. Yes, I fucking did it. Now I have one of the 3 rare ingredients I need, and thus, my goal here has been completed. But then again, there was no way I could just leave that lovely lady unconscious here like this, right? I tried checking her temperature by placing my hand on her neck, but her skin was still freezing cold. I'm gonna need to do something to warm her up, and so, I started putting my hand on the button on her clothes. Alright, I'll first explain my logic, so you won't misunderstand what I'm about to do. Look, it's a common setup in manga and other popular works, right? That when you're stranded somewhere cold and need to warm up another person's body, you'll need skin-to-skin contact, right? You've read about them, right? And such things happened there, right? Well, at least for me, I've read a lot about how skin-to-skin contact is necessary for warming up other people. And usually, they get naked. That's why I'm going to do it. It's necessary, I swear. It's all for the sake of keeping the lovely lady alive. And so, I started taking off her clothes. It's safe enough to do it, since the inside of the cave is now warm enough thanks to the stone that I've heated. This lady's body was really muscular, with only the barest hints of fat. Her breasts are bowl-shaped and beautiful, and her abs are firm. If I had to describe her body, it would be supple. No, this isn't the time to admire her body. I should quickly warm her up now. I quickly took off my clothes and climbed into the blanket where she was sleeping. Please forgive me for intruding. I jumped because I was surprised at how cold her body was as we made skin-to-skin contact. It was so cold that my little Joe shriveled up instead of getting excited. Oh, this seems to be really bad. If worse comes to worst, I could always take her to a warmer place by using Captive Angel, but if possible, I don't want to do it since it would spill my secret. Besides, she might have something important to do here, so moving her away might be something unnecessary. Yep, that's why there's no other choice but to warm her up by using my own body. There's no other way but this. I broke no argument here. Please excuse me tilde. While making sure that I won't sound like a pervert, I entered the blanket in a gentlemanly manner and pressed my body close to her again. This time I was prepared for it, so I didn't jump at the cold. I felt my body rapidly losing heat, but conversely, her body seemed to be warming up. After staying in close contact for a while, she stopped shivering completely, and her body relaxed. I could even hear her sleeping soundly. Actually, I'm getting sleepy too now, since I've been traveling all night. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't aroused by her breasts and ass. But right now my desire for sleep had overcome my sexual desire. Yeah. Yawn. Let's take a little nap here. Louise is Poff. My name is Louise Arujana. I'm the 3rd princess of the Ayugoa Empire, an explorer with the nickname Queen of Adventurers. I've made a name for myself by taking up adventure along the Nasa River. I've climbed atop the world's 3 greatest peaks, and have charted the previously unexplored areas of the Great Forest. And for my latest challenge, I was to climb Mount Ermagi alone, during the winter. In terms of altitude alone, Mount Ermagi is not that high of a mountain. It only stood at 4,700 meters at the peak. The challenge, however, is that the mountain is infested with monsters, and the sheer cliffs continued all the way until near the top of the mountain, repelling all but the most skillful climber to reach the summit. This is the reason why top mountaineers try to climb this mountain in winter, to prove that they are the very best. I have completed numerous expedition trips with my own team. It's not unusual that I did it together with a team, since expeditions are usually carried out in groups anyway, but there are people accusing me that all of my successes were merely attributed to the people on my team, instead of my own hard work. And hence, to prove myself to those people, I attempted to make a solo ascent of Mount Aramagi during the winter. At first, I encountered no problem. There were a few monster attacks, but I had my military training and experience, so it was easy to fend them off and quickly be on my way to the top. It only took me a week to reach the summit, thanks to my proficient use of physical reinforcement magic and my expertise in utilizing the rope to overcome those precipitous cliffs, which repels human efforts to climb them. And then, my good fortune ended. The clear weather that had been continuing for days had suddenly taken a turn, and a fierce snowstorm suddenly broke out. Even for me, it's impossible to move in the midst of pure whiteness, and so I decided to take refuge inside a cave between huge rocks just below the summit, just long enough for the blizzard to pass. I still had 4 days' worth of food, a magic stove, and extra magic stones in anticipation of such an eventuality, and so I was supposed to be able to hold off until the storm subsided. However, the blizzard continued for 6 days, and so I was running out of food first, followed by a depleted stock of magic stones. When you're in a mountain during a winter, running out of energy would mean death. Still believing that the weather would improve tomorrow, I decided to rest, betting on my magical energy reserve to hold on until morning. But by midnight it was already completely spent. I guess I'm going to die like this, huh? I remembered thinking so as my consciousness grew hazy. The problem was what comes after that. I'm certain I was hallucinating at that moment, but I could have sworn I saw a knight in black armor standing before me as I trembled in the cold. At first, I thought a monster had come to attack me, but the armored knight spoke human language and seemed to give me something that looked like medicine. Was that something I've often read in stories, like a divine angel coming to save mortals? I'm sure it was just my hallucination though, and there was no way to confirm it anyway. Yep, it didn't matter at all. Not when I'm faced with a more inexplicable and bizarre situation, something which warrants a more urgent answer now, which is namely, why do I have a man sleeping together with me right now? And also, why are we both naked? No, I'm not complaining here, since he has a good face, and has a wonderful body too. The type of which that made me want to do various things with him. Yeah, I'm fine with huddling together like this. And to be honest, he's the type of man I'd want to push down right away. I was thinking of waking him up to ask questions on what happened, really, but the sight of him sleeping with his innocent face dissuaded me from doing so. Anyway, this guy, why does he smell so good anyway? A flowery scent wafts from his hair and body. It is a soft scent, different from the strong perfumes usually worn by men in the imperial capital. I put my nose close to him and sniffed his hair. It smells so good that I can't help but sigh. And his lips, his prominent collarbones, his slender shoulders, everything about him aroused my interest. I finally lost control and peeked inside the blanket. Whoa. No way. We seem to be entwining our legs without underwear. Back to Shiru's puff. Grope. What is this? It feels like I managed to grab on something soft and pleasant. Grope. It feels so nice. I want to keep touching it forever. I'm still feeling too drowsy to open my eyes, so let's just enjoy the comfortable feelings like this for a while. After all, I don't feel like stopping now. And so, with my eyes still closed, I continue to enjoy the pleasant feelings in my hand. You're okay with this, huh? I feel like I hear someone speaking from the edge of my consciousness. Okay with this? Okay with what? Actually, I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait, hold on, this. Where is this? Let's see. I think I was supposed to be on a journey to the imperial capital, and on my way there was a woman with an incurable disease. And I went up into the mountains to gather ingredients for a medicine. Gradually, my consciousness returns and I'm becoming more awake. I quickly fluttered open my eyes to see a woman was straddling me and looking down at me with a suspicious look in her eyes. As it turned out, I have been rubbing her breasts for some time now. I'm sorry, I kinda unconsciously. You don't mind, right? I was going to ask her about her condition, but it's impossible to do it now. It's because this lady was already covering my mouth with hers before I could ask anything out. MMHHH. The intense kiss made it kinda hard to breathe. But I'm fine with that. Lately, I've been feeling agonized during the night. I got a severe case of pent-up condition because of that Lou woman, so I think this would be a fine way to let out some steam. Besides, the woman on top of me really hit all the right buttons for me. And so, I responded to her devouring kisses with my tongue, and her movements became even more intense. Chapter 109, Goodbye, Mount Ermagi. Even though it was extremely cold at the top of a mountain in the middle of winter, the lady and I were completely drenched in sweat as if we were in a sauna. I've been equipping Eminence Rock to run 400 kilometers straight all night, followed by climbing a 4,700 meters mountain, and lastly, I've been pouring all my strength and stamina for the final climax of the journey here. I felt like every time before this was merely a practice run to prepare for this moment. And now, what I feel is a pleasant sense of fatigue, like a job well done. The lady on top of me was so full of energy that it made me wonder if she had really been at the death's door when I'd found her. She ended up casting magic to rejuvenate my little Joe 3 more times until she was well and truly satisfied. Also, I could tell that she must live a privileged life, probably an aristocrat, since she had no hesitation whatsoever when I gave her my full service when I took the lead. She's already used to people doing things for her. Somehow, she reminds me of Chris when we were in bed. Well, not all of the aristocrats are like that though, since I know how reserved Lot Graham was when we were in bed. Anyway, I don't dislike doing it with this woman anyway, so I just put my best effort to please her by doing this and that, among other things. Yeah, I think it's my bad habit to try to give as much hospitality as possible. Oh yeah, I knew it. I knew this wasn't a dream, she said contentedly. It was in the aftermath of our sessions, and the lady was letting me suck on her breasts. Usually, after I had sex with someone in this world, I would then suck on their breasts and gently caress and comb their hair, and all of them seems to like being treated that way. Almost all of them were willing to let me do it, save for Cecily, but I think she's just reserved since she looks happy when I offered her to do that. I have many questions I want to ask of you, but let's start with your name. With a plop, I removed my mouth from her breast. I'm Shiru. Shiru, huh? I'm Louise. Louise, Jana. Oh, Miss Louise, huh? Well, thank you for giving me such a memorable experience. I doubt I'll ever have the chance to experience something like this sex at 4,700 meters high again. Next, how did you? As Louise was about to say something more, a blinding light pierced my eyes from between the sheets at the entrance of the cave. Oh shoot. What time is it now? This is bad. This is really bad. It's already past 8 o'clock. I need to return to the Wren-Bells estate before they realized I'm gone. Shiru, what are you? Louise-san, thank you for the wonderful experience. We probably won't meet each other ever again, but I'll never forget what we shared. What? Right. Here's some Armadia meat and magic stones. There's 3 kilograms of meat, so you won't have to worry about food for the time being. Feel free to use the magic stone for the magic tools. Alright, I gotta go now. Bye. Where are you going anyway? We're on top of the mountain. There's no way for a man to go alone. I had no time to explain to her, so I just hurriedly covered myself with the cloak so she couldn't see me, and quickly teleported back. Louise Ispoff, known as the Queen of Adventure, I have traveled to many different regions and embrace many different men, from the Amaran tribe of the northern mountains, to the southern men with their richly tanned skin. I've laid with Imita men, known for their massive body frame, and the petite men of the Pamizo, who barely came up to my waist. But never, have I ever, had a more satisfying experience than with this man right here. This Shiru. He completely understood what I wanted him to do, and he managed to do everything correctly, without me saying anything. No, he even went above and beyond it, and did things that I never even imagined before. I gotta go now. Shiru suddenly panicked and hoisted his clothes and belongings into a bundle of things. Where are you going anyway? We're on top of the mountain. There's no way for a man to go alone. After all, it's extremely cold outside since we're on top of a snowy mountain. The robe he was carrying seemed luxuriously made, but it did not appear to be excellent protection against the cold. Yeah, better to calm him down and ask for his situations. I also had the intention to bring him back to the palace, but before I could do anything, he suddenly disappeared before my eyes. Wow, what in the world is going on here? I shouted, only to have my voice echoed back within the hollow space inside the cave. Was it only a dream? Did I just imagine everything? No, I still had his seed inside of me. Then, where the hell did Shiru go? Don't tell me, he was my guardian angel? But then again, in a way, he really was. That man, Shiru, said he would never forget me. For me also, I would never forget him. That's right. I'll meet him again. I'll certainly make sure that we meet again. I'll meet him again, and the next time, I will ask him to serve me. I put on my outfit and went out of the cave. The blizzard that had raged until yesterday had stopped as if it was merely a mirage, and now the dark blue sky was spread above me. All right, time to get back to the imperial capital. After that, I will use all of my influence and wealth to find you, Shiru. Renbel Dining Hall. In the dining hall, the head of the family, Lakmeth, and the second daughter Lu, were having breakfast while facing each other. Laurel, the butler, was the only one serving them, and there was no one else present beside the three. Is Saint Dono still sleeping? Laurel bowed her head lightly at Lakmeth's question. There was a message posted on his door, saying that he was researching medicine until late at night, so he wishes to be left undisturbed this morning. I see. Lakmeth took a sip of coffee without pursuing it further, and then she turned her attention toward her second daughter. Lu, you visited his room last night, didn't you? How did it go? Lu put her half-eaten bread on her plate with a disappointed expression. It was a miss. The window was opened before the bewildering incense took full effect. Also, the incense is not very effective on that man. Lu had been trying to seduce Shiru by using the bewildering incense, which is the Renbel family's secret medicine. The person has been regularly dealing with medicine, after all, so he might have a higher resistance than most men. Certainly, that makes sense. Well then, shall we spike his meal instead? Fumo, are you talking about the liquid of heavenly bliss? It's a very powerful aphrodisiac indeed, but it has the risk of causing seizures. No, if you want to turn the saint to our side, it's better to do it after Lursa's treatment is complete. You're taking this too easy, Mother. What if he escapes afterward? Also, the real problem here is whether my elder sister would let us do it. She's too straightforward. There's no way she would let us keep the saint here against his will. I am also concerned about that. We will probably have to confine him in some place she doesn't know. Confine? Huh. Will it include training also? A dark flame of desire lit up in Lu's eyes. You fool. You think I'd let you turn Saint Dono into a cripple? Too. The knowledge of medicine that he possesses is too valuable. We must draw as much information as possible from him. I understand. Please be rest assured, and leave it to my expertise. I will be sure to make him become infatuated only to you and me. Dear Mother, the way you phrase it, I could only imagine that you would do something reckless again soon. Lakmeth looked anxiously at her second daughter. The eldest daughter, Lursa, was born with a rare talent as a herbalist, but she is too straightforward and absolutely hates doing shady things. On the other hand, Lu, her second daughter, is bold, shrewd, and willing to do whatever it takes to get ahead in business, even if she had to get her hands dirty. While Lursa shows no interest in men and won't even lay her hand on her personal male maid, Lu has deep fondness of men and often used any methods possible to get her hand on any man that roused her interest. No matter who would succeed her later, Lakmeth feels worried about the future of her house. I was butt naked, but I was able to make it instantly return to my room at Renbel's estate. Yes, Captive Angel is really handy. Also, I've memorized the cave in Mount Ermagi so well, I'm certain I'll be able to instantly teleport there any time I want. After all, how could I not memorize the cave anyway? Louise made me take an embarrassing pose and did things that I couldn't say out loud. It was shocking that I could only take a vacant look toward the cave wall for prolonged amounts of time. At that time, I got really excited, but also, there is a part of me that is strangely calm. While my little Joe was under intense attack, a part of me was thinking, is this part of the cave basalt, or is it granite? 3. It was really astonishing. Chapter 110. I got found out. Anyway, I wiped off my body and got dressed. I'm actually really starving right now, and I just want to have a quick breakfast and go to sleep, but surely it'd be bad if I let out some weird smell at the dining hall, right? Oh, and I need to check up on Lursa's condition first. And so, I decided to go to her room to conduct a checkup before going to breakfast. Good morning. I entered Lursa-san's room, while being careful not to make too much noise. As usual, the place was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs. The canopy of the bed was open, and Lursa was looking at me with blank eyes. How are you feeling today? Did you have a good night rest? While speaking out to her, I used repair to check on her condition. Repair target, human, Lursa Renbel, age 24. Description, suffering from Lepel's disease. MP consumption, 1924. Repair time, 203 hours and 25 minutes. When I examined her yesterday, the required MP was supposed to be 1928 and the repair time 203 hours and 27 minutes. It's just a minuscule amount, but she's slightly in better condition now, and I think she's feeling a bit better too. However, the life potion cannot cure the root of the disease, so I need to create the proper medicine as soon as possible. We're still racing against the time, since there's no telling if her condition would suddenly decline. Let's apply the medicine again for this morning, shall we? I'll need to undress you again. Would you be alright with it? Lursa fluttered her eyelids twice, which means she gave her approval. I opened her shirt and found out that the skin condition had not improved yet. Her scaly, hard skin was flaking off and was pooling on her side like dandruff. It still hasn't improved as much as we hoped, but I think applying this medicine make you feel better somewhat. Crackle crackle. I think Lursa feels the effects of the medicine as well. Anyway, we still have plenty of life potion in stock, so let's apply it evenly this morning. Lursa looked a little embarrassed when I took her clothes off. Rather than feeling embarrassed because of being seen naked, I think she's more ashamed of the condition of her sickly skin. That's all right, don't worry. We're working as best as we can on making the proper cure for the disease. Once it's completed, I'm sure you'll be back in prime condition in no time. After applying the medicine, I dressed her in new fresh clothes and brushed her hair with a brush on the side table before leaving the room. It was already past 9 o'clock a.m., but when I arrived at the dining hall, I was quickly served breakfast immediately. The breakfast was hearty and very tasty: bread with butter and jam, half-boiled egg, apple compote, fried onion and potatoes, and so on. They also offered me coffee and tea, but I declined, since I'm planning to take a long nap afterwards so I can go out again tonight and search for the other ingredients for the medicine. I drank only 2 cups of hot milk, refraining from inoculating myself with caffeine. When I returned to my room after eating breakfast, I was hit hard with drowsiness. I only had 1 or 2 hours of sleep after having an intense workout with Louise, so I was at my limit of keeping my eyes open. I wanted to collapse into bed right away, but before I could even change into my pajamas, there was a knock at my door. What is it now? Who is it? It's me, Lou. I wanted to turn her right away from inside the room without needing to speak directly to her, but I couldn't do that to the daughter of the head of the family, and so, I opened the door just a little to prevent her from entering the room. What can I help you with? Nothing really. I just wanted to ask you how the medication is coming along. Lou pressed her body to the door. Last night, just seeing her figure made my heart fluttered, but now I'm too sleepy to think of anything. It's not possible to create it at the moment since we haven't acquired all the ingredients. I'm only doing preparatory work with the ingredients I already have on hand. I see. Anyway, can't you let me in for a minute? Oh God, what an annoying person. Excuse me, I'm trying to get some sleep here. Do pardon me, but I'm really busy here. Wanda, sit. Don't bare your fang yet. Wanda didn't actually do anything at the moment, but I only said that to remind Lou that I have golems inside my room. It was a roundabout way to threaten her that I'd set them on her if she dares to force her way in. Luckily, she took a step back with a surprised expression. I see. I didn't mean to bother you. Excuse me. It's all right. I just need to focus on my work for a while, so I would appreciate it if I could be left undisturbed until dinner time. I said my piece and then promptly closed the door while she's still standing there and locked it. Now, finally, I could get some sleep. As soon as I fell into bed, my consciousness flew away to the dreamland. In front of Shiru's room, Lou was standing in front of the door, feeling perplexed. That's weird. Why isn't the bewildering incense effective anymore? It shouldn't be possible to develop a resistance to it just by inhaling it a few times. That man was supposed to get his mind bewildered and left him susceptible to her suggestion, allowing her to enter his room, just like what happened last time. And that time when they were together at the carriage was the moment when the incense was most potent. Not only because they were in a close proximity for a long time, but also because it was his first time inhaling it. Lou managed to throw him off balance and lose his focus by accusing him of being a pervert, which further increased the effectiveness of the incense. She even managed to plant suggestion that he's so lustful, that he even reached out and massaged her chest in confusion. And yet today, he no longer showed any interest in her, which was a major setback in her plan to seduce and entrap him. I guess it leaves me with no choice then. I'll need to use the liquid of heavenly bliss soon. As long as I can put him in heat, it will be easy to brainwash him later. Unbeknownst to Lou, Shiru was still not immune from the effect of bewildering incense. Shiru was simply too exhausted from going all the way to the top of Mount Amagi to pick up the Urel mushrooms. Also, Lou had no way of knowing that Shiru has been indulging in a sexual activity with Louise until morning came, and he had reached enlightenment by climaxing 5 times, which was why he no longer showed any interest in doing it with Lou. Also, as a proof that the incense was still effective, Shiru was sleeping while having a hard-on. Shiru's puff. Goku woke me up at sundown. For some reason, I've had sexual dream during my sleep, even though I just did it that much with Louise earlier. I never thought I had such strong sexual drive. In that dream, I had harem situation with Chris, Graham, Sierra, Cecily, Rouge, and Mina. In my dream, my situation was the pinnacle of every man's fantasy, and the excitement was so intense. It was as if I was high on drugs. Well, I'm still not sure why it was like that, but I feel like my head is much lighter and clearer now. My next step would be to check up on Lursa, have some dinner, and then make preparation to go out and search the next ingredients. The remaining rare ingredients that I need would be the Shtopobion's liver and the mall sea slugs. I was pondering for a while which one would be the next to look for, but I finally decided with the mall sea slug first. My reasoning was because the Shtopobien monsters are supposed to live near the area, so there is high probability that the adventurers commissioned by the Renbell family would be able to obtain it. The sea slugs, on the other hand, lives on a tropical climate, so it would definitely take time to procure and transport it here. Also, I'm confident that I've seen those creatures back on Monte Chris Island. If I ordered the Seamers to look for it, I'm sure they would quickly be able to find the sea slugs, and I could just easily teleport back there. The only question remains, if someone see me there, wouldn't it cause an uproar since I was supposed to have escaped from the island? But I guess I could just prevent it from happening by disguising as a woman again. And so, I pulled a bra out from the bottom of my belongings. It's been a while since I've worn one of these. Now I'm feeling very nervous. I also put on matching panties to get in the mood. I put on some makeup to complete my cross-dressing, and then check my appearance in front of the mirror. Perfection. With this, even if I meet someone, I won't have to worry about them finding out it's me. I'll leave things here to you guys. After I said that to Goku, I then activated the captive angel. In the blink of an eye, I was inside my own bedroom at Shiro's Inn. Naturally, it was pitch black in the room. I turned on the magic lantern and looked around, but the room was exactly as it was when I had left it. I thought the air would be more stagnant, but it wasn't, so it seemed like someone had been regularly ventilating the room. The sound of my footsteps echoed as I moved toward the door, and when I opened it, I gulped loudly. It's because a large woman was sitting at the counter at the store. How did you get inside there? As the woman said so, I remembered the owner of the voice. Master Elsa. Hey, just answer my question already. You must have snuck in here because you were looking to steal Shiru's underwear, right? What I don't get is how did you able to get inside his room, even though I've been sitting here all this time? This is bad. I never thought that I would meet with Master Elsa right off the bat. Alright, let's quickly retreat now, and teleport to another part of the island. I tried to grab the captive angel in my bag, but Master Elsa moved much faster. Hey now, don't make any funny moves. Before I knew it, I had my wrists caught behind my back. Master Elsa, that hurts. You're really slender. As a woman. Hold on, that body figure. You're a man? Wait. The master sniffed my body and frisked me with her left hand. No. Is it really important for her to check down there? It can't be. You're Shiru? How did she know that it's me? Oh well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. Chapter 111, Acquitted. Master Elsa stared me down while I shed my disguise. The weight of her gaze made me feel guilty. Finally, I took off my wig and the voice changer. So, care to tell me where you've been all this time? Well, that's alright. Just sit here and tell me all about it. I don't think I could get away if I tried, judging from how intently she was watching me. I couldn't think of a plausible story, so in the end I just told her everything that had happened. By the time I finished my confession, Master Elsa's brow had furrowed and there was a heavy expression on her face. I guess she's going to harshly scold me now, isn't she? So you're saying that Countess Vebles tried to assault you, so you stole the staff of Lamessine in retribution? Yes. Wait, no, I was going to return it the next day, but she'd suddenly left before I could do that. That means you're in the possession of the real staff of Lamessine, huh? Yes. Ah, crap. That means the one that she submitted really was a fake. What a mess. It seemed that Countess Vebles, in her panic, poured a significant amount of her fortune to make a glittering fake staff and handed it over to the Empire. Rumor has it that it was a magnificent staff decorated with gold, silver, and even orichalcum. I wonder how much money she spent to make it. Also, you're saying that the staff of Lamessine is a tool to summon magical armor? That's right, and the armor is called Eminence Rock. Show me the staff. And so I took out the staff and handed it to her. Well, I don't mind if she's going to return it to the Empire. My remaining concern would only be whether I could come out of this situation unscathed or not. Worst case scenario, they label me a criminal, and I run away to the Bawanda fortress and seek protection from Chris, but if possible, I would like to avoid the battlefield. Master Elsa carefully examined the staff with a sullen expression, and then she casually returned it to me. Aren't you going to confiscate it? Confiscate it? Why? Well, I mean, it isn't mine to begin with. That's not my problem. Anyway, even if I do take it away with me, it'll only get me into all sorts of trouble, and I've already got my hands full with the troublesome procedures here. Not to mention all the mess that keeps piling up on this island. To tell you the truth, I want to retire already. I see. Is that really alright for her to return the staff to me? Anyway, I guess I'll just have to return it by myself. Besides, Shiru, you're the one who stopped the stampede. Know that I'm greatly in your debt for what you did there. So, does that mean I'm acquitted from the crime of stealing the staff? As far as I'm concerned, I never saw the staff, you never stole anything, and we never had this conversation. This is great. Master Elsa had agreed to turn a blind eye to the incident. Master Elsa, you're the best. I love you. I was so moved that I hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. What the heck? You really are a hopeless child. Master Elsa was dumbfounded for a moment, before she finally responded with a warm smile. That's right, Master Elsa. That was how much I'm grateful to you. I won't even mind giving you 100 kisses, you know. By the way, Master Elsa looked at me with a serious face. What is it? You said you can equip the magical armor Eminence Rock by chanting the spell, right? That's right. It doesn't take magic power to put it on, but once equipped it would consume 1 MP per second. Shiru, are you saying that you can use magic? Yeah, I guess I need to tell her about that one too. Actually, yes, I can use creation magic. I held out my hand and made appear in my palm the bread that I usually serve. The smell of freshly baked bread immediately permeated the room. Are you really a man? Well, it's only natural for her to be surprised. After all, there has never been record of a man able to use magic from the books that I've read, and maybe there aren't other men in this world who can use magic. If you don't believe me, would you like to confirm it yourself? I tugged at my shirt in a playful manner, and she just stared at me. You idiot. Stop messing around with your elder. You may be saying that, Master Elsa, but for a brief moment there, you were seriously considering it, weren't you? To think there's a man like you in this world. You know, I had always known there was something mysterious about you from the first moment I had met you. I also don't know why I'm different from the other men out there. Actually, dare I say that it's because of the Flounder's blessing? Or maybe it was a curse? This whole ordeal made me really tired tonight. Master Elsa stretched her neck while tapping it with her fist. Oh, Should I give you a message then? It's been a while since the last one. I made the suggestion, and it seems like it made Master Elsa very happy. Who, you want to give me a massage? I'm really grateful. Since you've decided to overlook my crime, I've also decided to give you a special massage session for tonight. Actually, there's a secret option for the massage. It's a special course that only a handful of people know about. I see. I look forward to it. That's right. For tonight, let's use the special aroma oil to make her completely relaxed. Master Elsa was lying limp on the king-sized bed. The expression on her face was wistful, almost debauched, and there was only a trace of her usual sternness. To think there's such pleasure in this world. Shiru, you're really amazing. No, the amazing one here is you, Master Elsa. You may be over 70 years old, but your face looks like you're only around 40 years old, and your body is so healthy and fit that it looks like the body of a woman in her 20s. And now, maybe thanks to my massage, her skin seemed to glow radiant from youthful vitalities. You know, Shiru, if only I were 20 years younger, I would do anything to make you mine, even if it meant beating all my rivals to death with my bare hands. What an extreme thing to say for a grandmother. Actually, she doesn't look like a grandmother at all. So, you came back to this island in search of the mole sea slug, you say? During the massage, I told her about me being dubbed as a saint, how I'm able to travel by using the captive angel, and the situation with the rent bells. Yeah, I'm planning to have the Seamers search for them for me. Even if they couldn't find it tonight, given enough time I'm sure they'll have no problem finding it. I guess it's about time for you to go now. Huh? It was around 11 in the evening. You're probably right. I want to find the cure for the patient as soon as possible. I was thinking of asking for another 30 minutes of massage, but I guess it can't be helped. Don't worry, I can do it again next time. After carefully wiping the aromatic oil off Master Elsa, I helped her get dressed. Shiru, what is it? It's fine even if it's just once in a while. But can you return to the island again? I don't mind if it's just once a week. I want you to open your store again. The island is a bit lonely without you. I don't know why, but those words made me so happy that I wanted to cry. I'd be glad to, but there's the situation with the staff of La Messine, and wouldn't it be a problem if people started asking about how I fended off the stampede? Just let me take care of that. I'll think of something. So please, do me this favor and return to the island sometimes. I miss drinking highballs and eating the carriage that you made. Wow, she really is a reliable granny. Thank you, Master Elsa. I'll try to secretly open the store, although with no set schedule. I really want to reopen the store here, but at the same time I still want to travel to the imperial capital. Thankfully, it's still possible to do both thanks to Captive Angel. By the way, you said you are staying at the Wren-Bell family's estate now? That's right. You know about them? They have quite the reputation, even in the capital. However, I've heard some bad rumors about them. Are they dangerous people to be associated with? According to the rumors, their specialty is making aphrodisiacs. It's said that they are selling such dubious medicines to the upper class for a hefty sum. Aphrodisiacs. It's a medicine that can drive men crazy with pleasure and makes them do everything they're told. That's really worrying. If someone were to use one on me, I'm sure I'll instantly be reduced into a sexual addict without control of myself. I'll be careful then. Good. Never let your guard down. While still feeling uneasy, I then headed to the beach to look for the mole sea slugs. Chapter 112. The rookie's name is Bond. I called the Seamers back from the fishing village to the beach of Monte Cristo to help me search. I need you guys to help me find sea slugs with orange and purple mottled skin patterns. Okay? I showed the Seamers a picture that I had drawn after looking at the result of the search function. Alright? Do you understand? Though I couldn't read their expression because their faces only had round eyes, the Seamers eventually nodded and dove into the sea. I didn't think they would be able to find them right away, so let's just return to Shiru's Inn for now and take stock. I was in a hurry the day I fled the island, so I still had things left unattended. For example, I wonder what's the condition of my important cooking utensils now? I had been curious about it, so I went inside the kitchen to check it out. It seems like the room is getting cleaned regularly, but as I thought, they hadn't maintained the tools and utensils. My knives are all rusty now, so I used repair to make them like brand new. Looking at the sharpened knives, I was deeply moved that I could open a restaurant after so long. It's impossible to stay in successive nights here, but I could at least open my store to accommodate customers who want to drink. Which means I would need to bring some of the gillums that I had moved to the Western Island back here. Also, I would need to gather food ingredients, and cultivate my farm. That being said, the gillums would do the heavy lifting for me, so I still won't have too much work to do. Speaking of gillums, I haven't made any recently. I had no need to increase the number of gillums that accompanied me during the journey, so I didn't make any at all. Maybe I should increase the gillum production level for the first time in a while. As for what type of gillum to make, maybe it's better if I have more Gokas so they can help me with things, but then again, Wonders or Harrys are important too for the sake of my safety. Also, what Master Elsa said still bugs me. She said that there's bad rumors circulating around the Wren Bell family, which had something to do with aphrodisiacs, and it made me reflect on my first meeting with Lou. Ever since the beginning, I've had this certain uneasiness whenever I meet her. Simply put, I've been having lustful desires toward her, but it was in a strange, uncomfortable way. Perhaps I've been under the effect of the drug since then? I mean, it's not because I was just some kind of a huge pervert, right? And if that really were the case, wouldn't it mean that I'm currently in a dangerous situation right now? I mean, if I were to have a one-night stand with her because of my lust, then I could just dismiss it as a black mark in my past, but if she drugged me to the point that I could no longer leave her, then it would be almost like my life is over. I'm going to need to do something about it. Item production : poison detection ring. Category : magical tool creation. MP consumption: 387 MP. Explanation: a ring-shaped poison detector. It detects any poison that can harm the wearer. 2. Production time: 8 hours. I used my search function and found just the right thing to prepare myself with. Alright, let's use my magic to start the production of the ring. I packed a few changes of clothes from my room into my bag and then headed back to the beach. Seema, I called out, but none of them replied. They are probably still searching for the sea slugs. Maybe it's hard to find the sea slugs during the night. I finally decided to check for Seema's again tomorrow and return to the Wren Bell estate for the time being. It was during the morning breakfast, after I had done the morning routine checkup on Lursa. I don't like the atmosphere of the estate, since it made me uncomfortable, but thankfully the food here is delicious. Anyway, I've decided to wear my poison detection ring from today onward, just to be on the safe side, in case someone did try to put something inside my food. If there's anything harmful in it, supposedly my ring would vibrate to inform me. Today's breakfast menu was sausage wrapped in thin slices of eggplant, buttered walnut bread, and root vegetable soup. They were all delicious, and there was no reaction from the ring. After lunch, I teleported back to Monte Chris Island, and there the Seemas were, waiting for me with the mall sea slugs. That's amazing, Seema. Great job at finding them. I praised them a lot and recharged their magical power. After all, if I want to reopen the restaurant, I'm going to need to send them again to catch fresh ingredients. In addition, I cast repair on them to keep them in prime condition. After that, I checked the mall sea slugs they'd obtained. They're brightly colored and beautiful to look at. Unfortunately, repair told me that they are not fit for food ingredients. Although they are not poisonous, they are too elastic and so they are difficult to chew. Also, they taste bad. I'm rather a picky eater, so let's drop the idea of making them into food. I then dried the mall sea slugs, and with that, I would then obtain the second rare ingredient. The only remaining ingredient would be the Shtopobian's liver, but I'll just leave it to the Wren Bell family to obtain it. After all, it would be too conspicuous if I say that I got all the 3 ingredients by myself, or if I say that I suddenly don't need all of them. When they manage to obtain the liver, I'll just say that there is the workaround substitute for the other 2 rare ingredients. After finishing drying the sea slugs, I then made a gillum again for the first time in a long while. This time, I chose Harry, the one with combat capability. Harry is only about 40 centimeters long, so even if the number of gillums increases a little, it won't get too crowded. It used to take 48 hours to make one, but now it takes only 23 hours. By the end of the day tomorrow, my combat strength will increase again. 3 days passed without anything happening, and the number of Harrys increased by 3. With that, my golem production level increased again, and for the first time in a long time, I was finally able to create a new type of golem. Item production: metal golem spider type. Category: golem production. MP consumption 425. Explanation: a golem that can infiltrate various locations to gather information. Although it is only 3 centimeters in length, it is equipped with a camera and microphone, and can record for 24 hours. Production time: 38 hours. This looks like something out of a spy movie. Alright, let's name this golem Bond. 3. The day after I started working on Bond, I was summoned to the audience hall in the early afternoon. I was wondering why I was being called there, and as I entered, I found Lady Lackmeth smiling and waiting for me there, together with Lou. Saint Ono, we have finally obtained the Chateaubriand's liver. Displayed on the table was a large liver, placed on an iron platter. It was red, shiny, and looked very fresh. That's wonderful news. With this, we can finally start on the production of the medicine. No, we still need to get our hands on the mole sea slugs and the Urel mushrooms, remember? Lou said to me in a slightly mocking manner. I couldn't tell them that I had already gotten the rest of the rare ingredients, so I told them the excuse that I had prepared. Since those 2 ingredients are only supplementary, I will try to make a special medicine using only the Chateaubriand's liver. Don't worry, I will make up for the efficacy by using other ingredients. When I said that, Lady Lackmeth had a relieved expression on her face. Anyway, the Chateaubriand's liver looks really large, about the size of a cow's liver. I wonder how many servings I could get out of a single Chateaubriand's liver. Many people don't like liver because of its distinctive smell, but I find it tasty if it is cooked with sweet and spicy ingredients. Liver steak is also delicious when made by using low-temperature cooking method. I was talking about the cooking method for regular cow liver, of course, and not the Chateaubriand's liver. By the way, I wonder if the Chateaubriand's liver is edible. I'm curious since there are many magical monsters that are, like cockatrice and Armadian, so I'm really curious. Alright, let's try to appraise it by using repair. Repair target, cow's liver. Description: liver of a male cow cannot be repaired. MP consumption, repair time, dot. Excuse me, Lady Lackmeth, is there something wrong? I'm sorry, but this is not a Chateaubriand's liver. What did you say? This is only a cow's liver. That's impossible. It's true. May I inquire where did you get it from? We commissioned some of the adventurers in town to capture Chateaubriands. Isn't that right, Lou? Lou's face turned pale. That's right. It might be that the adventurers tried to scam you. I think it would be best to confirm it. But, are you certain that it is fake? Lady Lackmeth was flustered. Her body shook a little. I felt sorry for her. She believed that her daughter would finally be cured, only to be disappointed to find out that the ingredient she finally acquired was fake. I'm sorry, but unfortunately so. I feel bad for her, but it's the truth. I'll go check with the adventurers. Lou muttered a few words and quickly walked out of the room. Chapter 113, Aphrodisiac. In the evening, I ran into Lou again on my way to Lursa's room. She was briskly walking down the hallway with a grim look on her face. Did you manage to find the adventurers? I wonder what happened with the people who gave her fake liver. We caught them immediately and interrogated them. They confessed that they were unable to catch a Chateaubriand, and brought us the cow liver instead. They were jailed immediately. Yeah, there are always people who take advantage of other people's misfortunes. Are you on your way to treat my sister now? Yes, at the very least. We can lessen her symptoms with the medicine that we have at the moment. I see. I leave her in your care then. Lou turned to leave with her usual languid expression, but as she left, she caressed my butt. What do you think you're doing? I calmly glared at her. And here I thought you might yelp in surprise. It's not like I'm a virgin. Some people might call me saint, but I'm hardly the pure and innocent type. I'm more of a sex addict anyway. But it was annoying, the way she looked at me with such a lustful stare. That being said, I neither asked you nor want you to touch me like that, so I would appreciate it if you stopped. Now, if only it was someone else, like Chris, Graham, Cecily, or Sierra, then I'd be fine with my butt being fondled. I'd let them do it all day long. I also wouldn't mind it if the one doing it was Louise, the lady I had done it together with just few days ago. Even Leanne, the flirty girl, or Rouge, the pervert with huge hidden breasts. That would be fine too. But just not Lou. I hate being touched by her. See you later then. Lou blurted out and left. I could see in her eyes, though, that she was thinking of something bad. I've been trying to figure out what it is about Lou that I don't like, and I think I've finally found the answer. She gives me the same vibe as Janice, the pirate who raped me. She was the type of woman who wanted to keep men under her absolute control and had no qualms with using violence and fear. Neither of them were bad looking, but Janice's personality was really twisted, and I suspect that Lou's was somewhat twisted too. She seems to be the type of woman who only cares about her own wants in bed and would force their partners to do things they don't want to do. I consider myself an expert on hospitality, so I'm pretty much willing to do anything my partner asks me to do, but I absolutely hate being ordered around. I was really in a bad mood when I entered Lursa's room, but seeing how she smiled when she saw me enter, I couldn't help but smile too. It's certainly nice to feel needed, isn't it? Well then, shall we apply the medicine for today? Why? You. Lursa was trying her best to get the words out. I took her hand and enveloped it with mine. That's all right, you don't have to push yourself. You have properly conveyed your feelings. I could see tears flowing from the edge of her eye. The incident happened later during dinner. I was served salmon with salad as appetizer, and the main dish was chicken roti with sherry sauce. Roti is a dish baked in the oven, all of which were delicious. I especially liked the fig pudding for dessert, so much so that I asked for a second serving. After we finished drinking the after-dinner coffee, Laurel the butler then offered some drinks. It's a brandy-like liquor called grappa, which is a local alcoholic drink of the region. Its distinct characteristic is its sweet fragrance, which is why I'm fond of it. I was thinking that maybe I should buy several bottles of it when I leave the region as souvenirs. As I was happily reaching for my glass, suddenly my poison detection ring vibrated, informing me of a danger. Did they put something in my drink? Alright, let's use repair to check the grappa. Repair target, grappa mixed with aphrodisiac. Description: a grappa containing liquid of heavenly bliss, aphrodisiac. When taken, it produces strong sexual stimulation by stimulating the central nervous system. It also has a hypnotic effect and puts the user into a state where they are extremely susceptible. The liquid and the grappa can be separated. MP consumption, 22. Repair time, 7 seconds. That was really dangerous. This is as terrible as trying to assault people by spiking their drinks with sleeping pills. No, it might even be more terrible than that. So, the mastermind is probably Lou, huh? Wait, there's also the possibility that it was done by Lakmeth, or even Laurel. Well, the question is, what should I do about it? Alright, I'll just separate the aphrodisiac from the liquor for now. It would be unnatural if I suddenly refused to drink it after I was showing such happy face. Right? Besides, the culprit will make their move if they think that I drank it. Then I could find out who tried to drug me. Using repair, I separated the liquor and the aphrodisiac, and put the aphrodisiac in the empty life potion bottle I had in my pocket. Then I slowly drank the remaining grappa in my glass. Thank you very much for your hospitality. I would like to return to my room now, so please excuse me. I bowed my head and trotted back to my room, while clutching the staff of Lamessine that I hid under my clothes. Now that I've given the impression of drinking the aphrodisiac, the culprit should be knocking on my door any time now. There's no way that the culprit wouldn't do anything now, right? And so, I keep nervously staring at the door. I'm currently fully prepared. I had the staff of Lamessine hidden in the sleeve of my saint uniform, the ring of invisibility on my finger, and the captive angel in my pocket. I still kept the bottle of aphrodisiac liquid in my pocket, although I've diluted it first. Knock knock. Finally, there was a knock on my door. I could feel my voice shaking with nervousness, but I managed to stifle it and keep calm. Who is it? It's me, Lou. I knew it. She was the culprit. That's it. I'm really pissed off now. How dare you try to drug and brainwash me, you criminal. Yeah. There's no way I would just take it lying down like that. I'm going to mess you up now. No, not in a sexual way. It was only a figure of speech, you know. After all, Doing it with her would only make her happy, and it wouldn't be a punishment anymore. Is there anything I can help you with? I casually asked her. Usually, I always replied to her questions while having an annoyed expression, but for today, I tried acting like I'm feeling excited to see her. In other words, I tried to make it seem like the medicine was having its effect on me. Seeing me behaving like that, Lou let out a satisfied smile. Can you let me in? There's something I want to talk about. For the past few days after I'd returned from the mountain, she was still making efforts to make me let her enter the room, but I'd always rejected her. Today, however, I opened the door for her after showing a bit of hesitation. I'll be troubled if you stay too long. No need to act like strangers now. Lou entered the room with a confident look on her face. Probably because she's thinking that I would listen to every word she's going to say now. Too bad for you. But things won't happen like you think they will. When she reached the center of the room, Lou sat down on the one-seater sofa and made herself cozy there. Our eyes met, and for a moment I was feeling nervous. Doesn't it feel hot tonight? It is. I certainly feel like it's already spring now. That's right. It'll be more comfortable to take off our clothes. Here, I'll take off my clothes, so you take off yours too. Saying that, Lou takes off her jacket, revealing her shirt that was wide open at the chest. Shiru, you too, take off your cloth. I see, so this is her way of subtly implanting suggestions. But then again, why such a roundabout way? If all she wanted was to sleep with me, then spiking my drink with sleeping pills would be much simpler. Not to mention that she could just overpower me with her strength when we met in the hallway, since in this world there's no way a man can compete with woman in strength. In fact, that's what Janice was doing. So, why all the hassle of trying to use aphrodisiac on me? Or could it be that she wants to have full experience in having sex with me? No, I don't think it's that simple. Or maybe she wanted to do some kind of brainwashing, making me conditioned to have sex with her so she could keep me on a leash. I guess there's no other way to get the answer except by doing some interrogation. Alright, I'll just do what I've planned now. I held in my hand the bottle of aphrodisiac that I've prepared. Chapter 114, Tonight, I'll become a demon. Lou looked at me with an expression full of confidence. It's an arrogant smile, as if there's nothing in the world that would go against her wishes. Come now. Take off your shirt so you'll feel more relaxed. Oh, this thing is in the way, better take this off too. With a mumbled voice, Lou removed her riding pants and sat back down on the couch, dressed only in her underwear and shirt. Her white thighs, stretched out from her black panties, stood out under the light of the lamp. Normally I'd have been overjoyed, but tonight all I could feel was disgust. I turned my face away and pretended to be embarrassed. But the truth is, I just didn't want to look at it. I know you actually want to see it, so come closer here and kneel. Lou commanded, pointing to the floor between her legs. She probably wants me to give service while kneeling on the floor in front of her, while she just sits idly and does nothing like a queen. You want to act high and mighty like a queen? Fine, I'll let you have your brief moment of illusion. It will all come crashing down soon enough anyway. I might be a half-assed person, but for tonight, I'll be a demon and let all hell break loose. I'll make you understand that you've picked the wrong person as your enemy. Advertisement. I walked closer to her while pretending to be slightly dazed. That's right. Come closer. Then kneel and remove my underwear. Oh. But you can't take them off normally. Do it with just your mouth. Don't use your hands. This woman. She just went full throttle on her sexual impulse. Kyukaku. I'm sure that no one would have guessed that the saint, who everyone regard in high esteem, is nothing but a pervert who would do such a thing. You fool. I already did similar things to Chris before. And with Graham too. Alright, I guess it's enough acting. It's my turn now. I used repair on the content of the bottle that was in my hand, and then I made the aphrodisiac portion of the liquid appear directly inside Lou's stomach. She seemed to experience some discomfort from the sudden appearance of the liquid, but I'm sure she would never expect the aphrodisiac to suddenly enter her body. I then bent my body closer to her and put my right hand on her thigh, while I used my left hand to touch the captive angel on my pocket. That's right, start working on it. If you can satisfy me, then I'll make you feel good too. I'll make it feel so good that it'll send you to paradise. Paradise? Huh? How about I send you to a southern paradise instead? What did you say? While my hand was still on her knee, I activated the captive angel! Wow, what the hell is this place? You, What did you do? Seems like being suddenly teleported to another place really shocked her. By the way, you're asking me what I did with her? Nothing much really. I only used the captive angel to teleport us to Western Island, which is relatively close to Monte Cristo Island. I was only extending my invitation for you to have a leisurely sightseeing visit to this southern paradise. What do you think? Such a wonderful island, right? Anyway, there's no one else here but us, so we can slowly take our time here. Countless magical lanterns started activating, illuminating the whole island. And the golems that I had left here were all coming over before us. The sound of the waves splashing at the beach made a pleasant sound, as if greeting us. I'll just say this in advance, but what you're seeing now is not a hallucination caused by drugs. You can feel the wind, right? And the smell of the sea. Lou looked around with a startled expression on her face. After a while it finally dawned on her that she had indeed suddenly been transported into a truly unknown place. You fool! Do you think you could get away with this? Whoa now, it's better if you don't try anything reckless with me. There are a lot of golems here, and if I die, you'll never be able to return. After all, this is a nameless island that doesn't even appear on the map. Fine. What do you want? I'm glad that you're quick on the uptake. I snapped my fingers to signal the golems. Immediately, the nearest Gokus and Iwos started grabbing Lou and tied her to a cross. Stop this at once. I'm an aristocrat, the second daughter of the Wren Bell family. My position can't be compared to the lot of you. Lou was screaming, and her face was pale. No need to get all riled up now. I never had any intention to kill or even hurt you. It's nothing to brag about, but I simply don't have the stomach to do that. Then, what do you want? I just want to have an honest conversation with you. Something like, what was your intention when you tried to put that aphrodisiac into my drink? How did you? Don't look down on me. You think the Wren Bells are the only one who knows about medicine? I know a lot about medicine myself. Lou pursed her lips in frustration, but her defiant look remained unchanged. So, why did you try to drug me? It's simple. I wanted to turn you into my slave. A sex slave, to be exact, and I intended to have fun playing with you. I wanted to turn you into an obedient slave, the one who would undress at my single command, and turn to lick my crotch with just a glance. This woman, to be casually saying that, does she even realize what position she's in right now? Or could it be that she had been mad all along? You're crazy. And that wasn't everything there is, was it? Yeah. I also wanted your knowledge of medicines. I was planning to have you write out the formulas for all the medicines you know and make them myself. Then my position, as the head of the family, will be undisputable. What are you talking about? Isn't Lursa supposed to become the next head of the family? She's never going to get better. I will be the next head of the Wren Bell family. Don't tell me, she's actually involved with Lursa's sickness? What did you do to Lursa? Lou scowled and turned her face away from me. She probably feels confident enough to do it, since she knows that I had no intention to hurt or kill her. Too bad for her though, since I'm planning to become a demon tonight. Answer me. What did you do to Lursa? Could it be that you're the one who prepared the fake Shtopobian's liver? Hey, it doesn't seem like she's going to tell me anything else. Well, suit yourself then. But you won't be able to keep such stubbornness for long. I think it's about time for that to take effect. Lou's body suddenly reacted with a jerk. What? That's right. It's the same thing that you tried to drug me with. What was it called? Liquid of heavenly bliss. Such a fancy name for an elixir, don't you think? How do you know? That's what you get when you try to mess around with the saint too much, or in this case, you were thinking only with your crotch. Well, it doesn't matter what the phrasing is. And so, I silently sat on the sand while continuing to observe Lou's reaction. So, how does it feel? Is it starting to take full effect now? There's no way you really drugged me. I haven't put anything in my mouth after dinner was over. Lou responded dryly. But I can tell she's getting agitated. I won't tell you exactly how I did it, just know that there are many ways to make you ingest it. Oh look. Hasn't your face started getting redder? Is your pulse increasing? Oh my, it looks like your breathing is getting rougher. That's not true. She was denying it, but her complexion had certainly changed. Well now, don't you think it's time now for you to start giving me answers? Tell me everything I want to know, and I'll give you the remedy. I pulled out a small vial from my pocket and showed it to her. I didn't do anything to her. I don't know anything about it. That's what she said. But it's still suspicious, and I couldn't believe it. Well, I don't mind if you're not willing to talk. By the way, isn't it agonizing? What? I mean, the fact that you can't touch yourself, since, the truth is, you really want to touch yourself, right? I said the words with a mocking tone, just like the way she did it to me. But I'm not that bad, you know. So tell you what. You tell me the truth, and I'll make you feel better. I'll fulfill your desire. So, what will it be? I whispered such words in her ear, but of course it was just a lie. I had no intention at all to even lay a finger on this woman. So, what say you? Ah, it seems your underwear are completely drenched already. Whoa, are you sure that's okay with you? You look tormented, you poor thing. Even though I could make you feel better already. Alright, I'll talk. I'll tell you anything, so please, just release me from the agony. Let me feel good already. I'm losing my mind. What the heck? That's a really horrible drug. If I had unknowingly ingested it, I'm sure I would have lost it completely. I would have done anything that Lou told me to. And such thought filled me with anger. Tell me, what did you do to Lursa? Make me feel good first. Just a little bit is fine. I don't care if it's my breast or my crotch. Just touch me with your finger. Her pleas had the opposite effect. It made my heart grow colder instead. No can do. You talk first. Answer me. What did you do to Lursa? Lou turned her face toward me in resignation, while writhing in agony. You know it already, right? It's as you said. I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who orchestrated the Shtopabians' attack on her. Lou's screams echoed across the island. I had thought that she was involved with the worsening condition of Lursa, but I never thought she was the cause of it. It was an unexpected answer, and my heart feels nothing but cold toward her. I don't even feel a shred of sympathy toward her agonized state right now. Chapter 115. Lou's confession. Lou continued her confession. It was on the day when two of us went out together to collect medicinal herb. I had set up some captured Shtopabians to be released near her, to have them attack her. Even though there were other people too, I take it, more than half of the people there were from my side. It's not like my elder sister has full support of the family. I also have people who support me as the next head. You know, there are people who support her instead of Lursa. Maybe she uses men as incentive to make them fall in line and support her. 1. Since she had access to aphrodisiacs, maybe she's been using them for bad purposes. So, in short, you were trying to assassinate Lursa by trying to make it look like an unfortunate accident with the Shtopabians? That's right. Look, I've told you everything. Right? Now let me come already. I can't take it anymore. Lou's thighs started to tremble violently, her face dyed in agony. Her black underwear was already soaking wet, and several drops were streaming down her inner thighs and falling onto the sand. Advertisement. Not yet. If your plan was to kill Lursa, then how did she survive? How did she escape the assassination? It was because of the Shtopabians. They didn't want to kill her. They were in heat. Wait. Hold on. The Shtopabians that attacked her. They were all male? Why would male Shtopabians assault her? In this world, isn't the male usually more passive and won't take the initiative? They're magical beasts. Don't compare them to humans. When they're in heat, even the males will search out the females. Well, that part applies to humans too, actually. So you're saying that the Shtopabians were sexually assaulting your sister? You scum. Did you just stand there and watch it happen? Anger boiled up from within my heart. Her own sister was being raped by magical beasts, and she just stood by and let it happen? Answer me. Did you just stand idly by and watch? Why yes. You. How could you even? Didn't you feel any emotion at all? I did. Huh? I felt joy. Wait a minute. What did she just say? What in the world do you mean? It was really awesome. My elder sister, usually acting high and mighty, was reduced to crying and begging while being piled upon by the monkey monsters. Was there anything else more pleasurable to watch than that? Lou's face contorted in madness. We were always being compared to the other, even when we were just little girls. Lursa the genius when it comes to medicine, the kind of talent never seen before in the history of the Wren-Bell family, they say. And compared to her, what was I? I was good too, even better than most other herbalists. But it was nothing compared to her skill. And so I turned to the path of economy, the one that she was absolutely useless with. I polished my sense of business, learning how to make networks, and how to manipulate people. All for the sake of winning everyone's approval. Alright, I also have a brother that's a way better person compared to me, so I can understand how she feels, at least a bit. but I can't imagine having such strong a contempt as she does. My efforts were slowly paying off. More and more of the servants became my supporters. I was the one who could bring the family unprecedented prosperity. My esteemed mother, however, thought differently. She thought it would be better if the elder sister was next in line to lead the family. I was little more than a lackey, destined to serve her in running the family business. Lu has a pained expression on her face, but a flame of resentment was burning in her eyes. That's why I thought it would serve as revenge on my mother as well. By showing her the sight of my sister, raped by magical beasts and left broken, I intended to make her admit that I was the better candidate to be the next head of the family. No matter what. Kyukaku. Well, I never expected that she would contract the Lebel's disease, though. After saying that much, Lu's face returned to her wistful expression. The drug seemed in full effect, since her eyes became more unfocused. Actually, I had thought of killing you too. I was planning on disposing you after having some fun with the rumored saint. But you were a much more captivating man than I had expected, so I wanted to make you mine. Esteemed mother also approved of that, since it would make you the property of the Renbel, and would make you do everything we told you to. Lu's eyes were moist and radiated pure lust. I guess I should stop this soon, otherwise she might really lose her mind. Hey, it's enough, right? I've told you everything. Please, even just with your finger is fine. I never promised I would do anything for you, I said in cold voice. No way. But it would be too pitiful to leave you like this. Then, don't get the wrong idea. I don't want to touch any part of you. I'll release your hands so you can comfort yourself. Was I always this cold-hearted? I'm surprised at how toneless my voice was. Wow, Goku, release her. As soon as I gave the order, the golems immediately released Lu. As soon as her hands were free, Lu shoved her hand inside her underwear. Wet, squelching sounds drifted through the beach at night. You're so asinine. My scornful voice didn't seem to reach her as she continued masturbating in a wild frenzy. If I remember correctly, this drug also has the effect of implanting suggestion. Lu, can you hear me? Lu shook her head, but the movement of her hand didn't stop. That's all right. You can keep doing it. You'll be reaching your climax soon, right? Silently nodding her head, Lu continued to relieve herself. After you reach your climax, just take it easy and rest. And then forget everything that happened tonight. It's just a dream after all. A dream. That's right, a pleasant dream. Everything that happened was merely what you wished for. A play. You reached pleasure since you were doing it while being seen by me. You were enjoying it to the fullest and felt refreshed afterward. That's why there's no need to remember it. Do you understand? If you understand, you should give reply, right? Yi. Lu's body arched backward with tremble and stiffened. It seems like a big wave of pleasure just washed over her, and she's now lying limp on the sandy beach. She's fine, right? I hope the drugs didn't harm her. For a while, she was twitching irregularly and her breathing was erratic, but to my relief, it gradually subsided and she fell into a slumber, breathing softly in her sleep. So, she's fallen asleep. Huh? I wonder if the suggestion I planted is working. I was getting anxious now. I may hate this woman, but I don't like the idea that her life may be in danger here. So, I checked with Repair, to make sure that the only abnormality was due to the effects of the aphrodisiac and not something that would kill her. Once I felt certain she'd be alright, I grabbed her and returned with her back to my room at the estate. I could have just left her on the western island, but on the off chance that she's somehow able to return by herself, it'd be a disaster. I should kill her, you say? Nah, there's no way I could do that. That's why the best course of action would be just to take her back home and cover up the whole incident. I gathered her clothes which she had taken off and thrown away on the sofa and put them on her again. I also cleaned up her soiled panties using Repair, since it might rouse suspicion otherwise. After getting her dressed, I took her back to her own room. I then put Lu on her bed, and after making sure that the door was locked from the inside, I teleported back to my own room with Captive Angel. With this, the perfect crime has been conducted. It was really tiring. Having finally finished all the tiresome chores, I lay back down on the bed, thinking. Lu's conspiracy had been revealed, but the situation was problematic now. Lu has a deep grudge to Lursa, and so there's no way she would cooperate with me in collecting the ingredients, which means it would be up to myself to obtain the Shtopabian's liver. I really don't want to get involved in some kind of a family dispute, but I would have a guilty conscience if I let my patient die here. I guess I'll just have to be vigilant with Lou while making the medicine for Lursa by myself. After that, I'll just let the sisters handle the matter by themselves. I should get out of here as soon as she's healed. After I made my decision, I can finally feel at ease. Tomorrow night, I will go hunting for the magical beast myself. I'm sure I can manage that somehow by using Eminence Rock. I may hate Lou, but I think this is too much of a speculation. There's also the possibility that Lursa has another dark side of her that makes some of the people under the Ren Belt to oppose her, or maybe they just believed that they would be more prosperous under evil CEO compared to the one who walks the straight and narrow path. WNPC, based on how the author likes to portray his characters, I think Lursa is literally a victim here. There's a chance she's just as spoiled and rotten as Lou, being a noble, but I have an inkling this will end with another good-hearted woman carrying a torch for Shiru. I totally agree with Lursa being a victim. I just think that maybe some of Lou's followers are already evil in nature so they don't need special incentive to follow her. Chapter 116, An Evening on the Southern Island with the Fragrance of Mojito. The next morning, when I came across Lou at the dining table, she was acting as expected, which was to say, she was being her usual pompous and haughty self, with a bit of a bad mood infused. She seemed to have no recollection whatsoever about last night's events, and greeted me normally. "Good morning, Saint Dono." Good morning to you too." "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that, somehow, your expression looks refreshed this morning." "Did something good happen?" "Nothing in particular. I didn't feel any different today." "Oh, I see." It seems like she really didn't remember anything, even though she was in such agonized state last night. Oh God, the suggestive effect of the drugs was really terrifying. Anyway, if she truly didn't remember anything, or just dismissed it as a dream, then it's all the more convenient for me. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? After finishing breakfast, I headed to Lursa's room as usual. "Good morning, Ning." Lursa greeted me, while also trying to make small movement with her fingers. Her skin was still scaly, but it seems like the life potion was working since her symptoms were improving a little. "Wow, your condition does seem to look better this morning, Lursa-san." Yi.S. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and I could see that Lursa was smiling. "Well then, let's apply the medicine for today, shall we? I don't think it's cold today, so I guess you should be feeling fine." "Yes." Starting with her face, I carefully applied the potion to her, and continued with her neck and shoulder as well. "Lursa-san, I'm sure you understand that this treatment is only a temporary solution. Thankfully, though, it seems like it's quite effective." "But don't worry. We only need to obtain the final special ingredient, and then we would start producing the real medicine in earnest." I carefully avoid mentioning the Shtopabian monster, since I think she must have some trauma with them. It would be too cruel to remind her of the incident. After all, she had to experience such a terrible fate. Seeing the sickly condition of Lursa, made me felt anger toward Lou all over again. Lou might have some of her people spying on her, so I just whispered softly near Lursa's ear. "I'll have the cure ready in a day or two, so please, be patient a little longer." "All right?" Lursa's sick eyes widened in surprise. "It will be all right. Don't worry, I'll make sure it will be completed." While saying that, I secretly released some of the spider golems to hide within Lursa's room as a precaution, since Lou wants her dead. Also, she's a sadist that feels pleasure when watching Lursa suffer, so there's no telling if Lou would suddenly change her mind and decide to take a direct approach. So far, the life potion had been doing a miraculous job in making Lursa's condition better, since she's now showing signs of recovery. I haven't been able to make a significant progress yet, but Lou might get impatient and do something rash, which was why I'm keeping Bond as a sentry here to keep Lursa safe. And for added protection, I also smuggled 2 Harrys inside my bag, and I made them hide under her bed. With them around, we should be able to avoid the worst-case scenario. Please keep your spirit strong. This will only last for a little bit longer. After cheering Lursa up, I left the room. Later, at dinner, I found out that my drink was spiked again, since my ring was buzzing. I guess Lou tried to mix my wine with the liquid of the heavenly bliss again. Well, she didn't remember that she had tried doing it and failed, so I guess it's kinda makes sense for her. Just like last night, I used repair to separate between the wine and the aphrodisiac, and making the latter appear in the vial within my pocket. Wait, it's not like I want to use it for something bad, you know. It's for academic purposes. I mean, I was wondering if I could somehow put it to good use, someday. What's wrong, Saint Dono? Tonight, you haven't touched your wine at all. Seems like Lou was anxious because I haven't taken a sip of my drinks. I seem to be under a mild case of cold, so I'll have to refrain from drinking for tonight. I certainly wouldn't want to have a hangover while being under the weather. Is that so? Truly regrettable. Yeah, too bad, but I won't drink your spiked wine. I managed to give her a plausible excuse. And as a retaliation, I'm going to make a slow-acting sleeping pill and I will make it appear directly inside her stomach. This way, she would suddenly feel sleepy at night, so less chance for her to pull off something weird. That's right. The drug war will be won by me, the saint, by using cheats. It was night again, and I've had a good nap until now. The new moon is looming in the sky, looking down on the world and casting a faint light on the night's stillness. It's magical beast hunting time. I put on my eminence rock and was ready to go. Popos, come. Tonight, I'm taking the 2 popos with me to look for the Shutopabian. Unlike ordinary birds, they are as capable during the night as much as during the day, and so I'm planning to look for the magical beasts from the sky. I also had the Gokus to follow me, and then I leapt out from the window. As usual, Eminence Rock gave me clear night vision, and so I had no problem traveling through the dark forest. Popo, go and find me a Shutopabian. I sent out the popos while I myself continue searching through the forest, hopping and jumping among the trees. The demons here seemed to be much fewer than I had expected, but it might be because I was comparing it with the stampede situation at the dungeon. Remembering back at that time, I seriously thought I was going to die. It took Popo number 2 an hour of searching around, but he finally managed to find a Shutopabian. I then defeated it by using a convergent beam, and so I finally managed to get my hand on the last rare ingredients. I then quickly returned to my room, laid all the necessary items on the table and began the process of creating the cure. It would take 10 hours and 32 minutes to complete the medicine for the Lebel's disease. Finally, I feel like a weight had been lifted from my shoulder. However, I can't take it easy yet, since there's still a lot of things I need to do. I still need to check on her response to the medicine, and since Lursa had been bedridden for so long, I'm certain that her muscles had atrophied, which means she will need rehabilitation. I'm not a physical therapist, though, so I'm not too certain on how best to give her proper exercise. Also, I'm concerned on what Lou's reaction will be, which is why I'm going to stay here until Lursa made a complete recovery. Somehow, I'm in the mood for a drink now. I'm not sure if it's because of the relief of finally able to create the special medicine, or if it's because I'm feeling tired of having to take precautions of Lou's ambitions, but I feel like I could use a drink or 2 now. However, drinking inside this estate won't be relaxing, and so, I decided to have a change of scenery, and used Captive Angel so I could have a drink on Monte Cristo Island. Standing at the counter of the inn, I looked around at the liquor bottles. It is indeed warm here on the southern island, and I am a little overwhelmed by the sudden change in temperature. For tonight, I think I'm going to make a mojito. When I opened the door, I found Gokus, Iwos, and other golems were sitting and lining up outside. Everyone, gather around. Come to think of it, this is a good opportunity to recharge their magical power, since they have been cleaning up the field and doing maintenance of the inn while I was away. I'm sure Master Elsa had been doing her part too, which was why I'm sure my field had been secured from any mischievous adventurers. Goku, bring me 6 limes and some mints. I asked the first Goku that I've done replenishing his magic power. Limes and mints are necessary in making mojitos. After adding sugar to them, mash the mixture lightly, and pour soda into it. The mojito is then ready. The taste would depend on the amount of sugar and the degree of mashing, so you could just experiment with it until you find the perfect combination for yourself. Okami-san. Is it really you? Suddenly, an adventurer had entered the store. I remember that she was one of my regulars. It has been a while, hasn't it? Please come in. It really is you. I've heard from Master Elsa about how you would return here sometimes, but I never thought you'd really return here. It seems that Master Elsa had spread the words that I was away from the island due to several reasons, but that I would return here once in a while. Leonard-san, what made you come to my store? Well, I saw a light in the direction of this Shiru's inn, so I came running here just in case you really are here. And here you are." I was touched by the way she wanted to confirm that I was really here, and I found it rather cute. "Well then, I'd be glad to be your host again for the night. Would you like to have a mojito?" "It's on the house." "Mojito?" Come to think of it, cocktails were supposed to be on the special menu, and not on the regular ones. "It's one of Shiru's Inn specials. Would you like to try it?" I inquired, while trying to put on an air of mystery, like a bewitching older brother. "Gulp. I'll have one please." Ugh, this feeling. I've really missed it. It was already midnight, but I put a light on in front of the store and put up a "We're open" sign. After all, drinks tasted better with a company. Chapter 117, The Medicine, finally completed. Just before noon, the special medicine for Lepel's disease was finally completed. I didn't want to wait until the usual time of the regular checkup, so I immediately went to Lursa's room. She seemed surprised at my unusual visiting hours, but she still seemed happy to see me. I couldn't directly tell from the expression on her face since her skin was still scaly and hardened, but I can tell from how she behaved. I sat by her bedside and told her the purpose of my visit. "Lursa-san, we've finally managed to complete your medicine." Lursa looked back at me in surprise. "True. Yes, your condition will certainly improve from now on. It's just that I would like you to keep it a secret from everyone for now. Basically, I don't want the rest of the family to know that the medicine has already been completed, since who knows if Lu would do something drastic. After all, she wants Lursa dead, and I don't know if I could trust Lady Lakmeth with the information." "Why secret?" "I can't tell you the reason yet, but please trust me. After all, it's hard to inform a sickly person that her sister is wanting her dead. It might cause unnecessary worry and anxiety, and would interfere with her healing process." Understood. "I'll entrust the fate of my body to you, Saint Dono." Despite her physical condition, Lursa tried to smile as much as she could. It was really moving, seeing how much trust she gave me for the sake of her health. "All right, I'm going to do my best too." "Then, please raise your upper body, since you need to drink the medicine." I had Goku help me raise her body. The disease made her body so thin and light and made feel sorry for her. "Please open your mouth." Even her lips looked so purple, as if there was no vitality left in there. "Don't worry, as long as we have this medicine, I'll make sure you get back to health." The medicine was supposed to taste really bad, but Lursa managed to drink all 150 milliliters of it. "I'm sorry I've made you sit straight and had all that conversation. It must have been tiring, right? Please get some rest for now." As I was about to leave her bed, Lucia suddenly grabbed my sleeve, and I held her hand gently to calm her down. "Don't worry, I'll stay here until you fall asleep." The medicine for Lepel's disease also has some tranquilizing effects, which was why she quickly drifted to slumber after a little while. It would be better to let her sleep for now. Now, what to have for lunch? Maybe I'll make some soup. Feeling better at the thought of cooking for the first time in a while, I headed for the kitchen, humming a tune. The medicine took effect immediately. The first sign was that Lursa's fever, which had been persistent, began to drop. Lepel's disease is a bacterial infection that causes an abnormality in the circulation of magical power, which rendered all the magical remedy useless. And once the bacteria are killed, common remedies become effective. A large amount of dandruff-like substance fell on Lursa's bed as she slept. It was her scaly, hardened dead skin, and it was now replaced by a new, pinkish skin which could be seen underneath the peeling dead skin cells. This means I would need to give her a proper bath once her fever had fully gone and her appetite returns. And if we're talking about baths, the one on Monte Chris Island is better since the bathroom is more spacious there, and there's Iwao to help with it. Suppose that I took her there with Captive Angel, I'm sure she's going to be happy to receive a bath there. As I put my hand on her forehead and measured her fever, Lursa's eyes fluttered open. "Saint Dono, I see you're already awake. How are you feeling now?" "I'm feeling good. It's been a long time since my body feels this light." It seems like the medicine was really effective. "By the way, I've made some soup. Would you like to have some?" It's all well and good that the medicine was working as intended, but you mustn't forget to replenish your strength too. "Yes." I pulled the plate containing the soup towards me, scooped up a spoonful, and brought it near Lursa's mouth. Naturally, I spoon-fed her, since she still hasn't had the strength to eat by herself yet. Also, all this time she had been spoon-fed by me and the other maids too. MMHH. After taking a bite, Lursa showed a surprised expression. Is there something wrong? It's delicious. After all this time, I can taste delicious food again. I'm glad to hear that. Also, I made this soup by myself. I wonder now, do you find it delicious because of the effect of the medicine, or because of my skill in cooking? Either way, I'm happy to hear that. A faint smile appeared on Lucia's mouth. Also, a healthy shade of color has returned to her lips, which was previously purple. Saint Dono. To think, a man like you. But we still need to go a long way to your recovery. After all, your skin has not healed quite yet, and after your body gets better, we'll need to start rehabilitation for your body muscle. I'm going to be strict with you, so be prepared. Alright? Rehabilitation. It means we're going to practice physical exercise together. I thought I was saying it sternly to her, but Lursa only nodded happily. It seemed that the maid, male, which had been nursing Lursa had informed Lady Lackmeth about how Lursa had been getting better, since she hurriedly came to visit me in my room. Saint Ono, I thought we haven't obtained the necessary ingredients for Lursa's medicine. But her condition is already improving. Is that true? I don't think it's better to tell her the truth just yet, since I could become the target for Lu instead. Certainly, it seems that the alternate treatment has produced some positive results. However, we haven't made the real medicine yet. It is still difficult to expect a complete recovery at this point. Is that so? How unfortunate. Please continue to do your best for Lursa. Lady Lackmeth was disappointed, but her expression still seems brighter than the first time I came here. Well, you can just leave it to me. I'll make sure that she'll fully recovered from her sickness. Once Lursa is able to move freely, I'm going to announce that I've managed to perfect the alternative remedy and successfully remove the Lebel's bacteria. Hopefully by then, I would already come up with a countermeasure against Lu. Contrary to my expectation, however, Lu had made the next move faster than I had anticipated. That night, while I was giving the next batch of medication Lursa, whose condition had already improved very much, someone came to bring her dinner. Since Lursa and I usually eat our dinner during around the same time, I never accompanied her while she was having dinner before. In other words, that fact that I was there at that time was merely a coincidence. Lursa-san, do you have any appetite for dinner? Yes, I could do with a bit of it. Her voice had become much clearer, although she's still only able to say it slowly. Well then, let's have some dinner. I'll help you eat. Since I had Goku with me, I decided to take over the role of helping Lursa eat from the maid, to act like a caretaker. Since I was going to continue her medical examination with repair, anyway. I was scooping a spoonful of bread porridge to feed her as usual, when something unexpected happened. The poison detection ring vibrated. No way. Did Lu put some kind of potion inside the porridge? The only one I could think of doing it is Lu. Anyway, is there something wrong? Despite her sickly appearance and frail strength, Lursa seems to be able to think clearly. I don't think I could keep the secret about Lu from her anymore, and so, I decided to tell her about what Lu had confessed, and about the poison in the porridge. However, I omitted the part about Lu's machination with the Shtopobian. I don't want to bring up her trauma. What kind of poison was put into the porridge? It appears to be a poison extracted from Varant's root. Lursa's face contorts slightly. Saint Ono, are you aware of the effect of a Varant's root? I know it, only because I just used the search function. If a person were to consume it, they will then suffer extreme pain before finally dying. It seems that the person's face will become so swollen and distorted, that no one wants to look at it the second time. That's right. I never would have thought that Lu hates me that much. After knowing how her sister feels about her, Lursa's looks really sad. However, now's not the time for it. I have to ensure Lursa's safety and tell everything that happened to the head of the Renbel family, to Lady Lackmeth. Lursa-san, I have a suggestion. Will you put your trust me? No need to be so indirect. What do you have in mind? I am going to take you to a safe place. If it's the, I'm sure Lu would have no chance to endanger your life. Such thing, can you really do that? Yes, and I will do that right away. Lursa immediately answered. I will leave it to you, Saint Dono. As I am now, I'm merely a powerless, sick person. I will be on your care and mercy. I'm glad that she quickly decided. It makes things quick. Goku, Harry, Bond, all of you, hang on to me. I grabbed Lursa's hand, activated Captive Angel, and teleported back to my room on Monte Cristo Island. Chapter 118. The effect of the drugs. I imagined the destination of the teleportation to be my room on Monte Cristo Island, and that Lursa would be teleported lying in my bed, and it worked perfectly. Lursa was so surprised by the sudden teleportation. Where are we? We are on Monte Cristo Island. It's a southern island which was recently annexed by the Empire. We were transported here by activating magic. Wait, isn't this teleportation the legendary space and time transfer magic? Saint Ono, why are you, a man, able to use such magic? No, you've got it wrong. I can't use magic. I only borrow the power of some magic tools. Let's keep the fact that I could use creation magic now, since it will only complicate things. If it's here, we don't have to worry about Lu making another attempt at your life. Let's have you recuperate here for the moment. Alright, if that's what you wish, Saint Dono. Please do. Meanwhile, I'm going to return to the estate for a while. Why? I'm going to inform your mother, Lady Lackmeth, about the poison porridge. Now that we have some hard evidence, I think she would be able to do something. Lursa furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. Most of her face is still covered with scaly skin, but her eyes are full of intelligence. It is as you've said. Once esteemed mother has become aware of the situation, I'm certain she would do something about it. That's right. I'm going to show her the poisoned porridge and expose Lu's misdeeds. Before I left, I ordered the Gillums to listen to whatever Lursa asked them. If there's anything you need, please tell it to Gokka here, and if you happen to meet anyone on the island, tell them that Shiru brought you here. Shiru? Who? I'm fairly sure that I've introduced myself to her, but maybe she doesn't remember since she was in such feverish state. That's my name, Shiru Sanada. Also, if possible, I would like you to call me Shiru instead of Saint Dono. Well, then, I'll be going now. See you later. I activated the captive angel again to return to Lursa's room. When I returned to the room, I saw that the plate of poisoned porridge was still in the place I've left it before. It seems like nobody had entered the room in the meantime I was on the island. I tucked Captive Angel under my clothes and went out into the hallway with the plate in my arms. At this time, I'm fairly certain that Lady Lackmeth is in the dining hall, and so I started to walk there. I would have to confront her with the plate of evidence and ask her to find out who had poisoned the porridge. As I walked down the hallway, someone suddenly grabbed my hand from behind, and since my arm is now being held over, the plate of evidence falls to the stone floor and breaks with a clatter. I could feel soft bulges pressing on my back, so I'm certain the one holding me down was a woman. Most probably, it's. And where do you think you're going with the porridge, Saint Dono? The chilling voice coming from behind me belongs to Lu. This is bad. I was careless. Most probably, Lu had been secretly watching the room all along, to make sure the effect of the porridge. And a moment of hesitation allowed an opening for her. She covered my mouth with a handkerchief. I remembered the smell of drug, and then everything went dark. I woke up with a terrible thirst. I found myself tied to a bed in an unknown room. Sweat was pouring out of my body and my heart was beating rapidly. Was this the effect of the drug that I just inhaled? No. It was more likely that they had put a different drug on me. Since from some time ago, it feels like a part of me had been on fire. On the part below the stomach, there had been a throbbing sensation. Have you finally come to, Saint Dono? Standing in the middle of a dimly lit room with only one lamp, Lu was smiling at me. She had taken off her shirt, and her upper body was naked. I didn't want to look at it, but my eyes kept fixated on her large breasts. What did you give me? I had a pretty good idea what she gave me, but I asked just in case. Let's just say that I had a very wonderful dream just the other day. It was so wonderful, in fact, that it inspired me to do something to you. By dream, she was referring to the incident where I tied her up while she's under the effect of the aphrodisiac and refused to touch her until the end. So, she actually realized that I had given her the taste of her own medicine. This is bad. I need to think of something to escape the situation, but I can't think straight. Need to do something about the aphrodisiac first. I need to set up creation magic. Don't worry. Unlike the you in my dream, I won't be that cruel to leave you high and dry without my affection. I'll be sure to give you plenty of loving. Now, it's best if you don't start any funny idea like escaping. All you need to do is to listen to what I say. Then I will give you the greatest pleasure. So, what is your answer? Why? Lou laughed in satisfaction. I guess I can untie you now. Lou untied the rope, but I couldn't move from the spot. There was a tingling feeling somewhere deep inside my body, and I couldn't think straight. Now, before we get to the fun part, let me check a few things. What were you going to do with that plate of porridge? I can't answer that. I know it's poisoned. I need to find some excuse. I was on my way to report to Lady Lackmeth that I had found poison from Varant's root on the porridge. Against what little reason I had left, I blurted out the truth. To be able to find that out, you really are the saint. Oh well, don't ever do something like that again. From now on, you will do only what I tell you. You will be my slave. You will serve me with all your heart and soul. Do you understand? Where's your answer? Until you can say it properly, I'm not going to do anything that makes you feel good. This is humiliating. I know it's humiliating. But I can't disobey. Yes, I will. Serve you with my all. So please, let me feel good already. I can't keep it longer. Now this is surprising. To think that the saint himself would come begging me just like that. As she said that, she came closer to me and reached between my legs. She was only touching me through my clothes, but a tremendous pleasure spread through my body as if an electric current was flowing through me. Foo, how is it? Do you still think you can resist me? Lou whispered in my ear while continuing to stimulate me by skillfully moving her hand. Then, with an alluring smile on her face, she ripped out my clothes, as if she's being impatient. Just like I thought, you have a nice body. Lou then rubbed her fingers all over my chest and butt as she pleased, which gave me a whole round of pleasure sensations. Lou Sama, shit. Why did I let out a sultry voice just now? Both of us are now naked, and against each other, a tangled mess on the bed. Everything around me gradually blurred and became unimportant, as my mouth was being violated by her tongue and lips. Nothing else matters, aside from the waves of pleasure that keeps hitting my whole body, and I just want to let myself be taken over by it. Cuckoo, you truly have fallen. You're no longer a saint, just a whore. Alright. Now it's your turn to pleasure me. Now, put your tongue on my breasts and lick them. Mistress Lou lies down on the bed and pulls me into her arms. I didn't care about anything else anymore, so I kissed her chest and began to carefully suck out her nipples as she commanded me. While doing so, I gently caressed her breasts, looking for the place where she seemed to feel good. Here it is. She seems to like it when I kissed and fondled her here. I continued to lick and suck at the spot. Mistress seemed happy, which makes me happy too. I need to do my best to make her happy. Mistress' happiness is my happiness. But then I heard a strange sound in my head. Chime. Neutralizing potion time until finished 0 o'clock. Neutralizing potion production is completed. Please specify the location to appear. Neutralizing potion. What is that, I wonder? Something I made? Go away, shoo. I'm busy serving Mistress Lou right now. Don't bother me with something I don't understand. Mistress Lou was satisfied with the right breast, and so now I'm moving to her left breast. Neutralizing potion production is completed. Please specify the location to appear. The voice in my head is insistent on talking to me. I've told it that I don't care about it. It's unimportant. Nothing is important compared to watching Mistress Lou's reaction, so I can make her happy. Neutralizing potion production is completed. Please specify the location to appear. You're really persistent. Alright, fine, just appear wherever. I don't care. So I won't lose my valuable time of serving Mistress Lou. I choose the place to appear right in front of my face, around the area of Mistress Lou's large, white breasts. Splash! Suddenly, Mistress Lou's breast was covered with a clear liquid. Well, doesn't matter anyway, since what's important is to continue serving my mistress. I was told to lick her breast, so that's what I will keep on doing. Her breast tastes bitter now, must be because of the liquid. This is no good. I need to suck on all the liquid from Mistress Lou's breast. Slurp lick. Slurp, Wait. What have I been doing? Chapter 119, Under Watchful Eyes. The neutralizing potion had taken full effect, and my consciousness fully returned. You bastard. You really managed to pull a fast one over me, didn't you? But now it's my turn. Alright, time to think calmly so I can reverse the situation. While continuing to lick her chest so that Lou would not realize that I had come to my senses, I first tried to confirm the whereabout of my belongings. Certainly, I was tucking the staff of Lamessine and the captive angel under my clothes. But since I've been stripped naked, Naturally they're no longer with me. The saint's robe that I had been wearing was on the floor near the bed, but it doesn't seem like those two artifacts were there. I wonder, maybe they were hidden somewhere. Currently, I am only wearing the poison detection ring and ring of invisibility. I don't think too much time had passed since I was brought into the room, and I don't think Lou realized the value of those items either. Otherwise, she wouldn't start doing sexual things and would instead interrogate me about how to use those items. Which means they must still be in this room, but I couldn't start searching for them yet since I'm still being forced to lick her chest. You, put your mind on it. I want to hear you slurping and making dirty sound. She yanked my hair and scolded me because my mouth stopped moving, since I was too focused in searching for my items. Where's that staff of Lamessine? Oh boy, I really want to equip the Eminence Rock right this moment and punch the daylights out of her. But I need to be patient for now. The time for sweet revenge will surely come later. Slurp kiss slurp. And so I did as I was told, and put my effort back in sucking her chest. The light from the lamp was being reflected by my saliva, making Lou's chest seem to glow cereally. Alright, now, get on all fours with your ass facing me, Lou commanded with a look of superiority on her face. It was a humiliating position, but at the same time it gave me the chance to look around the room. Anyway, it was not the first time that I was on all fours facing the opposite direction while being naked, so it's not a big deal for me. After all, Chris had made me do it multiple times in the past. I got up as slowly as possible and tried to look around the room inconspicuously, pretending that my body was shaking from pleasure. I moved around my head to look for my items. And there it is. There, lying on the table on the corner of the room, was the items that I've been looking for. And it was no further than 10 steps away from me. Good. With this, I no longer need to keep up such a pathetic appearance to Lou. The time for revenge is nigh. Kukaku, you have such a beautiful color there. Alright, I need to look for the opportunity when she lets down her guard. Wait for it. Hiya. I kicked back toward Lou as hard as I could from my crawling position, just as she was extending her hand towards my little Joe. I had little expectation that it would work, but it seems like my kick really caught her by surprise and managed to hit her directly in the face. I used the kick's recoil to spin forward, and I activated the ring of invisibility at the moment I moved out from the bed. And while under the effect of invisibility, I ran as hard as I could toward where the staff of Lamessine is. Where do you think you can run off to? Come out right now, Shiru. You know what? You look like an idiot, screaming while being naked like that. Alright, I finally retrieved the staff. Time to equip Eminence Rock. I didn't have time to wear my clothes, so I directly equipped the armor while being naked. Somehow, it feels more fitting than usual, and it seems like my reaction speed is faster too. Maybe this is how it's supposed to be used, the armor to be equipped while being naked. Why you? Who? What are you? Lou was horrified by the sudden appearance of me wearing the armor when I cancel the effect of the ring of invisibility. Have you forgotten about me already? It's me, Shiru. Alright, you better get ready, Lou. I'll have some payback for what you've done to me, together with the interest. What's with your appearance? Foo, it's a reversal of the healing saint. This is a condemnation mode saint. It's the armor of the angel of judgment, Lou whispered in awe. Huh? No wait, Eminence Rock is the armor of Marquis Lamessine II of the demon tribe, right? Which means it's more fitting to call it the armor of the demon of judgment, don't you think? Alright. Who cares? You think a man would be able to win against a woman just by wearing an armor? I'll make you learn your place. Lou quickly recovered herself and swung her fist at me. You are? I yelped in surprise, but it turned out that Eminence armor was more robust than I had anticipated, since I received no damage. She then tried to tackle me, but she only ended up looking like a cicada perched on a tree, and my body didn't even budge. Since it was clear that I held the upper hand, I finally regained my composure and immobilized her. I've neutralized the effect of the liquid of heavenly bliss. Your judgment is at hand. Repent now. Or so I've said. But what am I supposed to do with her now? After all, I can't just beat her to a pulp while using Eminence Rock. I don't want to become the judge, jury, and executioner. Also, I've kicked her straight in the face, so I guess we're probably even already. I decided to consult with Lursa on what I should do with her. So I made Lou dressed back and tied her up with a leather rope. Then, without saying anything to her, I teleported back to Monte Cristo Island. When I arrived back in my room, I found Lursa sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed quietly as if she were meditating. Her body was glowing a pale blue color, so I think she was using magic for self-healing. It seems that since the medicine had killed most of the bacteria inside her body, her magical circulation has started to return to normal, and she is now able to use magic again. Perhaps it's the reason why her skin had returned to normal. Now, sitting in front of me, is no longer the scaly-skinned woman, but a beautiful woman with blue hair and intelligent look. Truly, the epitome of a cool beauty. Lursa-san. Welcome back, Shiru. Why a person in armor? And Lu? Oh, right. I was still wearing my eminence rock, so I guess I was scaring her. I'm back. And guess what? I caught a would-be murderess with me. Shit. Lu throws a frustrated look at Lursa, and in response, Lursa only coldly stared at Lu. Lu, you will answer for your crime. Shiru-san. Do you have a place somewhere to lock up Lu? I'll order my Gillums to keep her in the basement and under strict watch. I then moved Lu into the basement and locked her in there together with Awao, Wanda, Harry, and Nira with her. Even if something happens, I still have Bonta reported to me, so there's no way she could escape. I then locked the door to the basement and returned to my room. Lucia, your skin condition has certainly improved a lot, hasn't it? Yes, it is. It's really you, Shiru, right? That's right. Lursa was still feeling uncertain since I was still equipping Eminence Rock. I was borrowing the power of this armor since as a man, I wouldn't be able to deal with Lu otherwise. I will unequip it now. To reassure Lursa, I cancelled the spell. Whoops. I forgot that I was equipping it while still naked, which means that I was buck naked in front of Lursa. It was an honest mistake. However, I could see that Lursa's eyes were glued to my little Joe. For the first time in a while, my exhibitionist nature was stirring up. I'm sorry. I'll put on my clothes now. Why yes. Go ahead. I started rummaging for clothes while my back was facing toward Lursa. Now where did I put my underwears? I was glancing at the mirror on the wall on my room, when I noticed that Lursa was watching intently on my rear. Well, I do have quite some confidence in how appealing my butt is, and so I pointed out my butt a little when I was wearing my underwear. I wonder if she's probably watching it. Alright, I've finished putting on my clothes, so it's time to stop fooling around and get serious about the situation. I was discussing my next move with Lursa. We'll need to keep Lu locked here for a while. In the meantime, I will show esteemed mother how much my health has improved to cast any doubt about you. And then, we will inform her of all the misdeeds she had done. It seems that by showing she's well and healthy, it will give statement that she'd have no problem of being the next head, and would somewhat reduce Lu's influence on the rest of the family. I understand. Do you need to take some time before we return to the estate? It's better if we return post-haste. However, before we meet with esteemed mother, we would need to search Lu's room, and see if we could find additional evidence of her crime. Shiru, I'm sorry for troubling you again, but could you please send me back to the estate? Now this is surprising, even though Lursa is Lu's sister, but she's much more polite than her. Also, I know I have wide range of preferences, but a cool beauty is easily one of my top 10 favorites. I was planning to leave as soon as she was healed, but I think it's fine if I stay with her a little longer. As I handed her a life potion, I gave Lursa a bright smile as a response. Chapter 120. Her personality. After hearing Lursa's explanation, Lady Lackmeth let out a heavy sigh, and her face looked as if she had suddenly aged a decade. It seemed that she never thought that Lu would ever made an attempt on Lursa's life. You're wrong. I didn't do it. I was framed. Try as she might to deny her whole action, Lu's word didn't sway Lady Lackmeth's decision. The butler, Laurel, had confessed everything. She has admitted to taking part on hiring adventurers to set up the Shtopabians to assault Lursa, and she has done other things too, like preparing the fake liver in order to deceive the saint. Lady Lackmeth responded. It turned out that Laurel was part of Lu's inner circle, and she was the one who put the poison from Varant's root into the porridge. I know that Laurel had been taken away and she was under severe interrogation. I know this because her screams could be heard even as far as my own room. I really hate pain and suffering, so listening to her scream had made me feel so depressed and miserable. It's all your fault. If only you never come here. Lu screamed at me with intense hate in her eyes. It was ironic, since it was her who came to me and brought me to the estate. I think it's somehow a fitting conclusion for someone who keeps wanting everything without any regards to other people. Lock her up in the dungeon. Lursa gave the order, while sounding fed up with the whole situation. In the end, Lu died in the prison. Apparently, she was forced to drink poisoned wine, and I didn't hear any other details on her death. It seemed like they did cruel things to her prior to her death, but I didn't want to know anything about her before she reached the end of her life, since it would give me nothing but nightmares. I think Lady Lackmeth was forced to execute both Lu and Laurel, in order to make sure there wouldn't be any more trouble regarding the family succession. Anyway, this concluded the series of events. Now all I needed to do was support Lursa until she made a full recovery, and then my role will be over. In order to regain her lost muscles, Lursa had been undergoing rehabilitation, and today, too, she has been doing walking training. That's wonderful. You're certainly done your best. Are you feeling tired now? Just a little bit. Compared to before, I no longer feel dizzy anymore, and I feel that I have recovered a lot of my stamina. Now that the condition of her skin has already improved so much, her smile looks really dazzling now. Then, let's have the massage session, as usual, I said, and Lursa only nodded shyly. The massage session is really important, since it relaxed the tired muscle, improving the flow of her lymphatic system, and it even moisturizes chapped skin. To sum it up, I didn't hold the massage session for the sake of my own pleasure. Alright, I need to confess that, by the third day of the rehabilitation, we began to enter that kind of relationship. Neither of us was seducing the other, it was just kind of happened. At first, I was only giving her normal massage, but as things progressed, Lursa started making sighing in pleasure and making lewd sounds, and then I got carried away, and, well, by the time I realized what we were doing, we had already finished doing the deeds. Funnily, the first time we were doing it, Lursa had been really shy and reserved, but the more we're doing it the more aggressive and bolder she became. Yufufu. How is it, Shiru? Does it feel good? The way Lursa's tongue was glistening, it was really an alluring sight. It was really surprising to me that an intelligent woman like her would have an amazing skill in navigating her tongue all over my body. Not to mention that it's still in the middle of the day, and we're doing it at the barn just behind the estate. Lursa seems to like doing it in public spaces. Well, I'm going to do my best to make her happy. Lately, we always spend the nights together in one of our rooms, and it has become an open secret among the Wren-Bell family. The head of the family, Lady Lackmeth, seems to think that the Wren-Bell would become much more prosperous if I become their son-in-law, and she had been actively trying to get me and Lursa together. She had been even hinting at the possibility of marriage. I was thinking that it might not be a bad idea for me to get together with Lursa, but recently, something happened that bothered me a little. She gets very unhappy when I go out to the forest to gather medicinal herbs, or when I go to Monte Cristo Island to pick up some of my belongings. She would even ask me to stop using Captive Angel. She would also get jealous of me talking to the servant around the estate, and it feels overwhelming. I know that she's really devoted to me, and her attitude is full of kindness, but sometimes I feel suffocated because I feel like I'm being watched all the time. And today, a new incident occurred in bed. How was it, Shiru? Did it feel good? Yes, it was the best. Lursa-san, you're really getting better and better every day. It felt like you took me to the seventh heaven. And I really love your beautiful body. Thanks to the effects of the medicine, the hot water, and the massage oil, Lursa's skin is now radiantly beautiful. I then stroked her hair and gently cleaned up her body. All of the women I've slept with always appreciated being treated like that, so I thought Lursa would be happy too. As a matter of fact, right until the day before the incident, Lursa had looked very satisfied and entrusted herself to me. But that night, things were a little different. She looked very sad. It seems, Shiru has plenty of experience with women. Well, that may be true. After all, not only with Chris, but I've been sleeping around with many women. I've never cheated on someone while in a relationship, but it is a fact that I had been sexually active. From her point of view, I'm probably equivalent to a slut. Is it bothering you? It is. Since I know nothing about you, Shiru. An uncomfortable silence descended on us. Shiru. What is it? Tell me everything. Tell you everything. About what? About all the women who had been in a relationship with you. and all the things that you have done with them. That's quite troublesome. I felt like a cold draft was blowing from somewhere in my heart. I'm sorry, but I think that's a bit unreasonable. I don't want to tell her about it, no matter what. I know it's already in the past, but I feel like it would be disrespectful to the women I had spent time with, since it would seem like I was exposing their secrets. Why can't you tell me? Is there something you want to hide from me? It's not like that. It's just that, don't you think it's strange, trying to know about the women I've spent time together in the past? There's nothing strange about it. I just want to know everything about you, Shiru. Please, tell me everything. Lersa's eyes were wide opened and focused on me, and her expression was full of emotions. She's a Yantia, too. The fearful 3 words ran coldly through my brain. Let's just go back to bed for tonight, shall we? No, wait, Shiru, where are you going? I left her room at a run, shaking off Lersa's screams behind me. After returning to my room and replenishing my strength with a life potion, I started thinking calmly. Should I get into a more serious relationship with her? She might be under the illusion that I'm a pure, prim and proper saint. And if Lersa found out about the real nature of me being perverted, she might get disillusioned and do something unpredictable. I wonder if it would be better to just tell her all about my past history with women. If she ends up hating me, then there is nothing I could do about it. But I can't bring myself to reject all of the kindness she gave me until now. And so, a few more days passed, while I'm agonizing about it. CH 120 was last update before the hiatus.